it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these too travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
sure.
You had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh, yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's an inexpensive filter. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter. Correct. The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices, it's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside, because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. Everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes, without really understanding them. We have here at GreenTech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus. which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health, yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard. And by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it, that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters. And so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used Odor Guard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden, one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource Board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low-level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. They use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Bo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, But the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
I want to welcome today's guests. We have Doug Hoffman, who's the executive director of Normie, and Mike Balzano, who is and I want to get this correct, it's the group publisher for BMP Media. Is that
I'm
correct?
a group publisher.
Group.
All the other group publishers are already shaking their head at me. Who's he is? I'm one of many. Yes.
Okay, well, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank
Doug,
you.
as always, thank you for joining us here on this interview. I want to get right into it. I want to waste any time here because all of our time has been so tied up with everything that's going on right now, what you have coming up with the Experience show. And that's really what I want to start talking about. I remember from the last show that we were at in Las Vegas, there was a lot of super secret talk about this big event coming up at the spring show. And I'm going to say it if nobody else has. It's all about the special tour for the Shore Flooring.
Yep.
What's that all about?
You know, Larry Cooper, as everybody knows, was the owner of this event, founder forever, and did a wonderful job. I can't put words into his mouth, but I know for sure the reason he picked Chattanooga, Tennessee was that we could have tours of the Shaw Flooring plant. That's about 25 minutes away from the Chattanooga Convention Center where the event's going to be. And we're going to do just that. And it's kind of exciting. 75 seats only are available. I hate to sound like a car salesman. Now you got to get those seats, but in this case, it kind of is like that. There's only 75 seats available. We're going to see 3 different plants that day. It's going to be a whole day and a lot of fun. You're going to be able to transportation. Obviously, we're going to have lunch involved, and we'll have a tour guide with everybody, and people can spend the day really getting to the belly of the beast and what might arguably is the biggest flooring company in the world. And we're excited about it. It's a fun thing.
So, wait a minute. You said there's only 73 seats available?
75 seats available.
No. 73. And Doug and I are here.
Doug, you were, well, actually, technically, there were 65 available now because there's about 10 sold already. So 63 after you two. We're getting there. You can see it's having the splash we had hoped. People are really excited about this. And the easiest way to do it is to go to our website, rnrmagonline.com. Register for the experience. And once you do that, you have the option to get into the Shaw Tour.
And what day is that going to be?
It's going to be on Tuesday. Yeah, the day before the event, Tuesday, April 2nd. Meanwhile, back at the convention center, where the Coys are going to be doing a workshop, and Howard Partridge are going to be doing the same workshop they did last time, which was very successful. So can't make the Shaw Tour, don't want to go to the Shaw Tour, you got something great back home too.
Okay. Well, I just wanted some clarification on that. And
There you go.
I still say 73 seats available.
63.
Leave it at that. One of the other things that I've heard a lot of talk about recently was an advisory committee. And I only heard the term being put out. I really don't know anything about it. So can you enlighten us on that?
That really organically happened, and mainly because I've never done a flood house. You know what? I'm the publisher of R&R. I've been in this industry for 2 years now, so I know a million times more than I did 2 years ago, but I'm learning. I'm not admitting to be any kind of an expert. So I said, you know what? Let's get some experts. Let's get the people who know what they're doing to really do this, and we'll just handle the back end marketing. And we got a great group of people. Lisa Lavender and Barry Costa have hopped into. They're going to manage what's now called the Restoration Pavilion, no longer the Flood House. And that's going to be paired, of course, with the Cleaning Pavilion, as you can see the symmetry there. Sean Bission will be back, as well as Lisa Wagner and Mark Kennedy working on that. The Coys are in the committee, and me and Andre Hansen, who's the event manager. And all of us together are working on the different segments to do that. I would love to have the two gentlemen I'm looking at from Normie on that team as well. And we will in the future, but you guys, as we're going to talk about a little bit, you have a pretty big role anyway at our event. So you have your hand, you're doing plenty for us than extra stuff. So we appreciate that. But the point is, BMP Media bought it. not a lot of people knew who we were besides R&R. No one knew who I was. So instead of that goofy guy that keeps showing up on the podcast, let's get some actual people who know what they're doing to do this. And we've done that. And you can see the wheels going quicker now, and it's exciting.
I tell you, I think that's just a great idea, Mike. I think having guys that are in the industry, they got their hands in the industry all the time. That's going to make it so much better. One of the things I've always said about the experience that I think it is just different from any other conference that we're a part of is that it really is an experience. You can go there and you can actually do and touch and feel the industry, which is really pretty cool. I've told our members for years, if there's only one show you go to, this is the show you go to, because it works.
Thank you, Doug. And yeah, it was, I've said many times, it wasn't, I don't think he named this accidentally. There was a reason why he called it the experience. He wanted to be an all-encompassing experience for our industry and the people who come. And hands-on training is the big deal, even more so in these spring shows than in Las Vegas, our big show in the fall, which always is the big blowout every year. The spring show, in fall, you have 3 days of straight agenda days. The spring show, the first day and the third day are agenda days, and the middle day is kind of a hands-on workshop agenda all day. In addition to the restoration pavilion, in addition to the cleaning pavilion, you just come in and learn how to do things. And I don't know if there's any other event that really, definitely not to this level, can provide that for everybody.
Well, I know what we get involved with building our training facility, if you want to call it, when we break away and we're actually, the lumber is being delivered, so we're in there building stuff for a day or two prior to our training. So yeah, this is very different than the other shows that we go to.
And we want to make sure this is as I walked around Las Vegas and talked to the two of you gentlemen and all of our sponsors, and we don't want to make wholesale changes, but on the other hand, this is definitely a time for new ideas and new changes. And people were, as you know about our industry, they're not shy about, oh, good, here's my 7 ideas I want, which is fine. I asked for it. So I think we're going to try to kind of walk the fence a little bit. We're going to keep all the traditions to keep it hands-on and the experience, but hopefully some new tweaks, which will excite people as well.
Well, I mean, you started talking about some of the stuff coming up. Why don't we just cover the agenda? If you can do that. I don't know if you want to do it from memory, if you want to bring up a website.
Well, I mean, I don't have to bring up, the entire agenda is there on our website. I could do what I want to talk about is definitely from memory. And I just kind of did mention that there's a lot of people who've been coming to this event for 24 years. And they said, gosh, we're hearing the same kind of speakers a lot. Not that they're bad, they're wonderful, but is there any way we can get some new people? And there's other people that want to just keep it the same. And like I said, I understand both sides of that fence. So what we're doing is a little of both. It's led by our keynotes, 2 gentlemen who haven't been here in a long time, Chuck Violand from Violand Business Management and Jim Pemberton, who's a cleaning legend. I don't know if he's ever been spoke at the experience yet. Our friends Lisa Wagner and Mark Kennedy were beneficial in getting him in. I think it's great. And it's funny with R&R, we're much more cleaning based than we used to be, but we're R&R. It was named that way for a reason, like the experience. So I hear my wife Darlene talking to cleaning people in the other room, and she says, "Hey, Jim Pemberton's going to be a keynote," and they just all go bananas, like the Beatles are coming. So I can see how important this gentleman is. So we're really happy to have him. Eric Sprague from Super Tech and Katie Harris from Spot On Solutions, and a lot of other people. And we got the legends. I'm looking at 2 of them right now. Normie's got have a huge say in this event. I think you're doing with you and Mr. Pinto and the 2 of you at like 7 different sessions off and on. Right. And it's very important to us. Hart Partridge will be talking again. You see where we're going with that. I think the agenda is a little more diverse in the way of different speakers this time. Not is what I mean by diverse. And I think the people who come to the show are going to be surprised and excited about what they get.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mike, about that's different from what we're bringing to the table. And we started this a few years ago with Larry, is, our industry and the mold industry is actually split into 2 professions, the assessment side and then the remediation side, which is the tradesmen now actually do the work. But the assessment side is something that I think we probably brought to the experience because it is a part of the industry that oftentimes is overlooked. And in a lot of ways, kind of the most important part, we think, of the industry is how do you assess the environment? I always say prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice. If you don't know that you've got a problem, you don't have a solution. And so rather than going into a project and saying, oh, well, you got mold, let's tear everything out, we got to raise your house. How about finding out exactly what the issues are? Find out how extensive the problem is, what type of mold is there, what type of contamination is there, how extensive it is, what's the water source, all of those things that you need to find out before you actually write a protocol. So what we brought to the table, which I'm very excited about, is one full day of our training track is going to be on that assessment side, and not just basic assessment on how to assess the environment from an assessor's standpoint, but also putting it in the context of remediators who also need to be able to do baseline testing and interim testing and post-testing, a lot of things that they don't think about. But testing is one of the safest ways to actually approach a project, because it's totally objective. You're dealing with objective diagnostics. It's not about how you feel or smell or any of that kind of stuff. It's, this is the problem. Now I need a solution. So I think bringing that one day, especially that first day that we're going to do our training track on the assessment side with Michael Pinto, with Lance, with myself, talking about, and some of that's going to be hands-on testing products. I think that's a really exciting place to be. And so thank you for the opportunity to do that. I think it makes a big, big difference in the industry.
That's such a great thing to say. Doug. I'm sorry, Lance. That's such a great thing to say, Doug. Again, with my industry knowledge and whatnot, I would imagine you're right. I mean, imagine these disasters happen, and your first natural instinct is, let's just go in there and take care of it immediately. And someone's got to have the cooler head and say, wait a second, let's assess what's going on. Let's do the assessment, start from there. I mean, I think that's absolutely right, and we're happy to give you that mouthpiece.
Well, thank you. And I think the other thing, I'll slow down here in a second, Lance, so you can ask your question. That's the other thing that I think is so exciting is with Michael Pinto there, he and I now are teaching a class on remediation for sensitized individuals. And I remember when we started with Normie in 2004, by the way, this is our 20th birthday. So when we started with Normie in 2004, there was only about 6 or 7% of the population that were considered environmentally sensitive. That is, that they could not take a standard type of remediation project. You'd be back there again if you did it that way. They needed special help. Now, the latest numbers, 20 to 25% of the population are considered environmentally sensitive. So one of the sessions that, of course, Michael's bringing to the table is a discussion about that, and about mycotoxins and biotoxins and endotoxins and actinomyces and things that really have to be looked at, not just mold. So it's just interesting how the science has really broadened this whole discussion.
Well, that was the point I was going to get to, where you had said about focus has changed slightly towards the cleaning industry of the experience. But the strange thing, or the interesting thing, strange isn't the right word, the interesting thing about it is all of these different vertical markets are all positioning themselves now under indoor air quality, which is what we're talking about. So even though you have carpet cleaners and you have regular cleaners and you have HVAC people, it all comes under indoor air quality. And that's what we're there for. It's all about the air you breathe. And every person out there is part of that niche market that has to breathe.
We've talked about that a couple of times, Lance, and I remember talking to Jeff Jones, the microbial warrior himself, and he said, well, in his opinion, not to speak for Jeff, but what we learned from COVID was didn't have to do with touching things or surfaces. It had to do with what's floating through the air and the IAQ. And that makes what Normie's doing and your whole side of this industry and our whole industry so much more important, because that's not going to be the last time something like that happens. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a big pandemic either. Just IAQ is important in so many ways. I'm preaching the choir now. You know that.
Well,
that
that brings us to that second day that we're going to be talking about. Because when you start dealing with indoor air quality contaminants, things that are floating around in the air, obviously you disturb mold on a surface, it's going to become airborne. It's got to be dealt with. So we're big believers, obviously, in being able to create containment, setting up negative pressure, using an air filtration device in the correct way. Air washing, something that a lot of people don't even know what that is. And we talk a lot about that in our training on that second day. We're going to actually that's going to be a hands-on kind of opportunity to get guys involved in putting up some poly and putting in zip doors and connecting the AFD to the PRV 24Ks and a lot of those technical things. It's going to be fun. We always have a big crowd. I think we had a standing room only crowd last year.
Yes, you did. I remember that. I'd walk by there trying to watch, but there's nowhere to sit. It's so much going on, and it's great. And that's exactly right. That's what that day 2 is all about. We're extending the hands-on, and I love you for what you're doing for this. That's gonna be perfect.
Doug, is there anything else about what we're going to be doing there? I know we're a sponsor, and I know that's part of what we're doing. Anything else you can think of for the Normie presence?
Yeah, we're going to give away some stuff.
That's breaking news. I didn't know that. What are you doing?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to give away some stuff. I'm assuming that we're going to still do the Apple a Day thing or something where we're going to give something away every day, and that's usually sometimes it's as much as a $1,200 class. So we're going to be giving some stuff away for sure. But I think at our booth we've got a 20 by 20, so it's a nice little open square booth, place where people can come in and sit and do what we call huddles, where we can answer questions and deal with some specific issues that they might have. So we'll be kind of front and center toward the back, close to the food, as Mike said. So we're going to be there just talking to folks and helping them see what kind of training opportunities we've got. We've got 32 certifications now. We've got obviously training for every single state that requires licensing. And we've got great recertification and continuing education training. So pretty cool. We opened up a training facility now, of course, in Fort Lauderdale, which is where we do our Normie Pro Academy, do a lot of live online training. And so, yeah, we're going to be giving away some stuff to get people involved with what we're doing. We want folks connected to the industry.
We have people, a few different booths are going to be doing hands-on training and things like that throughout the event as well. So that's great. I'm not surprised to hear that come out of your mouth, Doug. But I mean, there's going to be, again, not to beat a dead horse, that's going to be going on all over the floor. Yeah. And then in the morning, you have the great sessions, and it's just you learn and then you learn. I think it's perfect. So thank you for doing that.
Well, I'm going to ask you a very specific question now. What's the super secret stuff that you can't tell us about that you're going to reveal now?
I can't.
Oh, come on.
Did you think I wasn't paying attention? Well, there's nothing official I could talk about yet, and that's true. There's some,
and that's fine. I don't want to completely put you on the spot.
No, we might have some more fun. We're going to have some fun things coming up. We haven't locked down the entertainment for the big party. There might be a third pavilion in the back, which might be just silly and fun. And you might be able to adopt things that are, let's call them pets, and let's say they're not cats. That's all I'll say. Which nothing to do with the industry, just fun. So who doesn't like holding a puppy for a couple hours, right? While we're learning about IAQ.
You know, Mike, last year we launched, Lance actually launched Normie TV.
Yes.
Normie Connect. And at the Fort Lauderdale show last year, we had 2 people that came up to us and said, I heard about this show through Normie TV, which was really kind of interesting. So I was going to ask, if you weren't going to ask this yet, Lance, but I was going to ask about special deals that they can get by calling us direct. I know we've got a coupon code for our Normie members. We also have, I think, VIP passes for the exhibition hall. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. And then obviously we're going to make sure that they've got our number so they can call us. But can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, you do have some VIP tickets to give away at your discretion. And anybody who uses Normie's code, which the 2 of you gentlemen have, you get 20% off the full admission to registration. That's a good deal.
Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that, man. That's great.
I mean, it just makes too much sense. You could market, you could look like, frankly, heroes to your people and your friends and your customers. We get more people to the event. Everybody wins. And if you're going to exhibit with us, we still have all kind of space left on the booth floor right now. You get that same treatment, and you could really look good in front of your clients and bring your customers with us to this great show and learn. So I'm happy to do it for everybody, especially you.
So what are the dates?
Dates are April 3rd to the 5th in Chattanooga. And don't forget, the 2nd is when you get to the Shaw Tour. And what's the number, Lance? 63. We have 63 people left.
Something like that. So.
Yes.
Similar number. That's all.
And
go ahead, Doug.
I was just going to say, I have one more comment I just want to make, and then I hope it's okay and that you'll feel good about this. If not, we'll edit it out. But one of the things that I've learned about shows, and when I got into the indoor air quality industry in 1996, I did 32 home shows that first year. So I've been to a lot of shows, and here's what I've learned about the experience: is it's not always packed wall to wall people, but what we've learned is that the people that are there are serious about the business. And you've got such a high quality, I think, such a high quality of leads. We've said every time we've gone to a show, we've built relationships that we could have built no other way. And so for what that's worth, it's about going to a show that you know is going to work for you, even if there's not 100,000 people there. It's not about the people, it's about the quality of the people that are there.
Yeah,
Well,
no, I unquestionably, and I think that, and that's, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, we want to make sure we're not doing any wholesale crazy changes. That's the vibe we want to keep. We want to keep the people coming. And I think that ties again back to the hands-on training, Doug. I think that's what the people, if people want to come and get your Frisbee tchotchkes and stuff are fine. But these are the people that come to learn something are the
That's
ones
right.
you want to know. And that's
Right. That's right. They want to see the newest techniques, newest products, newest laws.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It only takes one good contact at a show like this to make your business. And that's to the point of, it doesn't have to be jammed. And the quality and level of the education that's there and the people that attend for those purposes are the people that you want to meet. And those are the contacts that you want to make.
It's funny. We're talking about the size a lot, and it's no secret. The Las Vegas fall event is usually about double the size of our spring show. And I remember talking to our team, and I was like, and tying into what you gentlemen just said. I mean, we have good people coming though. Let's embrace that. Let's embrace this. This is more of a, I'm not going to use the word boutique, but it's more of a targeted, smaller show. But you could talk to the exhibitors, you could talk to the speakers, you talk to the attendees, and we have all kind of great opportunities to do that. And this is an opportunity you may not have in any other event. And Vegas is going to be great. Everybody always goes to Vegas. It's fun. There's going to be twice as many people there too, which is on paper wonderful. But to your point, Doug, I mean, this show might have a lot more value. It may not, but it might. So get there and find out, right?
Well, and it pulls people on the East Coast that can't go all the way to Vegas. I mean, that's what I think that's been a really smart thing about the experience, is having that show in the spring on the East Coast and then on the West Coast in the fall. It's brilliant. Whoever thought of that, kudos.
Well, I'm sure there's Mr. Cooper. I think that one thing I can say, Lance and Doug, to next year, not official yet, but it's about as official as you can get. I've heard from everybody and their mother who ever attended this event, and they want to go to Florida. They want to go back to Florida again. And it's okay. Well, we can do that. Okay. I live in Florida now, so that's easy for me. And so the RFPs went out throughout the state last week. So we're going to be, in the next month, we'll be able to announce where the next spring event is. And the state, though, it'd have to be a miracle not to be down there. So people could bring their families down to the beach and have fun. And while they're doing that, come and learn. And I think that's a good recipe. I hope.
All right. Well, did you give out the website? I don't remember hearing that.
It is r&rmagonline.com. And I mean, all these podcasts I'm on, I'm continue to say, I really can't stand our URL. And I keep saying it over and over again. So my company will say, fine, Mike, stop bad mouthing our URL. It's a mouthful. randrmagonline.com. And you go there, click through there. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, for those old guys like me who can't forget websites, experiencetheevents.com still gets there, right?
It gets there too. If you click on our website, it pops up. The first thing you see is you'll see experience ads all over the place. Just click on any of them and get right to it. And experience the events too. That's an easy one.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about the show coming up? I mean, this is it. Here's your shot.
Yes, there's one thing I want to say. I'm going to ask you this question. I asked you, Lance, specifically about a month ago. Are your fans, the Normaniacs, going to come? Are they coming to Chattanooga?
The Normaniacs.
The Normaniacs. We discussed
There's a
this.
new word.
It's your fan club, this section. How many Normaniacs are coming?
Yeah, we're getting the word out, and
Okay.
I think we're going to have a very good showing there, no doubt.
All right, I have no doubt. I just, that's another silly term. Sorry. Like
Well,
that.
you know,
They should-
actually, it works because it's in the center of the country and we get to see a lot of people that we don't
Yeah.
normally get, that don't come to our Florida training facility or out to the west coast of Vegas. So it's a good meeting place also for a lot of our members in the center part of the country.
It is, and I know that he did that in Cincinnati a few years ago with the same thought, and it went pretty well as well. So I think that there's a good chance, drivable for a lot of people. A lot of people from Detroit and Ohio are just driving down. I've talked to them already. Some of my people from Ohio. So it's easy. It's easy to get to. It's going to be, there might have to a connecting flight, but it's not that bad. It's you're not flying to Maui. You know, I mean, it's just a Chattanooga. But a lot of fun things. I was supposed to be on a site tour today. Unfortunately, our event manager got COVID, so we couldn't go. So but we're gonna have some fun things to do outside once we break out of the learning, and we'll loudly announce that when we have that too.
Doug, did you hear him say something about a trip to Maui?
I think that's what I heard. Yeah.
You know, my old magazine Snips used to have I shouldn't give them free publicity, but there's a association called SMACNA, very much the normie of that industry, and they every 3 or 4 years they have their annual event in Maui, and it's a big fight to see who gets to go to work that week, you know. But it's, bless their hearts, people go, they figure it out and they get over there across the pond and do it. But this is I don't know. I'm happy where we're going.
We have a big training event coming up in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta.
Yes.
Same type of thing with the interest of people wanting to go there.
I know a little about this. I know the people involved intimately. And besides, I think I'm sure you'll have a tremendous amount of learning there. The people who go to that, and I'll let you promote that, Lance. That one.
Well, yes, we will, and
Okay.
that's for another time. But I understand what you're saying about a Maui type event, Puerto Vallarta. Yes, there is a romanticism around those locations.
Sure.
Doug,
Well-
you have anything else to follow up with here?
I really don't. I want to thank Mike for him and his team and how hard they work to make this thing happen. I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a great few days with you guys. And if there's anything we can do to help facilitate, we're at your beck and call.
Thank you very much, Doug. I know, and it's just we love having you as partners, and we are working very hard. The whole team. I could speak for him because told Larry last year in Vegas when we left, I don't know if I'm going to be here for 6 months or 60 years, but I'll do the best I possibly can. And we're holding that promise. And come to Chattanooga. You're going to love what you get. The agenda's good. The Normaniacs will be there. I'll say that again. And you learn a lot. And I appreciate the time today, guys. Really. Thank you. Thanks for your partnership.
Thank you, Mike. Doug, thanks for being here with us. And we'll have to do this again soon.
Look forward to it.
Take care.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BMP Media with R&R and the Experience Events, and welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now, and we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today, he's an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And a
Let's
writer.
get started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will, and he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Woo!
Hey!
I know.
Well, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box, and that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you, you can still do it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh, no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to, we're get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career for the 3 people who don't know. It's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a cost group. Well, actually, I had a cost group in Peterborough, New Hampshire when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Costa Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was a teacher of the year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
well, it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, I helping people, that's what it's all about. I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping? Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I feel lucky. You're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very
Now, how many experience events have you been
to? All of them except the very first, which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections, and 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew, obviously, to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, hey Barry, would you mind helping us? Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event. And part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe. And it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to 2, like absolutely. They do naturally grow. Yeah. It's the people. It's the people.
It really is. And it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year. And some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And, what do you do? And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep.
This year, as everybody knows, there are 2 experience events each year. The next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Get sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. rnrmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any
Oh yeah.
things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was, well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations, and I was so impressed. So 4 associations, some history here, 4 associations came together, they met, and that birthed the first connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the Connections events, but then they switched and it became the Experience with Meetings and Events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time. A set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top and 2 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the Flood House. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
When was that? When was the first Flood House?
Where was the first Flood House? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay, because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that.
It's
place.
a lot.
We were there once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesars Forum, as we will be in September. I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September?
September 4th to the 6th, the day after
4 to
Labor
6,
Day.
and it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But there's been a flood house at every one of those events in Vegas, starting with the Hilton, at least, and we've had it ever since. And then even the pavilions have increased in size. We've
Mhm.
had vendors like Phoenix and Normie building their things. Clean Right in the center field of the trade show would do some hands-on. So, you know, everyone wants hands-on. Well, come to the show.
Yeah.
You're going to get plenty.
That's
Well,
the
that's-
experience. That's the
Yeah, that's-
experience.
Well,
That's
you know what?
been-
I'm going to step back. I hope you don't mind me dominating here for a second.
No,
You
please do.
you asked about a memorable time that it all of a sudden clicked. It was really interesting. In fact, I sent you a few files of the history of the event. At the Hilton, up on the 28th floor, there were three, I mean, huge rooms. They were the best rooms in the hotel, and we didn't. I interviewed the Hilton staff to find out if they had some problems with their carpets that could be fixed.
Mm.
So they sent me a bunch, and we actually took a crew of people during the event, went up and did live repairs on their carpet. And I had people who have never touched the tools before doing these repairs, sweating bullets. But I told them, no matter what you do, I can undo it and fix it. So I'm not worried about that. But the Hilton got a couple $1,000s worth of free repairs by allowing us to use their facility live. And we did that also in Clearwater Beach and a bunch of places where they were getting free repairs, free carpet cleaning and things, getting people to actually do their trade in the building, surrounded by experts in the field to kind of give them some hints or tricks of the trade to solve some problems. So that was
is
really fun.
amazing.
That was
It
really
is
fun.
amazing.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Off camera, before we started, you were telling me a story about Clearwater also about, and we were discussing how it was just everybody loved going there, but we just got too big. And
Yeah.
but you said something about when the flood was going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Oh, Clearwater Beach, Florida. Everybody loved the white sand and the camaraderie ship. And isn't it great that a show outgrows the venue? But every single year, we knew that at some time during the event, we were going to have a water damage in the trade show because Florida, obviously, towels required 24/7,
Yeah.
but you always had rain in the early afternoon, late afternoon, and we would have a crew every year have to dry out a portion of the trade show, which was in the garage below the hotel, and it would flood out annually. So we already, by the second time it happened, we already lined up, okay, you're going to supply the air movers, you're bringing the truck. But we had a crew ready to go.
Yeah, if only there were people that knew how to dry and clean and restore here. Oh wait, everybody.
You might think there'd be a few,
Perfect.
but go figure. You know, we're going to teach about this, and we got live activity with it.
Yeah.
But you know, the sign of a good show is when things go on in the background that aren't planned for, but the participants never know about it. So you're hearing about it now because we never let people know that the place got water damage. You had a crew down there drying it up overnight and things like this, but because that happens in shows. And R&R, you guys are going to do awesome. Look, little tidbits of things are going to come up and you just deal with them. You move on and you always have a smile on your face.
No, we appreciate that, Barry.
Yeah,
So
thank you,
much.
Barry. We went into this whole situation. It's been about a year now since we've been working with the Coopers and now our own. And with our team, we instruct everybody. We don't even know close to everything. In fact, let's learn everything we can as long as we can and keep learning. And that's not just an experience thing. That's in life, right?
You know what? You never stop learning. The moment you do,
Right.
you should be 6 feet under.
Yeah.
And but
Exactly.
you know what's exciting about this, Mike and Mildred, is that Larry, Trina, Jennifer, Jill, the whole staff, they were a phenomenal group, a phenomenal team, fun friends. They're more my family than sometimes my family.
Yeah.
And we absolutely enjoyed working together. But, you know, Ralph Bloss said, change is inevitable, growth is optional. And I think Walt Disney was quoted as saying the same thing. Of course, I'll give Ralph credit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but bottom line, folks, now that R&R has the show, I can't wait to see what's going to come now. I mean, new ideas, expansion of what R&R brings to the show. the sky's like the limit of how this can evolve into something that, like every year, kept evolving to get better and better and better. I think the Coopers simply handed the baton to you and said, keep it going, baby, because we worked hard to bring it to here, and no one wants to see their baby fall apart.
Fail.
Even in business, when you sell your company, you don't want to see it to go in the hole. You want to see it grow. And that's why I'm here helping. Sean's helping. A lot of the people that have helped the Coopers are here helping because it's about the show.
Yeah.
We loved working with our friends, but it's about the show. It's about giving back to the industry, which is the first statement you said about giving back. So let's keep this puppy rolling, and I can't wait to see the ideas you guys come up with.
We're doing our best. It's definitely, we're walking a tightrope on. We want some new ideas. We definitely want to continue with the great traditions that were given to us too. And
that's right.
And then that's okay. And that's why, as you mentioned, every year was new ideas coming from the Coopers and whatnot. We're going to try things like that as well. But
yeah,
you'll see floods. You'll see cleaning areas. We'll see the whole. Trust me. Like I remember talking to Normie last year on the floor, and people are like, "Oh, they're going to change the name." They're like, no, come on, we're not going to do any of that.
No,
we're just going to take what's working and go. Let me ask you something, Barry. It's been ingrained into me for last year that hands-on is the key to this, and that's the one thing that differentiates the experience from everything else. What are other reasons that you would know that people would be, in addition to that people need to get to experience events, either of them?
Well, you know what? It's actually great that you asked that, because when you look back at the days of the Riviera, the first shows, it was mainly about cleaning. And then restoration, especially water, with the writing of S500. In fact, we had a session where we had the consensus body members at the show, and a good 3-hour program reviewing the new standard. And people in the audience could ask questions to the actual writers of why it says what it says, blah, 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 blah. And the doors were wide open. Well, at that point, the show then expanded from cleaning to add a lot of restoration. And then it kept adding more and more and more until Larry came up with the tracks of management, cleaning, restoration, remediation. Jeff Jones comes in. Abra came in before Jeff many years ago to do a biohazard situation, but Jeff came in and just wowed everyone with a Microbial Warrior presentation. And then we tried the cage. And it sounds like the cage.
Yeah, not familiar. We need to hear about this.
In this cage, we had like a 3-ring circus, a center area, like a circus, outside areas, and there were multiple activities going on at the same time. Then we added contests to it. So yeah, the continual evolution, but hands-on is what everyone wants to have. And what R&R is going to be able to bring, I believe, is you're connected with many more industries outside of cleaning, restoration. You're connected with the installation community. You're connected in so many venues that, and a lot of us, like I said, I grew up installing carpet, not cleaning it. We started cleaning in 1970. So what I think R&R is going to be able to do, like Larry and Trina were doing, and Jennifer, expanding the tracks, is you're going to theoretically be able to continue to expand the tracks as to what is hot in the industry right now. Case in point, World Floor Covering Association and CFI. Their number one challenge is getting people to become carpet installers, flooring installers. You can make all the greatest materials in the world, but if you don't have a workforce to install it, what good is making it? So CFI, I just noticed again, they've got for 100 people, they're putting out they're giving people tuition to training for the first 100 people. So that's an example. And you guys with your magazine, you're so connected with so many groups and people. Larry's big thing was he always wanted to keep expanding the science, expanding the knowledge, and look at the opportunities R&R has right now with the connections you have with people that have never been to the experience. So it's always nice to have new speakers, new concepts, new thoughts. And that's why I'm so excited about the baton being handed to you guys, that it's going to be successful. It can't fail. With that positive energy and the outreach you have, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
That's
we
great.
won't let it.
You know, it's all year long. Mildred and I have been talking, and we've been talking to our coworkers and the industry about, we got to find a way to usher in the next generation. And every time I start talking about that, I feel like some of our veteran people give me, "What do you mean?" And I have to pull out my AARP card. I go, "No, I don't need to be what I'm saying we need to be the mentor to the next generation. Bring them in.
Sure.
And I talked to Jeff Jones and some other people who speak almost every time about our experiences, and said maybe we'll wait till Las Vegas. Let's get a couple new people, and there's new ideas and new things in here, and I want to make sure they're not offended, and they get it completely. We need them around, like you and me and Jeff and all those people.
Well, like you said, the constant expansion. Normie brought in a Spanish track for those that Espanol is their primary language. And you're absolutely correct, Michael. We have new people come in that aren't seasoned veterans in the industry. This show to them is one huge, I'm lost. It's kind of like surface. I'm lost. There's so many things going on. So some guidance for them to say, hey, welcome into the industry. We recommend you do this. If you've never done this work, we've got from the basics to the most seasoned veterans activities going on. And where do you fit? And maybe a mentor program where you have people that'll tag along with these people to get them introduced to other people out there. I mean, it goes with the name, connections initially, and what an experience. And we want that to always be a positive, formidable experience for people.
That's wonderful. Mildred, any questions?
No, definitely not.
On the spot?
No questions. No questions. I've already asked a couple of questions that I had.
April 3rd.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. April 3rd to the 5th. And April 3rd to the 5th, Chattanooga Convention Center, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Spell out randrmagonline.com. It's our website. I wish I could change that, but that's okay. That's our URL.
That's it.
That's okay. We'll have links and we'll go to it. So early bird rates until the 1st of January. This is great. Barry will be there. Mildred will be there. I'll be there. We're all going to be there. Why don't you? What's keeping you from coming? We're going to have a good time. I think that we're doing as a. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, listen, I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it at all. It should be a great time. And for everyone listening to this podcast, unless you've been involved at this level of organizing an event like this, you have no clue the energy and work that goes in. So it's exciting to work with this new family that I'm with right now. The Coopers, I want to be a Cooper because they brought all their grandkids to Annie, and that had to cost an arm and a leg. But you know what? I love Larry and Trina. Larry's like my brother, and it's so nice because look, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. His focus right now is on his kids, his grandkids, where it should be. And they're still active. They've got a new venture they're opening up with wellness and health. And it's only going to succeed for them as well, just like this baton is going to succeed with R&R. So thanks for allowing me to play with you guys in the event. Hopefully I bring a little seasoning of experience that I can, hey, that's a great idea. No, we already did that. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah,
you know what? It might work this time.
I've told you 100 times, we need your brain, Barry, badly. It's like a scarecrow occasionally over here. But I got a trick question I'll leave you with. This is a hard one for somebody of your stature, but do you have a favorite experience moment that you can think of? What, that was quite funny or whatever? I'll never forget that. I know. I should have warned you about that.
Well, you know what? I have to be selfish for once in my life, okay? Because Clean Facts did an article and asked 4 questions, and it was all about giving. But I'm going to take the moment to receive at this moment. I think the biggest moment for me, we had just lost our daughter to cancer, Kim, back in the year 2000. And in the background, there was so much activity going on with not only the staff, but the convention itself, the vendors, friends, colleagues, we raised $28,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society during that event. And my heart was so touched. And I put together a PowerPoint presentation for my daughter's funeral. And they allowed me to actually present it at the experience. And I started crying. I just told everybody, you're my family. You're my family. And so with Chattanooga and Vegas, hey, I want to see my family because none of us know when it's going to be our turn next. So wouldn't it be a shame that we missed that opportunity to be together again and tell people I love you, tell people let's support each other, let's make a difference in the world. And as my daughter would say, her 5th life lesson, touch as many lives as you can. And when she said those words, she was staring at her dad. So she basically told me what my purpose of being on the earth is. And I appreciate you allowing me to share this because this is how open I try to be with everyone. And if it's positive, I hope it rubs off. If it's negative, then I'm so sorry because it is what it is. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. And but I really, really want things to go so positive for everybody. And together we have so much more power. So I'll see you all in Tennessee and Vegas. Let's party hard and let's work hard.
Yeah, you have my word. That's what we're going to do. And thank you for sharing that with all of us, Barry. Really, just being around you, you exude positivity and optimism, and so I'm glad you took the time to join us today and be a part of the show, being part of the events in general. It's just a huge, really, really thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's episode 2 is in the can, as they say in the industry. Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. I'm Mike Balzano, Mildred Ingram, and our guest, Barry Costa. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his, I guess, designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had entered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations. where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Sapert, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bit of things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took. And I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean,
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto, and he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You asked very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that, all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
Yeah.
Thanks to organizations like Normie and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go
Thank
into
It's-
another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
That's okay.
that's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's pivotal course in my opinion. It is a
good course. It's a very good course. I've
Yes.
seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ICRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of you. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also a certified water law specialist, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're gonna do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences an arch where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. you're handling the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that, that is like normally that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, he teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina. And I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. And it makes sense. Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And,
Well-
and they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence, because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. You know, he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
But listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the
oh,
Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor
I
or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
And hello, everybody. We are back again at the Experience Trade Show in Tennessee. And I am sitting here with Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA and all of their magazine publications.
Correct, Lance. We have 3 media brands: ISSA Today magazine for our members, cleaning and maintenance management for facility cleaning and building service contracting professionals, and CleanFacts for on-location floor cleaning and restoration, which is exactly what this trade show is all about.
Well, I know CleanFacts because that's something we encourage all the students and everything that go to our classes to sign up for. And I believe it's a free publication for them.
It is a free publication to qualified or industry professionals. And I do get those subscription forms from you guys. So thank you for that. It seems like there's a lot of Normie members that want to receive educational content.
Well, you know, we teach about the remediation industry as far as assessment and remediation, but the whole cleaning side is all part of it, the sanitization. So it's a natural fit.
It is. So CleanFacts is a dual publication in a way. We service those that are involved in the cleaning industry, that side of it, and the other half is restoration. So, and they both cross borders, right? A lot of cleaning companies do restoration companies do cleaning. Almost every time I talk to a restoration company, it seems like they came from a cleaning background.
You might need to keep the mic up because everybody
It's loud here.
decided to talk now.
That's okay. Pay attention to this one, everyone. This is the one.
That's absolutely everybody. Yeah. Normie Booth right here. We're good. And we got CleanFacts with us, Jeff Cross. I mean, this is it. And you know, the funny part is I do interviews of you, and then different times of year, you're interviewing me.
Yeah. I mean, we're all interesting people, Lance, right?
Is that what that is?
It is. It is. This industry is great. Everyone you talk to has a story to tell, a unique experience to share. So yeah, and that's what I like about coming to these things. I've never missed an experience event or a connections, which is what it was before. And every time I come, it's about the networking, the talking to people, seeing old friends, catching up, and doing interviews at the Normie booth. That's the highlight of my
That's
visit.
it. Yeah. Well, we've only been doing that for a few years, so I don't know what you did all the other years. You
This is
can't-
my second one. I know that,
Yes, it is.
at least.
Yeah, but you know, you mentioned about the people that come to this show. This is a different group of people that come to this show. These people they're like really passionate about this industry, and they come because they want to see the new stuff. They want to touch it and play with it. And that's what the experience is about.
True. I agree with that. And I think everyone here is special. They come for the equipment. They come for what the exhibitors have to offer. But again, to default back to one thing I value is the networking. You know, you never see someone really sitting off by themselves, bored. They're
Yes.
talking to people, they're hanging out, there's the meals, there's the dinners afterwards. So it's just a good experience, as what it's called.
And it was an appropriate name. But ISSA has a show also coming up, don't they?
We do every November. It's in Vegas the last few years. I think we're going to keep it in Vegas for a while. Everyone loves to go to Vegas. So it's a big trade show. 15, 16, 17,000 people come to it. Every year is a little bit different, but it caters to everyone in the cleaning industry. And we get people from all around the world who fly in for that. So it's a heavy lift to put that on. Informa is our partner in that, but it's the ISSA show. ISSAshow.com is the website for that. So anyone wants to come to that, you'll be definitely impressed with everything that is going on at the ISSA show.
Well, I've been to quite a few of
Yes.
them, and they are impressive. Just the size alone, and the activity that goes on there. And again, it's about meeting people.
Mhm.
You know, all of these different shows, you know, whether they're really crowded or not, you only need that one person to meet to change the complexion of your business.
Exactly. I've talked to a few people at this show and at ISSA show as well. And I asked them what makes it worth coming to a trade show as an exhibitor. And they find that they're going to talk, they're going to have quality conversations. They're going to land some clients. They're not going to have all those touch points they might have with phone call marketing. They're going to talk to them. They're going to have business made right there. And that's the value. So you might not land a whole bunch of clients. Maybe you will, but you're going to get some really good ones that matter.
You know, I found from all the years that I've been going to these types of shows, the people that almost look a little disappointed are the ones that take a booth and think it's a home show. They're here to sell their wares. And that's, I mean, people will buy stuff here, but that's not really the purpose of these shows.
No, it's about networking and making those connections. Yeah, if you stand back in your booth and you have stuff sitting out there, I mean, there's value to that, but you need to engage and have those conversations. Bring them into your booth, have them sit down, have those conversations that lead to the business that you want. Doesn't happen right there. You know, you've made that connection. There's a follow-up.
You know, in front of our booth, you can't see it. There's a bunch of tables where they have set out. So when they bring food out, people have a place to sit and talk and eat. And that's the part where you sit down and somebody says, is this chair taking? No, sit down. And you're there for an hour talking because now you found something in common, how your business works with theirs. And that's, to me, the value of this.
Agreed. I've never walked up to a table where there's a bunch of people and there's one seat where you weren't welcome to join. And they might all be together, one in company or a family business. But, you know, it's a family in itself. An industry can be fragmented or it can be together and as a family. And that's how I think the cleaning and restoration industries are. They're family. Everyone is in it together. You do meet some who are direct competitors with each other,
Right.
but I don't see any problem with that. I think everyone here agrees with that. There's plenty of work to go around. We can help each other and we can help the industry.
Absolutely. So if somebody wanted to get in touch with your magazine or get a copy, where would they go?
So the best, easiest way is go to issa.com/media. That will lead you to everything we do in media. Our magazines, our webinars, we do video productions, have a program called Straight Talk, Take 5 with Clean Facts. So everything is in that portal, issa.com/media. Or if you want to go to CleanFacts, it's cleanfacts.com. That's the publication specifically for this industry. But all of our brands fit a place in every business when you think about all the things that we do in the cleaning industry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know you've been doing some interviews walking around here. I just saw you shooting an interview while I was watching you before you came over here to do your interview. So
we're all busy.
Yes,
It's
we
good.
are.
It's good.
Yes, we are. I thank you, sir.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to seeing you at the next show.
All right. We'll see you there.
Take care.
I want to welcome my guest speaker today, Marvelous Mark. And I'm going to leave it short just like that because Marvelous Mark is really not just a name, it's a description. And I really think that's the easiest way to describe him. He is a best-selling author. He's a motivational speaker. He's a team builder. He energizes teams. He energizes companies and people. I've seen him at some large trade shows speaking, and it just takes the entire level of activity higher. As you can see, or you won't see until he comes on the screen momentarily, he's just sitting there with drumsticks ready to go. So Mark, come on in, say hi.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and in case I don't see you, good night.
Well, Thank you. And just a reminder that the way that we do this is when someone is talking, they're the actual entire screen.
Okay.
So just kind of
Yeah, I saw that on the program. So
just jumping back and forth with that. So I kind of gave you the buildup of what you do, but it doesn't really explain what you do. I don't know if you can kind of get into that, and then we'll go from there.
well, that's interesting that you say that, because that's been a challenge most of my career, because I've tried to run my business by one of the groups that I speak about, which of course is KISS. And the KISS question in my presentation is, what are you willing to do that others are not? Well, KISS was willing to put on makeup, spandex, and get a tongue implant. So the rumor has it. And they just wanted to kind of create a disruption and set themselves apart. So what happened was they wound up setting themselves so far apart that you couldn't help but remember them. And they actually were in a league of their own for many, many years before people started seeing that, hey, the clown makeup rock stars really were scaling their business. They weren't just music giants, they were business giants. So that's really, in a nutshell, what I try to teach businesses, whether they're entrepreneurs, small or large, is, what's your disruptor, what's your KISS, how you can set yourself apart. Hence the name Marvel Less, because less can give you more when you start scaling back of all the business in your business.
Well, it's interesting that you describe their business model that way, because we've talked in the past about a book that we recommended called Blue Ocean Strategies. And it's a heavy read. There's no question about it. It's very detailed, but it basically teaches companies how to set themselves apart. Don't fight the competition. Don't get caught in that race to zero pricing. Be out there, be the individual like you're talking about.
No, you're right. And I love that book. I've read it a couple times, and it's so true. And you can use that comparison to anything. And I think, a lot of times, when we were talking in business today, how we're sometimes too busy being busy, we don't have time to go for the deep sea fishing. So many businesses chase each other's clients, or we're all going after the same piece of business. We're all bidding and, sending out RFPs a lot of times, unless we have our, loyal client base. But when we're trying to generate new business, what's going to set yourself apart? Are you fishing in the shallow water, or are you going to go for that one big fish, that one big account that will be loyal to for you for the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, we have a very niche market with what we do, and we deal with everything under the umbrella of indoor air quality. And basically, it's all about the market being just people that breathe. So it kind of narrows it down to everybody. And that's kind of what our membership base is, which consists of sole proprietors, mom and pop type operations, up to very large corporations and franchises and licensees, companies, and things like that. So for you to talk to this group, I don't know if you could find a common ground that fits across all of that span, or do you need to address it separately?
No, what I want to talk about today is some heavy duty psychology on using the 80-20 principle, or the 80-20 rule in your business, because I've found, whether I'm talking to people like myself that's been an entrepreneur since about 1985 and a small business owner, usually anywhere from 2 to 8 employees, to the people that I speak to that are large corporations that have thousands of employees and their sales teams or their business development teams. We really need to spend more time in that blue ocean where the big fish are on that 20%, and we have to strip back that 80% to find that 20%. And that's a couple of things that I want to share with today.
Well, why don't we get started? And I'll turn it over to you. I think you wanted to share your screen there for a moment or two.
Yeah, I will in just a second. The first thing, I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of the basic principle of the 80-20 rule, which is 80% of your results come from 20% of what you do. So many of us are working in that 80% area, which I'll show a little graph a little bit earlier on what that means. But what does it look like, and how do we get to a position where we have that confidence and courage to get to that 20%? Because really getting to that 20% is letting go, or as I call it, since I'm from Las Vegas, how to be a stripper in your business without taking your clothes off. And that's really taking away, stripping away everything that's not, really going to drive what your business is. But the first thing that you want to do in your business for yourself, and this is going to take some time. So it's going to, whenever you have planning time, you're going to have to actually go a little deep with yourself. And that is clarifying what I call your future rock star self is. Who do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years, or where do you want your business to be in the next 3 to 5 years? Because so many of us have a hard time looking, especially in today's world with labor shortage and all of those challenges and supply chain shortages, we have a hard time looking 10 days or 10 weeks into the future without, going 10 months or 3 to 5 years into the future. So I call it the stage. The first stage that I challenge your audience to do is to take a few minutes sometime, turn off the phone, turn off your dings, find a private place, and really write out who you are in the future. Who's your future rock star self? Where do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years? And that's going to take sometimes looking back of where you were and how you reframe your past and defining your future rock star self, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does. And I'm going to ask you as we go through this today to think about how you can help motivate some of our people, because we talk to the people that we train, our students, our members, all the time about planning for the future. And it gets as granular as somebody will have an assessment coming up and they'll order a dozen swabs to then go out and do the assessment. I mean, they cost $1 or $2 a piece. I mean, come on, guys, you're in this business. Have the tools that you need. Think down the road, you're going to get another job. And we have that extreme all the way up to people that just buy in tons of stuff and they're prepared. So it's everything in between that we're dealing with. So we need to motivate those people that don't think ahead like that.
Well, and one of the problems is, and this leads to my next statement, is that a lot of people really don't know how or why they need to look into the future, because we've been taught for years in the industrial age that, you set a goal and then you work towards that goal, or you set a goal that you think you can easily achieve, and then you work towards that goal. And then when you achieve it, you give yourself a pat on the back. But the real question is, if you remember the movie The Jerk and Steve Martin, he talked about his special purpose. My question for your audience is, what is your special purpose? What is the 1 or 2 things that you love to do and that you do best, better than anybody else? And I'll tag on to that by saying, don't confuse purpose with passion, because a lot of us are passionate about certain things. You may be passionate about, getting clean water to everyone in Africa, but is that going to scale your business? Is that going to pay your bills? Is that going to support your family? For me, my purpose is, getting on and rocking as many stages as possible. And that's pretty much what I've done my whole life. That's what I love to do. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at connecting and energizing audiences. And I recently put on my vision board, I will never retire. I will die on stage. Because people ask, all the time, why are the Rolling Stones still touring? They don't need the money. You're right. They don't need the money. But if they stopped, they would die. That's all they've ever done. That's what they love to do. They've been on planes. They've been in buses. They go from city to city. That's their special purpose. And the special purpose is that 1 or 2 things that you, as a business owner or as an employee, that you do really, really well. And if you focused on that, if you put like 80 to 100% on that 1 or 2 things, how would it take your business or yourself to a volume 11? I call it the V11 mindset. You know, how can you raise the volume on your life?
So that's step one. Where do they go from there?
All right. Step 2. Is letting go. All right. And this is the hard part. This is the Disney part. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I got a nice visual on this. This is kind of the, there we go. So this is kind of my version or graph of the 80-20 rule, which I was talking about in the beginning. So most of us are in cover band, what I call cover band mindset. We keep doing what we've always done, or we keep 80% of what we've done most of the time. So you see that I've, put some ideas over there. So 80% of what you're doing is your current self or your past self. We're doing the same things. It's linear growth. It's more of what you're doing. When you play in the 80% area, it's non-transformational. It's lesser goals. It's easy to achieve goals. It's spreading yourself thin because 80%, you're busy being busy again. It's your comfort zone. It's where you feel safe and security. And then it's basically the same stage that you had 5 or 6 years ago. You can turn up your volume probably 2 times and by just keep doing what you're always doing. But the path to your big unreasonable dream or your special purpose, that's going to lie in that 20% area that you see on the screen. And that 80%, that's what you're going to have to learn to let go of, because I say what got you here won't get you there. The same level of action, the same level of knowledge, the same employees, the same skill levels. It's not going to take your business from here to here. Now, if you're happy with what you're doing and the volume and the business and the dollars and your level of service, if you're happy with that, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But for those that really want to scale their business because you're tapped out right now, your bandwidth is pretty much at its wit's end. So what are you going to be able to, as I said earlier, strip away of this 80%? What can you strip away and only leave the 20?
It sounds to me very much like what we refer to as growing pains.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And people avoid the growing pains usually.
And the reason they do that is because they want to stay comfortable. One of my favorite quotes, I think it was from Jim Rohn or Jim Collins, you're the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most, or that's your comfort zone. Well, to go to 20%, to scale your business and go to that 20%, you're probably going to have to find new band members. And what the cool thing is about it, if you're smart, is that you can take that 80% that you may not want to let go of, and you can hire new people to take care of that. A great example was back in the 90s. I was one of the highest paid wedding DJs back in South Florida, and in the mid 90s, I was making more than anybody else. And I got hooked up with an agent, and we decided to put together this big international touring show. Well, I was doing like anywhere from 20 to 25 gigs a month. And I loved it, but I was always tired and I was always tapped out. So my philosophy was, I can triple my price, do this national touring show. And if I lose half of my business, even if I lose 2/3 of my business, I'm still going to have the same amount of money coming in. Well, what happened was that when I let go of my old self and went to my new future rock star self, I went to a whole different level of clients and budgets. And I was almost as busy at triple the price as I was at my lower price. But what I did was I hired a local DJ guy and took him in as a partner, and he took care of all my old business and was just paying me 10%. So I was still getting residuals as I was exploding into a new growth, that new 20%. So I hope that makes sense to your audience. You got to strip away, you got to let go of that 80% and figure out where the 20% is. And then eventually, here's the cool part. Eventually that 20% will become your new 80. You know, a couple of years down the road, you're going to master that 20%, and then you'll have to strip that away. And you can see over the next 3, 5, 10 years, who knows where your business will be.
But you know, we use another term, we call it verge. We're always on the verge of moving into the next level, you know, and you get to where you anticipated being, and now you're pushing beyond that. And you look in the rearview mirror and see the verges behind you, and now you're into all of this new territory again, and you're relearning all this new stuff again, but you're getting bigger.
Right, and I think that's brilliant. I love that term. I'm actually going to research that a little bit and see if I can put a little rock star spin on that. But here's another area where a lot of us as entrepreneurs and business owners fall short. We're not really 100% committed. You know, if you're really going to try to scale your business, you really have to go all in. 98% is not 100%. 100% commitment is actually easier than 98%, because there's a great quote from Robert DeBraw who says, "We are kept from our goals not by obstacles, but a clear path to a lesser goal." So if that makes sense, like when we're 100% committed to, you know, whatever our future rock star self is, or whatever our future rock star business is, then that means that there are less ways to get there. It's called pathways thinking. There are less pathways for you to get there. And it actually becomes easier, and you actually start saving time or gaining at rapid growth, because 80%, doing 80% of what you've already done, you already know how to do that. You're doing maybe 5, 10, 15 different things. But when you commit to that 20% or a high level, that kicks in the pathway thinking, and there's less things that are going to make you scale or make your business scale to that area. And then it actually becomes easier.
Well, I don't want to derail you from what you're talking about now, but just what you're talking about and looking at the 80-20% brings up something that I've experienced from being in the government arena for so many years. And I see a lot of it in private industry, where you're seeing 80% of the work being done by 20% of your workers. How do you change that? How do you motivate that percentage that is not doing the workload like the other top performers?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. And that's funny that you say that, because that's something that comes up a lot. You know, personally, my opinion is you take that 20% and you invest more training and pay them more and give them better benefits than the 80%, because that's going to fuel them and give them more incentive to stick around. It's going to make them think better. It's going to make them scale what they're doing, because that 20% has a way, you know, they have an ethic and they have a vision on how they're doing things. And now they can take that 20%, turn it into the 80%, and then strip that away. And then you would probably promote them. There's a phrase called, are you a manager or a maker? You know, a lot of your 80% people are going to be managers. And as business owners, you know, you don't want to be a manager. Hire someone to be a manager. You want to be the maker. You're the one that has that special purpose. You know the vision, you know the goal. You know, when you're working towards that 20%, the question is, what is the most important thing that you could accomplish right now that would give you a clear path to that goal or to that future self? If you had to take the time to figure out, what is one thing that if I put all of my energy, or if I took the 20% of my rock stars and we all focused on that one thing, how would that explode our business? And what would that one thing be? So I think once the other 80% of the employees see how the rock stars are being treated, some of them are probably going to get disgruntled and quit. Good, bye-bye. You know, we don't want you in our band anyway. And some of them, I think, are going to maybe how can I get some of that action? How can I get that raise? How can I get in the elite group, or the you're going from garage band to name act or Lollapalooza band, main stage band. And I think you'll be able to nurture and train some of those lesser gold employees and get them into the 20% with the rock stars. And I would even set up a mentor program, have them take someone that they feel will be, the more 20%ers you have, the faster and exponential growth your business is going to have.
That 20% is really, I would classify as your people. And one of the biggest things I've seen is to motivate them is to take care of your people, exactly what you're saying. And then you'll see the other people come along. I want to be part of that. I want to be on that team. And you do team building. You talk all about that. And that's really, people want to belong. They want to be on the team. They want to be going forward. They want to be involved.
Yeah, and having play at work, I've got a few articles on my blog and on my LinkedIn about how important play is in the workplace, and being transparent with your bud. You don't want to keep your bud, or you don't want to keep your special purpose to yourself. You want to make sure that everybody knows what it is. And hopefully, especially the 20%, they're going to buy into it as much or greater than you. And they feel like they're part of something greater. They begin to feel like it's their company and it's their purpose. And those are the ones that are not going to be able to leave or want to leave. Those are the ones that are going to be loyal to your organization, because now it's like their band. I'm not just a player in the band, it's my band. And I spoke to a company last year in Cleveland. It was a franchisee company called USA Insulation. And their employees are blowing in insulation. They're in 130-degree attics, crawling around in itchy material, the drill. And this one franchisee out of Austin, Texas, told me they had a waiting line of people wanting to come to work for them because of the culture that they created. They treated their people well. They got to know their families. They would have picnics. They would open their vision. They were really flexible on time off if they had kids, doing activities at school. And when I thought about that, I was just blown away. Like everybody else almost in that meeting were suffering from a labor shortage. And here these guys figured it out. Take care of your people and be flexible with their work schedule. And you're going to have people that want to come to work for you. So they're actually waiting to grow their business because they have people that want to work for them so bad.
If you go back and you look at the humanistic studies of how people act, the behaviors of groups of people want to belong. They really do. I mean, even on the negative side of people joining gangs and stuff like that, they don't have family lives or whatever their situation is. They're looking to belong, be accepted, be part of a group. And that's really what this is. You want your employees to feel engaged. At least what you're talking about lines up with the philosophies that we try to go by. You can't be the only one with the great ideas. There's other people with a lot of talent out there that usually work for you.
Right. And that brings up two points. One is purpose trumps knowledge, every day of the week. I love that you brought that up, because it's so true. You want your people to have the same goal and vision. You want them to see the greater good of what, your business does for the general public and other businesses, because it's amazing work that your viewers do and what their companies do, and keeping them happy and engaged, and doing some sort of teamwork is just one way towards doing that. And actually, this company, this USA Insulation company, also would do one-on-ones with them, like, come to us if you have something going on in your life. Don't hold it in. There's the mental health buzz, going on in today's workplace. And we as business owners, we as managers, or we as makers, that's part of our responsibility now. Back in the old school days, when the boomers were running everything, it was just like, show up, do your work, or get out, but now it's not that way. We have to be more compassionate. We have to be more flexible in our management skills and our level of compassion for our people, if you want to keep them.
So what would step 3 be if we've gotten to that point?
Yeah, step 3 is what I call find the bottleneck, or identify and find the bottleneck. There's a thing. That's one thing I didn't figure out. How do I get this to advance?
Just click on the screen.
Man, you are so smart.
Thank you for calling Normie Support.
Yeah. And it's a real person that I'm talking to.
Yeah.
So stage 3, I call is identify and find the bottleneck. And I say bottleneck is because most rock stars are very familiar with a bottleneck, but it's originally called the theory of constraints. So on one side, that's where most of us play. You know, we're in cover band mode. That's 80% of what we're doing. And we're being busy, you know, our business is doing okay, but man, we're stressed out, we're tired, we got people coming and going all the time. It just seems like we can never get caught up. And on the other side, that's where we want to be. And that's, you know, in name, act mode. That's our future rock star self. That's where I was saying, who do you want to be? What goals do you want to achieve in the next 3 to 5 years? Well, almost every goal, every goal and almost every business has a bottleneck. There's something keeping us going from cover band to name act. It's almost like a kink in a garden hose. You can have a kink in a garden hose and you can keep cranking up the pressure on the one side and it doesn't matter. It's still going to be dripping out on the other side. And that's the same way with finding the bottleneck in your business. You know,
How do you find that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of different ways. First is, like you said, talk to your employees. They're the ones that are out in the field. They're the ones that, you know, are having interactions with the customers. They're seeing what's going on. So, you know, that's the first thing that I would do would be, you know, talk to them. What's keeping us from growing, or what challenges, what can we do as a company? What can I do as your boss, your manager, to make your job easier, or to get the job done faster or better or more efficiently? Could be technology. Maybe we should invest in some new software and new technology, or maybe, you know, you're running with old gear and old equipment or old products, and we need to upgrade and try some new things. But it doesn't matter how much energy your whole band, you can have your whole band over there on the left side, but pushing, but it's not going to get through to the end game on the other side until you find the bottleneck. Now, here's the fun part. If you can't find the bottleneck, then guess what? You're probably the bottleneck. So we're stuck in our old ways of thinking. We don't want to change, or we don't want to take a risk, because for some of us, you know, hiring new people when we think we can't afford it to take care of that 80% so we can scale on the 20 is scary. You know, there again, and that old graph, the 80% is fear. It's scary. It's your comfort zone, but you can't afford not to. You know, figure out a way, where can you cut costs, or where can you get a loan or something to hire that extra person or two so that you can let go. And then as an individual, if you're the bottleneck, then that's, you know, you've got a fixed mindset, or you don't have a growth mindset. So look in the mirror. Am I the bottleneck? You know, am I keeping my company from growing because I don't want to change, or I want to keep doing things the same way, or I don't want to invest in my people? Let them leave. I'll just hire somebody else. And then you just keep going on with the same problems over and over again.
You know, we deal with a lot of people that have been in the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry for 20, 30 plus years. And they'll come to our classes, and, you know, you can see when they're sitting down, they almost kind of have the chip on the shoulder. I've been doing this forever. I've seen it all. I know everything. and we're doing it the way we did when we started. And, you think about it and you go, so you're still using a telephone that plugs into the wall, right? Oh, no, we have cell phone. Well, you've changed. Things have changed over 20 years or 30 years. You are doing things newer now. There's more concepts. And usually by the time we've gotten to the first day of one of our classes, their response is, I have actually learned how much I don't know. They haven't learned what they need to know, but they've learned what they don't know. And that's a good start.
No, I love that mindset because I think it's Brian Tracy said, you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. If you are, you want to find a new room, and the fact that, instead of trying to defend your decisions, why not ask an opinion? I was listening to something this morning and I thought, oh, I got to share this, instead of trying to prove why you're right or why you're doing it the right way. And a lot of times, at the trade shows, I've seen, very smart people up on that stage, but they keep trying to defend their way. They keep on trying to say, this is the way to do it. This is, if you want to grow your business, if you want to get XYZ, this is what you got to do, rather than asking an opinion. Well, what do you think? This is what I do. And what I'm sharing with you now is just what's worked for me for the last 2 years. I've done a V11 in the last year and a half. I mean, I started applying these principles, and coming out of the pandemic, my business has exploded. So I'm getting ready to take the year and a half, 20%, which is now my 80, and getting ready to strip away and find the new 20% to go to the next level. So that's a great point. I love that.
So we have, like I said, a lot of very small companies and a lot of large companies. The smaller companies, it's much, much easier to pivot, to change your direction, to come up with new concepts. But you get some of these larger companies and organizations, it's like trying to turn an aircraft carrier. It's eventually going to get there, but you're, 20, 30 miles down the road or, across the ocean. How do you talk to them and say, find these bottlenecks, and how do you change direction?
Well, I think, the one thing that larger companies do have, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, is, their teams, their board of directors, or, their masterminds, so to speak. And I think, first, there again, it goes back to these 3 stages. That large company, just like the small company, they got to be crystal clear and 100%, not 98% committed of where they're going in the next 3 to 5 years. So you have to really, really spend some time on that first stage and defining your special purpose, defining who you are or where you want to take your business. So, if you don't know where you're going, you better be careful, because you might end up somewhere else. So before they even need to think about turning the aircraft or turning the aircraft carrier, on that big, wide, slow turn, you better make sure you know what direction you need to turn it into first. And then once you're clear on that, that's when you get together with your teams. And sometimes it's good to bring in outside sources, depending on how the company structure is and the level of secrecy or what they're willing to share and not share. But then you have a better opportunity of finding out what the bottleneck is. And then, you see that 80%, take the 80% of what you can and just throw it all in and, start turning that wheel, and you'll eventually get there. And that's one advantage to the small business owners listening out there. Remember, that's one advantage that you have over the big players in your industry, is the power of the pivot. You can make decisions faster. It's kind of like the little, I don't know what the name is because I'm not a big Star Wars fans, but I remember, not the stormtroopers, but the good guys. They had their little bitty ships and they could weave in and out of there, and they went into the big mothership and was able to knock out their power and that sort of thing. That's how I see the small business owners. But there's something to say about size. You have more resources, you have more cash flow a lot of times. So you can make bigger jumps and you can take bigger risks. So there's pros and cons to being big and being small.
Okay, well, I mean, you got the constraints that you're talking about, whether it's something you can move out of the way or move out of your own way, you're basically going to have to go forward and push forward. Next step.
Well, that's really the final step. And to kind of bring it all full circle, after you figure out where you want to be, your future rock star self in 3 to 5 years, once you determine or strip away the 80% to find the 20% of what you need to focus your best people on and your best resources on. And doing that, it's probably going to make the bottleneck appear or help you find the bottleneck easier. And once you open up that bottleneck, I say, you just got to remind yourselves of the 4 C's. And these 4 C's come from Dan Sullivan. And the 4 C's of what I call V11 or volume 11 is, first, you have to make the commitment. Whether you're the big business out there listening or the small business owner out there listening, you have to make the commitment and take the time, as I said, to find and define your big unreasonable dream, your goal, or who you want to be in the next 3 to 5. So once you commit, the next C is courage, because it's going to take courage. It's going to take courage to leave the 80 and go for the 20, because the 20 is uncomfortable. The 20 is the unknown. The 20 is things that you don't know yet. You're probably not going to know how to get to your future self, but that's where you have to focus on. It's going to take courage. So when you have that courage and you take that leap of faith to do that, and maybe hire new people to take care of the 20, because that's or take care of the 80, that's courage as well, then that's going to lead to capability or capabilities thinking. Places like Normie, where they can get education, where they can get ideas, because again, what got you here won't get you there. So when you're going to scale 20, there's less options that are going to get you there. So you're going to have to find new capabilities, new pathways to get you there. And then the final thing is confidence. Once you start seeing the results, your confidence is going to build. And then it just goes back to the rock and roll world, step and repeat, step and repeat. Your 20 will soon be your 80. And then you strip that 80 away and find that 20, and you focus everybody on that 20. And then that 20 in a couple of years will become your 80. And then you strip it away, and who knows where you'll be in 3 to 5 years. It's really exciting once you wrap your head around it and really watch it grow. And, full transparency for me, when I was, in trying to absorb or be a sponge for all of this, it took me a good 8 months to be fully committed. I was just trying a little bit at a time. Okay, getting some good feedback. Maybe I'll step out a little bit more in the deeper water. Okay, that's working. And so don't feel that you just have to go all in and spend all this money hiring new people and things like that. You can do it at a little at a time, but the faster you do it, the faster you're going to get there and grow.
So I have to ask you a question on a personal note.
Okay.
What's with the drumsticks?
The drumsticks, that is one of my disruptors or differentiators that I incorporated in my shows back in the late 90s. So as you can see, I use them in my presentation, and they can brand them. So I actually, when I'm speaking on stage, every person in the audience gets a pair of company branded drumsticks, or if it's an association, sometimes sponsors sponsor them. And instead of doing old school applauding like we've done for 2,000 years, we have new AI. We have these drumsticks to keep everybody engaged, keep something in their hands. I call back to them. I ask people, to play along with the music and things like that. Then at the end, I bring it full circle on how we can drum up business, how we can beat the competition, and how your company walks to the beat of a different drummer and set yourself apart. And then I'll divide the audience into a team building activity, and we'll actually build a band, and then imagine 100 to 1,000 people with drumsticks with some great classic rock and roll. And then I kick the mic stand and body surf off the stage.
There you have it. Well, I kind of knew that there was a specific reason for the drumsticks, and to go back to where we started, it helps you separate yourself from everyone else.
There you go.
You know, it's as simple as that. Drumsticks.
And at trade shows, you know, I carry these everywhere. I carry these to restaurants. My wife gets mad at me sometimes, like, we're going out on a date. I don't care. And I take them everywhere, and people will come up and ask you, hey, what's with the drumsticks? Are you a drummer? And I'll tell them I'm a tabletop percussionist. And then it starts a conversation. Back in my crazy days in the 90s, I used to walk around with a rubber chicken, whether it was a black tie event or whether it was a trade show. And either people would ask me, what's with the chicken? Or people would ask someone else, hey, who's that guy with the chicken? And the same way now, who's that guy with the drumsticks? And everybody wants a pair. So find that disruption in your business that sets yourself apart, and try to run your business like KISS. Find your spandex and makeup.
We were just at the Experience Trade Show a month ago, and we were down in Fort Lauderdale. One of our members, he has a manpower company. He can supply 1,000, 2,000 people for like major disasters, stuff like that. But his name's David DeGroff, a really good guy. We've dealt with him and done a lot of things together. But he showed up in a fluorescent yellow 3-piece suit. The only thing brighter than the suit were the shoes he was wearing, which were an orangish color. And I actually asked him, does it take batteries? You know, just to produce that color. And I said, why are you doing this? He says, I could not purchase this kind of advertising, what it cost for this suit. You know, the suit was very inexpensive. I got it off of Amazon, and everybody is coming up to me. What do you do? How do you do it? Why are you wearing that? Like you carrying drumsticks. He separated himself from the other 1,000 or so people that were there by wearing that.
Yeah. And my challenge for your listeners out there, you know, if you're a supplier and you go to trade shows, you know, what can you do to make your booth stand out and attract people to come to you? Everybody, you know, does the stress balls, or they do candy in a dish, or maybe they'll have a little wheel of fortune and give away some cheesy prizes. You know, I saw one. I was just at the National Apartment Association in Atlanta. It was 11,000 people, and they had a putt-putt green in their booth. Okay, we've seen that before, but instead of holes, they had like $20 bills. So when you putt the golf ball, if it landed on a $20 bill, you got to keep it. And I thought, there's an old school game that they just took to the next level. I love it. So that was just one thing I saw. So for the supplier members out there, you know, what can you do to set your trade show apart from everybody else to draw people to your booth? And for the business owners, whether you're a large business or small, you know, what is your KISS? What can you do? What can you have your employees do, wear? You know, a lot of people say, well, we have the best customer service. Well, then if that's your disruptor, your differentiator, you know, that's easily copied. Your competition can easily see what you're doing. And then next thing you know, you're not a disruption anymore. So, you know, what can you challenge yourself or your people to do that's going to set your business apart and remember them? How are they going to think of you first?
Well, the next really important question, how does somebody get in touch with you? Or if they want your book, or to bring you into one of their trade shows?
Yeah, I'm a pretty easy find. You can just Google Marvelous Mark, and you can spell it the way I spell it, which is Marvelless, or you can spell it the correct way, Marvelous, on Google, or you can just go to marvelousmark.com, and you know, that's the easy way. You can actually type in Rockstar keynote speaker, and I'll pop up. So.
Well, I've seen you at trade shows. I've seen the energy that you produce. You're much more low key today. I think it's good because we have a small screen that we're looking at. But I will tell you, from what I've seen of you and listening to you talk and the passion that you have, I have to correct you on a statement you made earlier today.
Uh-oh.
You said that you were going to die on stage. I disagree. I don't think you'll stop working till 6 months after you die on stage.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if my wife will, because that's just going to delay her benefits, but
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Mark, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for spending it here with us. I'm sure our listeners will get a lot out of this. And maybe we'll do a follow-up in the future and hope to see you at some trade shows.
Yeah, and I want to say to your people out there, because some of this stuff is really, really deep till you really think about it, because the psychology behind it is kind of against what we've been taught in schools or what our parents and mentors, many of our mentors, have taught us. If anyone out there in your audience wants to private message me and ask me to explain it a little bit more, or I can share with them a couple blogs that talk about it a little bit more, I'm really, really happy to do that, because I love what your industry does and what it's all about. And you have some of the greatest American loving people out there in the world, and my heart goes out to them and what they do.
Thank you. Take care, Mark.
See ya.
I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the US is, what do people do? You can't stop breathing. That's just not an option. People can go, we've talked about this earlier, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny, because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because, frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. In our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in a shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. Where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. It really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside, and some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now all of a sudden they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now how do I deal with it?
Well, to put it into context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottle of water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If their air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have balanced pressure of some sort, but if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? The smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, so choked with smoke from forest fires, thousands of miles away, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. And whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, just as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
During those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. It was just, the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning, before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. That there's got to be some long range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term. But at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush, and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
It takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. Where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else, just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again, just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies, but I'll tell you that I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. You know, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box, like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
You know, it's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. You know, the people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask? Yeah. It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, you know, people look for reliable sources of information, you know, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, you know, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You know, you're
Right.
just not going to see
Yeah.
the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far.
Incredible.
California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. You know, and this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. You know, a small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, you know what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, oh, what is that smell? And you go, what smell? What are you talking about? And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, you know, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
Great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is 3 things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course, the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain near a river or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app, but make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, and there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. Matches in a waterproof container. Aluminum foil. Plastic storage containers. Rabbit ears for your TV. Signal flare. Paper, pencil, needles, thread. A medicine dropper. A shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water. A whistle. An axe. Plastic sheeting. And a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe, photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a senior leader in the GBAC organization, which is a Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance. So I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon, and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment, and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions. And this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air, are very low. And then you can see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the 3rd day. And then after that, it started to settle out and move on. So the images that you saw before this is graphical data talking about particulates at 2.5 microns, 10 microns, and 1 or sub-micron size particulates, which really can affect people's health. So as far as short-term effects, how do you see that?
Well, what's really interesting, Lance, is that if you go back to that period of time, I think when I woke up on the Wednesday here in Washington, D.C., and your photos actually captured that very clearly, there was a lot of smoke in the air. And we knew the fires were in Canada. Who would have thought that I would wake up in Washington, D.C., and suddenly I realized the air that I breathe or am breathing today came from Canada? And you don't think at a local level, at the neighborhood level, where does the air come from that I breathe? We think it all is generated locally, but it wasn't. No, this air that I was breathing here in Washington, D.C. on that Wednesday was coming from Canada. Why? Because the smoke showed that to me. It visualized it. It showed me that the fires in Canada were sending smoke down the east coast of the US. And I think everyone needs to understand smoke anywhere is just bad for the human body. It also affects animals, no matter how healthy a person is or how long they're exposed to. Smoke exposure is just bad. And we need to understand, what does that bad mean? So if I look at, what were the messages going out from when the photos that you took, Lance, showing the sun blocked out, showing all that smoke in the air, what were the key messages being delivered to the public, the community? And we're very fortunate because, here's my phone. On my phone here, I have a number of apps. We have there's a lot of apps that are available that can make you aware of outdoor air quality. Not very many, I think very few people would have apps on their phone for indoor air quality, but we have a lot of apps for outdoor air quality. And on my phone, I use the weather app. It's free. And if I click on the weather app for Washington, D.C., I can see what the air quality is, and it's monitored, and it's called the Air Quality Index, or AQI. So again, the weather app has it. It's online. Many other apps use the Air Quality Index. And we know that the Air Quality Index around about 50 or less is considered healthy. We also know that sensitive and vulnerable people might notice ill effects to their health at levels as low as 51. And we know that from that air quality index, levels at 150 or greater are considered unhealthy for everyone. So what we saw, this air quality index uses 6 different color schemes. But you know, Lance, when I do my hazards identification, my risk assessments, I usually stick to the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, because that's universal. Everyone understands what red, yellow, green means. When you bring in other colors, it can be confusing. What is orange? What is purple? What is violet? That sort of thing. So there's 6 colors in the air quality index, and we started seeing maps on the news, on TV, on the websites, in newspapers, in the general media and social media. And a lot of people didn't understand what those 6 colors meant. But again, what we want to be really clear here, a level at 150 or above on the air quality index is considered unhealthy for everyone. And what we saw for the smoke from Canada, you know, places like New York, Washington, DC, other locations went up into the 300s, even the 400s. And this air quality index, Lance, only goes to 500. It stops at 500. So when we saw the numbers up into 400s, that's never happened before. That's setting new records for many of those locations.
I guess the way you could equate that is when we actually deal with indoor air quality and we get particulate counts and mold in the environment and extremely high, it's almost like breathing soup.
Yep.
It's that thick. And the particulate size of this smoke is extremely concerning because it goes deep into your lungs and it's a direct access point into your blood system.
This is really important, Lance. So if you look at, when you see smoke, like in the photos that you showed, we're concerned, and we saw this being talked about you know, the hazards, the risks. It's about particles. And so smoke, even wildfire smoke, is harmful primarily because it contains airport particulate matter, these particles. And you saw on your graph that you showed, Lance, you know, these particles can be measured in microns, 10 microns, 2.5 microns, 1 micron down to 0.3 microns. Understand that the smallest grain of sand is still 40 times larger than a PM 2.5, a particulate matter 2.5 particle. The width of a human hair is about 50 microns. So as soon as you get down to 10, we can't see those with the human eye until we see lots and lots of particles together. So when you see particles at 2.5, 10, like you showed in your graph, all coming together, that's what causes the smoke. That's what gives us the visualization. Now, we have wildfires, forest fires, grass fires have been around for years, for centuries, and we have a lot of data. If we go back to, say, the 2020 California fires that turned the sky just like in your photo, Lance, an apocalyptic shade of orange is what I would call. It was emitted by more than 1 million metric tons of PM 2.5. In California in 2020, in those fires, that was a 2,360% increase above normal air, according to the California Air Resources Board. And so it's really important to understand there are particles in the air. So if we focus on the short-term exposure to particulate matter, so let's focus on particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5, which is we saw in the media. We saw everyone talking about PM 2.5. We know that short-term exposure can trigger lots of health problems, including but not limited to coughing, stinging eyes, a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chest pain, headaches, asthma attacks, fatigue, wheezing, breathing difficulties. And again, all this information is freely available through the US government on the US Center for Disease Control Prevention site, the CDC. But also, Lance, there's more serious impacts to the lungs and heart when you see particulate matter like PM 2.5 in the air. You can have reduction in lung function, even in really healthy people. And we know that the exposure to, like the photos you showed, can affect on heart health. So these particles can enter the bloodstream. They can trigger inflammation, leading to either heart attacks and stroke. They can worsen the health of people who have conditions like diabetes. And we also know from research, Harvard University has studies, and there's other studies out there that have shown that wildfire smoke increases the risk from infectious diseases. So that in one Harvard University study that I'm familiar with, it estimated that the PM 2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the 2020 wildfires in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington state were associated with about a 12% increase in COVID cases and over an 8% increase in COVID deaths in 2020.
You know, you mentioned about all the particulate, the information being released to the public and stuff, and everybody's focusing on particulates. I spoke with, in one of the other episodes that we did, a gentleman who is works on the federal side of the firefighting wildfire teams. He's actually a consultant now with all the jets that are out there dropping water and flame retardant materials. But I asked him the difference in the types of smoke coming out of Canada and from wildfires. And he says there's two different types. One is the type burning the forest, just like a campfire. You're burning logs and vegetation, stuff like that. The second type is when that forest fire creeps into industrial and residential areas and starts burning homes and factories and all the materials and chemistries there, that changes the smoke and the contamination to not just particulate, but VOCs, volatile organic compounds, all the chemistries that are now airborne and being burned and converted to other things entering our lungs.
That's really important, Lance, because the messages that were being delivered about the fire, the wildfire smoke in the air just recently focused on particles. It didn't focus on chemicals. It didn't focus on volatile organic compounds. We didn't see them being measured or reported in real time. Yes, we know the measurements were taken, but that information wasn't made available. And I think it would have been much more responsible, because we saw the smoke in the air. You took the photos of the smoke in the air, it turned the sun orange, it turned the sky dark gray, and I saw it here in Washington, D.C., where I live. A few measurements to say, yes, we've got particles, but do we have other chemicals? I didn't see that data available. We know from studies, there's a good 2022 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the problem with these studies in these journals, that a lot of the community, a lot of just the public can't access these journals because you've got to be a subscriber, you've got to pay money. So it's really important that we do think videos like this, Lance, to take those studies and sort of translate and synthesize the information so that everyone understands what's being done. And that's not done enough. But so if we go back to a 2020 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health that probably most people haven't seen, they found that there were long-term effects of wildfire with PM 2.5 exposure. And those long-term effects included higher risks of respiratory disease, but also cancer. And so it's really interesting that we now look at, okay, so again, the air where I am now in Washington, D.C., Lance, today is pretty clear. I don't know what the measurements are. I haven't measured it, but I don't see any smoke in the air. And what we've seen from, wildfires in Canada, Australia, California, we've seen the week after that smoke, like in your photos, we've seen an increase in emergency room visits. We've seen an increase in people visiting the physician or the doctor. We've seen an increase in prescription of medications for, say, respiratory complications or respiratory problems, difficulties. And we've also seen studies, Lance, say, I think through the, what was one study that I know of through the California Air Resources Board, they estimated that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 from all sources, is responsible for 5,400 premature deaths and 2,800 hospitalizations for cardiovascular, heart, and respiratory diseases in California every year. And they also, in the same studies reports, said that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, was also associated with 6,700 asthma-related hospital emergency room visits in California every year. So it's going to be really interesting a week after what your photos show, the week after the smoke coming from Canada, how many visits were made by people, we haven't got that data yet, to emergency rooms, how many people went to see the physician or the doctor, and what was the number of prescriptions and medications given to people that are now reporting with maybe breathing difficulties and asthma and other problems.
You know, it's interesting because we recently also did an episode on sensitized individuals with Michael Pinto, and he talks about a lot of that. But the question I have for you is, we've talked about short-term effects, and I think we're starting to teeter on, now that we're a week and a half plus out, what are the long-term effects? But before we get to that specific question, what's the difference of the group that we're not talking about with babies, children, pregnant women, and we can't forget the group of the elderly?
Oh, yeah. So the elderly will have a lot of underlying conditions, that again make them prone to particulate matter PM2.5 and less particles, smaller particles, which do exist in smoke in general. But if you focus on that real critical, you've identified that critical cohort, that critical group, Lance, of pregnant people, babies, young children, they really need to avoid smoke exposure as much as possible. And so it's really important that we get those warnings out in time. A lot of us will stay indoors, recirculate, or some of us don't, but we need to ensure that our air conditioning is recirculating and not bringing in that outdoor air, because a lot of the filters that we have will not pull out the particles in our home or even places where we work. So it's really important to understand babies, young kids are at high risk because their bodies aren't fully developed. And if you look at pregnant people, their bodies have been fully developed, but when they're pregnant, you're in overdrive. This really has a big effect on your immune system. So there are studies that have shown us that wildfire smoke exposure can lead to preterm birth. So that's preterm birth, Lance, is birth before 37 weeks of gestation. It also leads to babies with low birth weight, leads to babies with impaired lung functions and other health risks. And there was a study, in 2022 in the Journal of Environmental Research. Again, many people probably haven't seen this one, but in this environmental research study, it looked at birth outcomes in California between 2006 and 2012. And what they found was each additional day of exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy, so people that are pregnant, increase the risk of preterm birth. That's preterm birth. That's less than what we say, 37 weeks. Now, the same study that I'm aware of estimates that as many as 7,000 additional preterm births occurred in California that were attributable to exposure to wildfire smoke during that period of study, 6 years.
Sounds just like secondhand smoke exposure.
Exactly. Smoke is, exactly. So, and those preterm babies that were born, before 37 weeks of gestation had greater risk of experiencing respiratory complications, developmental issues, and death. And so it's so important. We talk about children now, Lance, developmental issues. We know that wildfire exposure hurts, impairs, decreases children's performance in school. And we know that researchers and studies have looked at that possible link between wildfire smoke exposure and school performance. We've seen those studies done in the US and also Australia. And so a study that I'm aware of in the US used standardized test scores from 2009 and 2016 for nearly 12,000 school districts. And they compared to a school year with no smoke to a school year with wildfire smoke. And they found that the cumulative smoke exposure may have reduced student test scores by roughly 0.15% of a standard deviation. That may not mean much to people. That's a lot. And that information was published in the Journal of Nature in 2022. That is a significant decrease in people's ability to learn, to understand, to think. Again, that information does exist.
There's so many effects, and we're starting to touch on the long-term effects. I've noticed from people within the circle that I travel, starting to report eye infections, earaches, ear infections, sinus infections. And this is all a week after. I was kind of predicting out 2 weeks for people to start to have issues. But as far as the long-term effects, because just because the smoke cleared out, didn't do anything with all the debris left behind, all the ash that's dropped out of the air. I know the cars here had a grayish color to them, for days. And we haven't had rain for almost 4 weeks. We finally got some rain to wash some of it out of the atmosphere. But this is just something that is continual, and these particulates don't just vanish.
Oh, no, you're right, Lance. And so we always say, dirty air leads to dirty surfaces, that those particles in the air will eventually come down and land on surfaces. So if I look at my car parked in the street over that course of the smoke in Washington, D.C. last week, I can see the particles on my car. It's a black car, and I can see how dirty the windscreen got and how dirty the surface of the car became just from that smoke. It's really interesting that when we start to talk about, oh, well, it wasn't that bad, or it didn't really affect me, I only had the short-term effects of, particulate matter 2.5 or less could be, a coughing, stinging eye, scratchy throat, runny nose, chest pain, headaches, fatigue, wheezing. I run with a running group here in DC, and the people that ran last week told me on the weekend, we just don't feel good enough. We don't feel well enough. We've still got a scratchy throat. We still are wheezing. We've got some breathing difficulties. We can't run with you, Gavin, on the weekend. And would they make official data, official statistics? No, they wouldn't. So that's the information that I've collected just through the group of friends that I have here in DC. So a lot of that information would never be recorded anywhere. And it takes then a lot of effort, like we talked about the Harvard study, Harvard University study, and the California Air Resources Board studies, to then study the long-term effect. And a lot of people then will say, well, that happened years ago, and they don't relate or see the link between the time they were exposed, that week of being exposed to smoke, versus they might have respiratory disease, cancer, or cardiovascular inflammatory problems with heart attacks and strokes. Those correlations really aren't made because it's happened so much longer or over time since the actual acute event of being exposed to wildfire smoke. That's always a challenge for us, Lance. It's hard to tell people you've got to, there's a hazard, there's a risk, you've got to take precautions, you've got to do this, when they don't initially feel the really significant bad effects either that day or the next day.
You're right. And, you had said that, which is what everybody else is saying, the news media, all officials, about staying indoors. But it's the same agencies like the EPA that are saying that in normal conditions, your indoor air quality is 5 to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So they're telling people, especially sensitized individuals, children, things like that, to be outside, especially if you're having a positive reaction to your normal home. But now we're telling people to stay inside in the polluted area that is an issue, which is still less polluted than the outside.
Well, Lance, this is so important. So you actually showed real data. I think, was that data outside or inside data that you showed on your graph?
That was outside.
That was outside. So I have 6 indoor air quality monitors in my house, and I know the alarms went off. I know that I have friends who also have indoor air quality monitors, and we know these are affordable. So these are affordable. So it's important that you see the baseline of where your indoor air quality is, because that's what my indoor air quality monitors measure. But then you can see how the outside air coming in can influence that, and whether and we've heard this a lot of discussions, Lance. Well, maybe you can't protect all of the inside of your house or all of the inside where you work. Maybe you have to identify a room that has an air quality monitor with maybe an air quality device that cleans the air, and people should stay in there while there is a risk. And I think it's really important that we emphasize to everyone, Lance, those indoor air quality monitors, as well as air quality purifiers right now, they're affordable. You know, it used to be it was cost was an issue. Not anymore. You can buy those, you can use those, and I would highly recommend that if you reach out to us, and we'll provide you, with a list of those that we have done our research on, we've done our due diligence, we know that they're backed by evidence and science, and it really will change people's behavior and improve their quality of life if they start measuring more. You know, we see measurements for outdoor air through the air quality index, but wouldn't it be great if at the same time more people could have indoor air quality monitors in their home, even their cars, for example, and be able to then see the numbers, react appropriately, change their behaviors, and actually come up with solutions that improve their air quality without waiting till they get the symptoms we just talked about.
In one of the other episodes, I was in a discussion and I used the glass of drinking water as an example. You know, people want to take a nice, clear, crystal type of look of water and drink that. If you were to make that water cloudy or brownish, people say, I'm not drinking that. Well, air is the same thing. The difference is it's not in a small container. So you don't see the pollution. You don't see anything other than if you see like a lot of pollen on your car during spring, something like that. Oh, it's the allergies are bad. That's why I'm coughing. But other than that, people can't see particulate because it's microscopic. So they take breathing for granted. And that's one of the most critical things that we do. I also use the example in another one where a person can go 20 to 40 days without eating. They can go 3 to 7 days without drinking. You can go 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. So we can't stop doing that. So like you said, a safe room, an environment where if they are struggling, they can go into that for a few hours, give their system a break, feel better, and then go back out and do what you have to do. Especially since the indoor air quality is normally so much worse than the outside air, which unfortunately, because of this pollution problem from the smoke, made the outside air so much worse.
Yeah, and that's how we all work together, Lance, through NORMI, GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, a division of ISSA, our subject matter experts, we sit there, we know that there's a way of making the unseen seen, be visible. We know how to identify those hazards and then calculate the risk, likelihood of something happening and the consequence if it happens. And, we all know that we use that definition of consequences, how bad can it get? And so much of our air, as you correctly said, Lance, water is unseen. There can be contaminants, pollutants in the air, contaminants, pollutants in water, and it still appears, it looks, or even smells safe and healthy. But unless we measure more, we will never be able to improve. And that's why I think we all talk about that, it's so important. The tools are available, the equipment's there, the expertise is there, the science is there to start measuring more and then working with subject matter experts to interpret properly, appropriately what those measurements mean so that people can act, change their behavior, develop, implement solutions. And I think last week was a really good example with the smoke in the air, colors on a map, 6 different colors with the air quality index. And in my own personal opinion, maybe 6 colors is too much. Maybe it's confusing. Maybe people didn't understand what the colors. And then when we had the colors, we also got numbers. Here's 425 in New York City. Here's 350 in Philadelphia. Here's 308. All these different numbers came out for different locations. I don't think people realized what the number means. So if you give a color, if you give a number, then you must give an interpretation, a so what, and you must tell the public what to do.
Well, there are other things that are also affected besides what we're talking about now. We've talked about, the young, the elderly. We've talked about pregnant individuals. We've talked about sensitized individuals. There's a few other things we need to talk about. Number one, and I know and I mentioned this in another episode, that it sounds a little bit on the dramatic side, but from this heavy smoke condition, we actually got a glimpse into what a nuclear winter would look like. The temperatures that are normally 80, 85 degrees in New Jersey this time of the year were barely able to get out of the 60s. It dropped the ambient temperature almost 20 degrees every day while there was smoke. Once the smoke cleared out, the temperature went back up to normal. Now that affects plant growth, it affects our food source. And speaking of food sources, it affects livestock with breathing. They're outside creatures. And we can't forget our pets, especially the ones that either have, like doggy doors that go in and out or outside pets. So how does it affect them?
Yeah, really important, Lance. We knew in Washington, D.C., the National Zoo was closed to all people, closed to visitors, because they had brought the animals indoors away from the smoke. Now, are all the enclosures at the National Zoo on air conditioning that recirculates? No, it's not, but at least that would decrease to some level, some degree, their exposure to the smoke that was outside. Again, in horses, equine asthma is real. And we know from fires in Australia, information and data from fires in California, horses can suffer inflammatory diseases. We see equine asthma increase after forest fires or wildfire fires. That data is available. That's known. That's been studied. Less so in companion animals like dogs and cats. But yes, we do know that, again, those animals are breathing the same air that we're seeing, that we would breathe. Really interesting, just a couple of anecdotal reports that I've received from colleagues and friends here in DC. They had to let their cat or their dog out to go to the bathroom, the toilet, or just get some exposure outside so they wouldn't go mad inside when they run around. Opening and closing that door very briefly to let us say a dog out. And the people that had indoor air quality monitors saw that by just opening that door very briefly to let their pet out, changed their indoor air quality on their monitors significantly. And what I mean by that, if they were sitting at like a 95 to 98%, it dropped down in some of the photos that I received down to 70, 73% in that very brief period. So it's not like it takes a long time for the smoke to rush into the house. When you open the door, that smoke came in and that indoor air quality monitor then measured it, and you saw in real time, right there and then, a change in your indoor air quality by a number. The challenge we have, though, is how to interpret those numbers. So yeah, again, Lance, many animals can't go indoors. They were exposed. And again, a lot of this data won't be measured, but we do know from studies that we do see inflammation problems as well as respiratory problems in animals exposed to wildfire smoke.
One of the things, just like with very young children, animals can't really tell you what's bothering them. You might see the animal acting up or different or lethargic, but you won't know what's really going on, just like with children. So it's something you need to pay attention to. Don't forget about the pet that was outside all day during that smoke. They may start to have issues going forward. Yes, I'm a pet lover, can't help it.
Oh, but very important, Lance, my dog Buddy did not want to go outside last week when we had all the smoke in the air. Now he has to.
He's going to go out in the rain either, so
Well, yeah, but he loves the snow. But you could see it was really interesting that to be at the door, trying to let him out. They get some exercise, to go to the bathroom. He really had to be just pushed through it. He knew what was out there. I don't want to go out in that. And I think you look at animal behavior. Animals will tell us lots of stories about the quality of outdoor air.
Well, if I look for a positive for this whole thing coming out of Canada, I think it was an awareness that's brought to the public that this could happen at any time. The fires are still going on. The smoke could change direction with the wind. We could have another repeat of this. And it gives us a glimpse as to what could happen again. It could be longer lasting. And how do we deal with that going forward? I mean, it's just like the people in Florida and the Gulf Coast that live in a hurricane-prone area, but they don't go and buy plywood till 24 hours before the storm's going to hit. The storms are going to be there. Prepare ahead of time. Like you had said, you can get monitors to know what's going on in your home. You can get air purification. You can get better filters. I mean, the term we use is you either have a good filter or you are one.
Yep. Really important, Lance. Again, I'm going to go back to my cell phone, my mobile phone. In times of tornadoes, hurricanes, I'll get messages on my phone, take cover now. So, a government agency has interpreted the risk of the tornado, the storm, the hurricane, and I need to take cover, seek shelter. What I found in the messages that were given out on my phone, it wasn't that clear. Yes, your photos show clearly there was lots of smoke, lots of particles, and maybe other substances in the air during when you took those photos. But the messages I got on my phone, in the media, on TV, social media, in the newspaper wasn't clear enough to say, and then it wasn't just some groups that were going to be affected, it was going to be everyone. And it wasn't really, I think, this is very, summer is just starting here in the US, on the East Coast, West Coast, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's just starting. We're very early in the wildfire season. And I think we've got the air quality index with numbers and colors. We've got messages that went out, warnings, but I think this is the time to be clear on what actions, what do you need to really, really do to protect the health of you, your family, your loved ones, and your pets and your animals. And I think this is a good opportunity. What happened last week, learn from that and say, right, how do we do better in giving very clear, actionable advice? Tell people what to do and how to do it using what everyone's carrying right now, Lance, one of these, the cell phone.
Well, I think education is the important part, and the public education is really important, whether it's through PSAs, public service announcements, or just making it available for people to call, reach out to the ISSA group, to Normie or Normie.tv. We can help guide people, to where to get more information that's factual, not just somebody selling a widget and, here's the best thing. I mean, I saw people walking around with paper towel masks, because they knew wearing a mask was going to help with particulate. The paper towel mask was useless, but somebody said, well, use a paper towel, it'll help. Well, does it help? Yes. It's like emptying a swimming pool using a tablespoon. Yeah, you are emptying it, but your effect is really, really limited.
And that's a good point, Lance, because we've gone through the 3 years or so of a COVID-19 pandemic. People have masks. Or they know where to buy masks or have accessibility to masks. The challenge we have, Lance, is there's so many people in our neighborhoods, our community, in our cities, our towns where we work, that they have to work outdoors. We saw when the photos you took, the smoke in the air, we saw the schools cancel all outdoor activities. We saw professional sporting bodies like the Major League Baseball cancel games. But again, that's for the population that was going to go watch a game. That's for the kids that were at school that wanted to play outside. What about the people that have to work outside? Where was the actionable solutions, the information there to say, you work outside, we need you to work outside, this is what you do. I really professionally and honestly believe, Lance, a lot of that information was missing, and a lot of people in our towns, in our communities, our neighborhoods have to work outside. They have no choice.
I just read an article of the lawsuits that came out of 9/11, and Christy Whitman was one of the named individuals in that. I think director of EPA at the time, or one of those large organizations, where she came out and said that the air quality a week later was okay for people to go and work there and return to New York City. And 15 years later, she was found guilty of all this misleading information and stuff, because the data showed it was unhealthy. I mean, we're 20 plus years out. There's still debris from them in the walls, in drop ceilings, in buildings all around New York. So this isn't a short-term effect. Oh, it was there, it's gone, the air looks clear, it's nice out today. All of this affects us going forward.
Oh, it's so important that everyone understands dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. Lance, I did 12 years in the military. When all the deployments I did around the world, we don't want to leave waste in a footprint in a foreign country, so we burn it. And so you can easily see, there's books written about, there's movies made, the exposure of soldiers and the military to smoke pits. The fire from fire pits, the smoke that comes from fire pits, and the increase in cancer in those military personnel. And again, look at the numbers that came out from 9/11 in 2001, when so many of our colleagues, Lance, went there with the best intentions to help, to do what they've been trained to do. And look at the number of friends and colleagues that we have, that we know of, that have been diagnosed with cancer since that deployment back in 2001. And I know the number of again, friends I have in the military that were exposed to smoke pits over the years and have cancer. It's real. What it means, we have to do better when we go to respond to those important acute events to try to mitigate them, respond to them, and then go into recovery. We've got to do better in our training as well as our equipment to protect what we know in the long term causes inflammatory disease, heart disease, lung disease, cancer.
Absolutely. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for spending time with us today. I mean, it's always informative listening to you. I think this was information that we needed to get out in this series with the actual data, a lot of the study information, short and long-term effects, which is what we've covered. And just give people a place to go if they have questions or concerns, how to reach out and get help. The Normie organization at normie.org, ISSA organization, GBAC. There's a lot of credible sources out there that are out there doing this for the right reason and trying to educate the public. So I want to thank you for being part of that. I want to thank you for being part of this series that we're doing on fire and smoke. And we'll do this again.
You're more than welcome, Lance. Again, we're even at Normie and ISSA and GBAC now, we are still working right now. How can we do better in translating the information we know, the research we know, into helping people understand this is what you need to do when you see that apocalyptic look in the sky. The sun is blocked out. It turns bright, hot orange based on smoke or particles in the air. And it's something we're still working on, Lance, and hopefully we'll be able to do better and get better information out to everyone.
You're absolutely right. And I think closing out, I just want to leave the images up there on the screen. Let's see if I can bring this up real quick. You have the sun up there now and the smoke?
Yes, can see it, Lance. And as we know, we saw it, we lived through it, we breathed it, we kept doing the work we should do. But again, did we decrease the hazard, the risk? Did we wear the appropriate equipment to protect ourselves? No, we didn't do a good job at that.
Well, I think this is a good start. I think we're getting the information out there. Hopefully this is helping people, answering some of their questions. So thank you again. I appreciate the time, and we'll do more series down the road.
You're more than welcome, Lance.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events
result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normie.org and normieproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normie.org or at flood.normie.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, Such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain near a river or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles, not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type, a tube tent, pliers, tape, compass, matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, social security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed, but if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, we're back here live again at the Expedition. I have another interview to do, and we're going to be talking with Mark from Respiratory Labs, correct? Did I get that?
That is correct.
All right. What was your last name?
Ratako.
Yeah, I knew what it was. I wasn't going to try to say it, so bear with me on that. So tell us about the company.
So I always think it's helpful to give a little background information about myself. I had a mold remediation business up in Portland, Oregon. Started that in 2011. Very fortunate enough to sell that in 2022. And at the time, we were doing about 4,000 mold remediation and assessment jobs a year. And one of the frustrating parts for me was, as an owner, we had individuals that no matter what we did, there's something in that space that was making them sick. And we couldn't determine what that was. It didn't matter whether we did, indoor air quality, VOC canisters, brought in industrial hygienists. There is something they couldn't go back in. Looking back at it now, there's probably mycotoxins left behind after the remediation.
And that's something new to this industry, at least mainstream.
It absolutely is. I mean, a lot of individuals, especially with remediators, don't even know what mycotoxins are. We haven't been really trained on it. We don't know how to assess for it, and we certainly don't know how to remediate it. And that's where this lab comes in. Now we can verify whether they're in the indoor air, and then verify if the remediation protocols for these mycotoxins are actually removing them.
Okay, and I've heard that some of these mycotoxins almost act like tar balls. They're sticky. They're hard to get off of surfaces.
Yeah, they're very sticky. And, one of the things, because now that we're able to test the indoor air, we were able to determine actually how they're becoming airborne. And a couple of ways that we saw was, one, through the evaporation process, we're drying down these structures. Most of the mycotoxins are hydrophobic. They're going to sit on that water molecule, and they're being released into the air through that evaporation process. We also tested a lot of, HEPA scrubbers. Most of the ones that we tested, we didn't find one that were actually removing the mycotoxins. They're actually increasing it. I'm sure there's something out there that actually works. We just haven't been able to find that and verify it. And then the interesting thing is, in order to get them out of the indoor air, what we did find that works was actually dehumidification. So dehumidifying the environment, actually removes it from the indoor air. So there are methods to actually, test if it's there, and then also see if it can be removed, down to acceptable levels.
Well, that seems like an entirely new path for training, because that's contra, I guess, everybody air scrubbing.
Like I said, there may be some air scrubbers out there that actually work. We just haven't been able to validate them yet. And I'm hopeful that there are. The more methods we have to remediate these mycotoxins, the better the industry is going to be. I really think the industry has to start looking at mold and mycotoxin remediation, not only on the testing side, but also on the remediation side. Otherwise, we're potentially opening up ourselves to liability.
So do you still do remediation work now?
No, thank goodness I no longer have to do remediation.
No more. Just consulting at this point? Or are you trying to avoid that too?
No, trying to avoid that too. Our goal is just to be a lab, but because we're a lab and we're actually the only lab here that is actually testing using our system for airborne mycotoxins, I get a lot of questions on how to, remove them from protocols, things of that nature, products. We don't want to be in that position. That's why we're excited about our partnership are working with Normie to help get protocols down that everybody can have some success.
Well, it's an exciting new field, the way I look at it. I mean, I've been doing remediation for about 20 years, or assessment and remediation work. And this is something new that's come up, and it's become part of the vocabulary that even the customers are using.
It certainly is. I mean, right now we're getting a lot of people who are actually, going to functional medicine doctors. They're doing a urine or blood sample, and they're coming back with elevated levels of mycotoxins. And they really need to determine whether it's the environment that's causing the issue, whether it's something they're ingesting, or maybe it's at their workplace. And this test allows them to help make those determinations.
Well, that's exciting stuff. I mean, it's something that's needed. We know that even the sensitized individual population has grown 5-fold from what it was, just 10 years ago. So it's the way we build, the way we live, the things that we do. And this is all stuff that's needed, and it's exciting. We're right on the edge of this new stuff.
Absolutely.
So, Mark, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the Airwalls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. It's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name. And since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it. But then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall. And then over time, it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017. And I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry. And among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company, and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. We started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that, because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius. He's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question. That he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? When you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's, kind of what started my wheels spinning. And We went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you'll actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
Yeah.
because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
They inflate. And you're right. I tend to get, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round. Those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, but if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even 2 chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with, and yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things work.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is for, it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work? Or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted, simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is 4 things. It's a Nexus on one side, a Nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration, that were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So, so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally. And again, 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. You know, think Hoover Dam. You know, you could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see, how do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall, and you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent, and you can also adjust it not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
Will fit just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here. We're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, you know, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can, or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged with the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from, you know, creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect, you know, to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have, you know, water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of you know, damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, you know, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and, you know, how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work. And it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance, because, you know, I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago, where I realized, when I made my first shipment to Australia, that these things exist without me, you know, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't,
So,
you know.
so you sent your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim or is receiving cancer treatments or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that, and a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment because of, generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then just I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it, basically. And then there's also, of course, the potential need for first responders and militaries, around the world. What if there's some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags. So that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So, yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Yeah. Especially you started talking about mining and then, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move. And cleanable, and how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. You already started on that. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag, and it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it. Right, so it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable, small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that, and in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? It takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. We designed them with big open holes, so they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that, and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? All those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. If you open fire on this thing, it would go down. No question about it. There are things it cannot handle, but it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. We've in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks. And even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail. And you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training, and again, I believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders. Mm-hmm. And during the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within the area.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, it was my job is to break things. So, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. It did its job. So, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, or poly, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. You know, the closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And
Okay.
it's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, you know, like it just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, you know, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, you know, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, you know. So the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay, so that's a question that I can only answer by extrapolating. And I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, you know, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that, you know, we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that in the back on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black. It's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it, but it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. Again, I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it. The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. You know, and I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy, you know.
It's kind of like the battery industry. You know, they're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yeah.
But you know what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was 16 days that they were working. Those things are loud.
Yes.
From what I understand, and I remember talking to you about this, these things have a sound blocking quality to them.
That's one of the coolest things. And I really wish I could say that that was my plan, because it works so well.
Well, I wish I would have had him for my 16 days, but.
Oh, you totally do. You totally do. Yeah, I for as well as it works, and I can't claim it at all, it's annoying. But the fact that it does is phenomenal. It's crazy. We discovered it. It's actually funny, a little story there. We discovered it in 2021 when we met you and Doug and all your team at the experience in Vegas in September. We met you guys at that show, and that's where we realized what these things could do. And I'll tell you how we did it. So as far as we know, and no one's ever contradicted us, we were the first ones to ever run negative air pressure on a convention floor, right? We actually built a chamber out of our stuff and ran negative air on the convention, which was very cool. People were very like, nah, so it was one of those moments, right? And we did that by just, I won't describe the structure because it's too much. But anyway, we built this chamber. People could walk into it and experience being inside of our decon chamber. And it was constructed of these Nexus walls. And when you went inside, I don't know if you've ever had your hearing tested, but when you go into that room and they close the door, you go, whoa, it's quiet in here, right? And a convention floor is never quiet. So to walk into this chamber and suddenly you have this intimate conversation space. In fact, I remember walking in with Michelle Blevins from CNR, and we walked inside, and she was asking me questions as the reporter, interviewer person that she is. We had this little conversation in there, and it was fantastic because we didn't have to yell. We could hear each other perfectly. It was great, but I really realized it when clients or potential customers would walk in, and they would be in that space. And I'm gonna be honest here. I would try to eavesdrop. I'd like to, see what they might be saying, see if they're good, bad. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a word. I couldn't even hear mumbling. It was nothing. So it started us on a path of exploring what could we do with that. And it turns out that a single barrier is good for 15 decibels. And if you know anything about sound and decibel ratings, it's not a linear measurement. 15 decibels is phenomenal. We actually did two barriers. In fact, the video is on our website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. But that video, we did 2 barriers, and it was 25 decibels. And just for a point of reference, it was 50 to 75. 50 decibels is considered quiet. 75 is considered very loud. If you look at any scale, and you can look them up on the internet. So it's absolutely shocking how much it does. And I think it's going to change the way restoration is done, because people shut down the machines when they're trying to sleep. They do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand that by taking an 8-hour shift off of those machines, that they're stretching that period that they're suffering by a third or more, right? I mean, so it's bad news, but if they're not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And I think every restoration contractor out there has experienced it more than once, where they come in and the machines are either still not running or they've just been turned back on. And they know that because the DHUs aren't even operating temperature. They know they just flipped them back on, right? So we think that, that's going to be a huge benefit. And then, let's take office spaces or worship spaces. I mean, no built environment is immune from a water loss. And so you may have a church that needs to run a service and dry the building at the same time. And if you have something that can block that sound and allow the service to continue at the same time the drying is happening, then you've done something, and in an office that needs to be able to operate and still deal with the water loss. That's a huge deal.
Well, like I said, I had that, 16 days at my house. It would have definitely been an advantage there. But the company wasn't using those. They weren't familiar with it. And that's another story. So I'm looking at the image behind you, and I'm looking at valves across the bottom, zippers you talked about, hooks, things like that. How much training is involved in using these things?
Very little. You could probably attest better to that because you've actually monkeyed around with them and you didn't build them. So, this is that thing. I let my child go and someone else had to figure it out. I had one guy tell me that they're deceptively simple. And what he meant by that was, I show these videos and there's no trickery in my videos. I don't rehearse these moves. I just do what these things do. So I'm not trying to make it look easier than it is. I'm just performing a function and setting them up, but it looks super easy. And he said it looks so easy that people are likely to not think they need any instruction, or to even open the instruction manuals, as many men are wont to do, even when it's difficult IKEA furniture, like, I can do it, right? So training, I think there is some need for training, but not so much because it's hard, but because we've designed so much into it that, you can't possibly know what these things are capable of unless I take a moment to explain it to you. What are the D-rings for? Well, one guy told me that's perfect for training my electrical cords. I keep my cords up off the ground. I can run them around the perimeter and they're off the ground. That's a big deal. I don't have to tape them down. I don't have to deal with all that stuff. Not a trip hazard. Great. That's what he thought they were. I had another guy say I could hang a light from it. Oh, you sure can. All these different uses. In fact, and in reality, they weren't designed for that. They were designed so that I could shrink that wall if I needed to, or I could fine tune the height if I'm in a drop ceiling. That's what they're for. But there's all kinds of things they can be used for. But if I didn't tell you you could do that, you wouldn't know. If I didn't tell you that zipper is there, not just so you can load the bladder the first time and then forget about it, but so that it's placed where it is and configured the way it is, so that you could do a field change, right? And change that bladder, a field repair, right? It's zippers, it's snaps, it's hooks. There's not a lot else going on there. But if I don't teach you these things, you'll be missing a lot of features. You might be able to get the basic function out of it, but you'll lose a lot of the really cool stuff that it's capable of doing.
So with that being said, with the configuration behind you, what is that? 2 5-foot sections or 3? What is that exactly that's there?
Yeah, that's exactly. This room is about 15, just under 15 feet across. So you're seeing 2 5-foot nexus, and then the dust curtain is also about 5 feet. And then the doffing chamber that you see behind me, it looks bigger because it's in the foreground. That actually has a square footage of just about 12 square feet. 14 square feet, because of the state that you live in, has this most stringent requirements. They require 12 square feet, enough for 2 men to stand, or 2 people to stand inside and be able to don and doff properly. So that's a 14 square foot space.
So you being trained and very comfortable with this equipment, how long would it take you to set up a configuration like that to block off a 15-foot opening with a decon chamber?
What you see behind me takes about 20 minutes, roughly.
One person?
Yeah, one person. Yep, one person. You need a little ladder a little step ladder to connect the dust curtain. But yeah, no, one person can set that up. If you're brand new to it, it'll take you 30. But yeah, 25. I've done it so many times, I'm down to about 20 minutes.
And that's no damage to any of the walls, ceilings, floors. It's just held in place. And it doesn't move under positive or negative pressure, you said, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, the surfaces, in fact, what you're seeing behind us has actually changed somewhat, very small stuff. Basically what we have now is that we have all the edges are black. And it kind of clearly defines the edges, but it also, it's filled with this very soft, your couch pillows, that's called polyfill or Dacron. We fill those things up with that. So it's very, very soft. So when it touches the building, it's like putting a pillow against the wall, which means that it can adapt to irregularities in the surface, which is important, but also not put anything rigid or hard on the wall or the ceiling, so that we are preventing any damage. In fact, you'll notice in this room, there's crown molding, right? You see that up in the corners. Well, the edge seals, which are on the edges of these walls, they're the black things that you can barely see there. Those are actually longer than they need to be, so you can actually pull out a little bit out of the top and protect, things like crown molding and things like that. And then you asked about the negative pressure and can it hold. I just want to tell you one little story, short. We did a comparison. We were invited to a flood house. Jeff Cuthbertson in Chattanooga, Tennessee, invited us to his flood house, very generously opened it up to us and said, whatever people or equipment you need, let us know. It was fantastic. We were there for about 4 days. You and Doug actually got on the call with us while we were there and were advising us on some of our containment techniques so we could show how to build containment for people with high sensitivity to mold. Because what we did was we built a 2x4 compression to 2x4 containment, right? As well as a steel stud version as well. But this 2x4 version, we put it under negative pressure just to make sure it was working. And of course it was. And then we had this fun idea. If anybody's familiar with the movie Myth or the show Mythbusters, where they just ramp things up until things just break. We like to break things too, Lance, not just you. So we all had the idea, let's break it. Let's see how much negative pressure it takes to break it. And keep in mind, what we built was the gold standard of containment. I mean, I don't know how many times a year someone builds compression timber containment. It isn't often. You know, it's going to be in schools and hospitals mainly, and everything else is going to be zip pulls if you're lucky. So this was good containment. And it failed at negative 41 Pascal. That's when it failed. And when I mean failed, I'm talking, we had 9-foot 2x4s about to fall on us. So it was coming down, and it was coming down fast. So it was a big failure. We put mine up and we said, well, you know, we got to do the same thing. And so we ran up the negative pressure, and it basically maxed out our 500 CFM NAM. Couldn't do it. So we had to call up another piece of equipment from the warehouse, got another 500 CFM unit up there, and turned it on. And only then did we get failure. And the failure was only that the doffing chamber that you see behind me started to get sucked into the chamber. The walls themselves weren't falling. It was just that the doffing chamber was too light, and it and its internal frame were being sucked inside. The number was 57. So from 41, using the absolute gold standard of containment, to 57. So when everybody kind of tries to figure out how it's possible without tape and without the things they're used to, how is it possible to create such high quality containment? Well, it works. You know, it works the same reason your car can drive on the road. Air pressure and friction, you know, it's just a lot of it.
So if our listeners want to get in touch with you for more information, how do they do it?
Lots of ways. You can call me, 408-247-9255, or area code 408 Airwall. You can get us on the website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. That's ZEPPELINGUYS.com. And you can email me directly, Keith@zeppelinguys.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will make it easy.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I mean, I think it's a cool product. We've used it. We're going to be using it at the upcoming Experience show. Again, we actually use that as part of our a booth that we have there, as part of the display system. So it's kind of interesting the things that you can do with this, thinking outside the box, you know, right. So really, really good stuff. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to you seeing you at the next trade show.
Thanks, Lance. It's been great. I really appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thanks. You too.
Hey, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and the Experience events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. This is episode 14. And we have a really, really special guest this week, a gentleman I met about a year ago, and he's one of the more classy people in this industry. He's got another long intro coming because he's done a lot. He's a certified mold assessor, certified mold remediator. He's a Class A general contractor, master plumbing contractor, master roofing contractor. More importantly, he's a husband, father of 3, a multiple-time grandfather, published songwriter, which I really want to talk to him about in a little bit, speaker, a published author, definitely proud man of God. We've learned that, a motivator, and the God is most important, obviously, but for this conversation, the most important thing is he's the executive director of Normie. Please welcome Mr. Doug Hoffman. Hi, Doug.
Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate this. This is going to be really enjoyable. I always enjoy talking with you, and especially talking about the experience.
Well, Normie's been a big part of the experience for a long time. You're one of our biggest sponsors, if not the, and you've been so instrumental to help me get my feet wet in this now as we're heading towards Chattanooga. So I thank you.
Well, it's mutual, I'm sure.
You know, a lot of times we start from the beginning, as people say in these. And now I noticed you've had a lot of accreditations in Florida, but you live now in Louisiana.
Yeah.
What were you born in Florida or no?
I wasn't. I was actually born in Ohio, but we moved to Florida when I was 7 years old, and so I grew up in Florida and went to college in Florida, got married in Florida, lived in Florida until about 2002, after we became empty nesters. I had actually started an indoor air quality business, and it actually kind of almost went national pretty quickly in 1995. So in 2002, we were looking for a place to move out of Florida, had considered a couple of different places, but had quite a bit of business in Louisiana. And so we decided that we would actually sell our house. We had an apartment in Louisiana and we had an apartment on the beach in Florida. And for 3 years, we traveled back and forth. 3 weeks here, 2 weeks there, 3 weeks there, 2 weeks here. And we did that for 3 years until I finally built my house in 2005 and settled here. Love it. The culture's fantastic. The food is phenomenal. Got a great church family. Easy to get in and out of in the central part of the country for travel. So that's how we got to Louisiana.
That's interesting. And yeah, I know I saw a really funny quote you quoted on one of your websites saying you're in the heart of SEC country your whole life, but you don't really care about sports. You want to do everything with it.
I know. So I had somebody tell me not long ago, Mike, he said, man, you must be a wife's dream. You don't hunt, you don't fish, you don't love sports. What do you do? So,
well, I'll tell you what you do, and I'm going to jump around a little bit, but since you mentioned that, I love the fact that you not only have you written a very famous book we'll get into later within the industry, but you're a songwriter. You've got a bunch of published songs.
Yeah. I in my spare time, and I mean this as humbly as I can, I just really enjoy studying the Bible and teaching the Bible. And so since I was probably in my 20s, I serve now as a pastor of a congregation here in the Louisiana area. And I do a lot of teaching, a lot of studying. And I actually started writing songs in 1983, 84, and have some published. And so, yeah, it's kind of fun.
I've learned so much. This is the 14th episode here of this show. And every week I learn so much about this industry, man. You peel the onion back a little bit. There's so many interesting people. And, Michael Pinto, we had on a while back. He's an ordained minister as well. And, Mrs. Lavender owned an arena football league team and things like that. And it's just fascinating to get to know the people outside of our industry and what they're doing. You're certainly no different.
The fun thing about this to me is, and I think when you look at the base of this, what really drives a lot of the guys in this industry, certainly the ones that I'm associated with, is their passion for helping people. And I really believe that comes from God. And I think that the interesting is that the money follows, obviously, and that's nice. You have a nice living. But the point is that think about all the people that you help every single day. And to me, that's the real pleasure of what we do.
Boy, Doug, all 13 people I've spoken to before you echoed that. And I used to ask that question. I stopped asking it because it was the same thing. I got into this industry to help people. And it's just not only beautiful, as I've said, if that's your why and to do something, you're going to be successful, period.
Yeah.
Exactly right. I think that's great.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's the fun part, isn't it? Is hearing the stories about people who are living better lives because of something that you help them with.
Yeah, indeed. Now you started a long time ago as a contractor and business owner, about 40 years ago, right?
Yeah, I did.
We touched on that a little bit, but can you go on that journey on the business side?
Yeah, so it's funny because my dad was a plumber. He wasn't a plumbing contractor, but he was a plumber, worked every day hard, just like a normal trades guy would. And when I was 13, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade. You may never use it, but you will never go hungry. And so over the summers, I would work with him doing rough ends and setting pipe and setting fixtures. And I just learned the plumbing trade. So that's what I did when I was a kid. And then, of course, after I went to college, I thought I wanted to go into sales or something else. I did that for several years. And when my third child was born, I decided, you know what? I think I'd like to get back into the construction industry. Mm-hmm. So to my wife's chagrin, Mike, I became a plumber's helper became a journeyman, and then got my contractor's license, and then then from there I started building homes. So got back into the construction industry. So yeah, been doing that a long time.
Well, we talked about, I mentioned, ran through all of your accreditations at the start, and yeah, you definitely have the entire gamut of the industry covered. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with what you did. And you said your wife's chagrin, but we talked about with a couple other people about just there's still a skilled worker shortage, and people all want to go to college, and that's fine. I did that too, but boy, there's nothing wrong with going that route, you know, and you can you could do pretty well, and it's helpful. So
well, my wife's chagrin was mostly based on the fact that my salary was cut by 2/3. You know, plumbers helpers don't make a lot of money, but she got to know our mortgage company very well.
they're like that, but you again, you stayed the course, and now everything's going great after.
It is, and it gave me such a great foundation. We always talk about the difference between us and the IICRC. We've got a great relationship with them, of course, but they really come from the water restoration side, which is great. We need that. If somebody has a water event, they got to deal with it, dry it out, worry about the mold. We come from the building science side. And because we come from the building science side, the only people who need our solutions are people who breathe, because now we're talking about relative humidity issues. We're talking about air infiltration issues. We're talking about a lot of things that people have issues with, regardless of whether they've ever had a water event or not. So I think we do kind of fill in the gaps in some ways for the industry.
I think that's a great tagline. I've heard your friend Lance was on here a couple of weeks ago too, and we're not that important unless, of course, you breathe. Then we might be kind of important to you. Hey, when did you start working with Normie, by the way?
Well, actually, I created Normie in 2004. In 2003, I had gotten a call. I was living in Louisiana back and forth, but I'd gotten a call from the contractors board in Louisiana in 2003, Mr. Moreau, and he said, listen, I read your book. He said, you obviously know something about mold. We're putting a licensing law in place. Will you come work for the state and teach on the licensing law? And I said, thank you very much. No. I've been self-unemployed all of my life. So if you'll allow us to create a trade association where we can actually support these guys in the field, then we'll do it that way. So that's how we formed Normie in July of 2004, to support the Louisiana licensing law, but primarily to support the guys in the industry. And since then, every month we're doing free continuing education training for our guys.
And I do a little research on that. That was a big miss by me that you created that. That's very impressive, and I apologize. But speaking of the book was Mold Free Construction. And what drove you to write a book about that, though?
So no offense to any builders, but what I learned when I was a builder was that a builder will do anything that you are willing to pay for. But for the most part, they're not. In most cases, a builder is not going to build the best house he can possibly build in regards to mold free or reducing the possibility of microbial growth. And so what I did was I decided to write this book for homeowners. And so it's a step-by-step process. If you were building a house, starting from the way the house is laid out, with the foundation, the exterior, the interior, all of that, how do you build a house that would be microbial or mold free? And of course, that doesn't mean there won't ever be any mold in it. The idea is that how do you seal it up with reducing the air infiltration issues, reducing the moisture intrusion issues, taking care of making sure that you're doing the best you can from an indoor air quality standpoint. And so it's basically a checklist type book, chapter by chapter. It leads to the end of the book, which is a checklist that they can then go to their contractor and they say, this is the house I want to build. And then when he says, okay, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, then you can make the decision as to whether you want to do it or not. But it's obviously would be building way above minimum code or minimum standards. So that was the impetus. That's what got me excited about writing the book, was being able to address homeowners, people that were interested in building a home.
And in the media and content, especially, we have a term called evergreen content, which means that you could write it and it doesn't have time specific. And the fact that you get the second version of this out in 2018 tells me that it holds the test of time, what you wrote in 2004, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think the first draft I did in interesting story there, Mike. But the first draft I did in 1998, I decided it had 13 chapters. I was going to write a chapter a week. That was my goal, was to get it done in 13 weeks. and I did. I was able to meet that goal. But then was interesting because you're right. Once I got it finished, the final version didn't really need any revisions until about 2016. I wanted to add a section on insulation because there have been so many questions about spray foam insulation and non-vented crawl spaces and so forth. So I added that chapter and then did a few other revisions. But yeah, it has stood the test of time. And the interesting thing about it to me is that it's been incredibly helpful for remediation contractors, because it's not just for somebody that's building a house. It's if I were going to put something back, pour it out, and then going to put it back, if the way it was built initially was the reason for the problem, then I certainly need to put it back in the right way and fix those problems. So a lot of remediation contractors use it as kind of a guideline for repairs as well, and room additions and those sorts of things.
That's incredible. That's great. That's great. And like I said, the whole stands the test of time, and people are still using it today. And I found out today is the impetus for somebody approaching you launching Normie way back when. These days, I know Normie specifically for IAQ, and only because we've done, we're proud sponsors of Normie TV this year, the experiences and things like that. Boy, this is a silly question. Why is IAQ important these days? I sent that to you. I'm like, I know it sounds silly, but let's talk about it.
Well, I tell you, the thing that's the most exciting thing to me about where we're headed is back in the probably 2006 or 7, when we first started talking. Of course, we put mold in the context of indoor air quality because you can use mold as a surrogate basically for other indoor air quality issues. You fix mold problems, you're fixing indoor air quality issues. But what was interesting was back then in 2006 or 7, the small percentage of the population was what was considered environmentally sensitive. And yet today that population has grown to between 20 and 25% have the potential to be environmentally sensitive. Michael probably talked about that, Pinto, a lot. So all of a sudden now people are talking about mycotoxins. And a lot of those can become airborne, biotoxins, endotoxins, a lot of those sorts of things. So I wrote an article several years ago about, it was called Look Up. And if you want to know what's on your surfaces in terms of quote unquote dust, look at the supply registers. I was in a restaurant this last week and I looked up and I said, Neva, my wife, don't look at the supply register. It was just filthy, and stuff that's in the air is dropping down, on our surfaces. We don't think about that the stuff that's on the surfaces also becomes airborne. And since so much of our nutrition comes from the air we breathe, I think it's probably one of the more important things that we can do to address our health.
I think, and I think I said it's dangerous to say we can all agree on something these days, because it's rarely you could say that. But after the pandemic, I think we could all agree that, we're all wiping off surfaces, and that had its importance. Really, what we learned was the problem was in the air, correct? Yeah. And all the problems going through the air. And Normie's does a great job at educating people on this.
I talked to somebody the other day about this, Mike, somebody that I'm actually doing an assessment for. And it was interesting because they had never thought about this. They talk about viruses and how long they can actually stay in the air. And you remember that there was that whole discussion with COVID, how long will it actually stay in the air if you sneeze? And what wasn't considered is, what about all those little submicron particles that are floating around in the air that you can't see? And what happens if you sneeze and a particle of the virus gets on that little particle that you can't see? Now it's on a surface and it's floating around. How long is that going to stay suspended in the air? So I think when you really get down into the nitty gritty of air quality, there are so many aspects of it that you can address and you can improve the environment. And that is going to have an effect in most cases on our health and the way we feel.
It's a topic that is at the forefront of, really should be the forefront of everyone, scientifically or not, in society these days, keeping everything clean, protecting the ductwork. I spent a long time with a magazine called Snips, which dealt with ductwork, and IAQ is a big deal. So I was I have a little head start. I don't know what you know, but I had a little head start on this. And
You do.
hey, by the way, good time to mention that we're going to be heading to Chattanooga in about just a little bit. The next experience is going to be April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center. Get your tickets. There's plenty of spaces. We have booths available, and you certainly can come even the last minute to attend. We have a great agenda. I'm really proud of the agenda led by you, sir, and Lance and Mr. Pinto and everything. We're so happy. You're gonna see, I think about 5 or 6 sessions from various people in Normie.
We
Hands-on.
do. Yeah, and we've got a one day that's virtually the whole day is hands-on session. We're going to build some containment, do some negative pressure, talk about air washing. A lot of guys don't talk about air washing. They don't really understand how that works. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about utilizing our PRV 24K, which is a sanitization equipment that can be used during the air scrubbing process. So it's a fun time to be able to talk about a lot and demo a lot of different new ideas.
How long have you been? I know you've worked with Larry for a long time as well. When was the first experience you attended? Do you remember or no?
I do remember. In fact, I was invited to attend by Larry because he was actually forced, he says, to invite me. He didn't know who I was. And so anyway, I was invited to the Atlanta show in the spring, and I went to the Atlanta show. And we sat down and started talking, and we really hit it off. It was like he understood where we were coming from, that we were coming from a different side of the industry. He was very familiar with the IICRC, but didn't know us. And really from that point on, we just kind of became friends. And so that's how that relationship started.
Yeah, and you've been a big part of it ever since. Any good, that'd be funny. Any good stories you remember from your time at the experience, things that happened, experiences?
Well, well, they're all unique. Every time it's unique. I think one of the things that I've said over and over again to our team with our members, and like I said, we meet with them every week or every other week now with our continuing education training, and we tell them, if you're going to go to one conference, industry conference, this is the one you need to go to. And the reason you need to go to is because we have fun there, but more importantly, you actually do get to experience what it's like to hold the equipment, what it's like to actually use the equipment, get to know people that you really need to know in the industry. I think the networking side of this is huge. And I'll tell you, one of the things that's been exciting to me is that I think we were able to bring to the table, and I don't want to take full credit for this, but as you know, the mold industry is split into 2 professions, into the remediation side, which is the trade side of it, and the assessment side, which has traditionally been the industrial hygienist side of it. And now, of course, there's whole licensing for the certified mold assessor. So you've got the assessment side and the remediation side. And I think we were able to at least be instrumental in bringing the assessment side to the experience. And that I think it fills a gap in the industry, because even remediators and restoration contractors need to know how to do assessments. And so that's one of the things that I think we're going to be able to talk a lot about at the experience coming up in Chattanooga.
No, that's great. And as I said before, you're going to be on stage a lot, and I'm very proud of that, because we need to make sure we keep this going. One thing that was hammered into my head as we made the transition to BNP Media owning these events was hands-on. And to your point, fun, family, but hands-on especially. This event in spring is different from the fall, because in the fall, it's a traditional 3 days of agenda that you go to most conferences you attend or expos. The middle day here is all going to be extra hands-on. We have the restoration pavilion, the cleaning pavilion, and a whole day of hands-on. So get down there, and we're very proud of, like I said, we're very proud of the agenda, and you're going to learn something if you come to our event. You're going to have some fun. What in your opinion, outside of the hands-on, why should people make the way to Chattanooga?
Well, I think the thing that I really think is probably the most valuable thing is just the face-to-face contact. You know, we live in a text world and an email world, and I just, frankly, I know I'm going to sound really old, but I just don't think there's anything like an eye-to-eye, shake the hands, talk to the guy. Typically, any kind of strategic alliances we set up, I will absolutely not do that unless I've actually met the person, had dinner with the person, you know, and I think that's the thing to me that is the biggest draw to an event like this. And in Chattanooga, it's so easy to get to. I mean, it's a great location because I mean, I don't know the way the population sets in the country, but I know for us, it's incredibly easy to get to. And to me, that is probably one of the biggest benefits, Mike, is being able to sit down eye to eye and talk to the people that you want to do business with.
No, I've told sales reps who I've been managing for many years that, you know what? Nothing bad ever comes from making a client call and seeing your client face to face. They may not sign a contract that day or do business, but you've furthered the relationship, and that's so important. And that's just on a sales standpoint, but what you said is even more important in life. Just you need to just, I hate to keep mentioning that darn pandemic, but I mean, I think we learned that too. I mean, we gotta be safe. I can understand. I'm not saying don't be safe, but being alone for too long isn't good for anybody. We need to be together. That's where all, not just the experience, that's where all conferences and expos come in handy.
Absolutely. And like I said, it's so convenient and easy to get to and affordable. You guys have made this thing very affordable.
It really, it's not so bad. We have a lot of good things coming up. We're doing these Shaw tours. For those who don't know, 75 people are going to get to tour Shaw plant on April 2nd, the day before. There's still some tickets available. So definitely go to rnrmagonline.com and sign up for that. Sign up for the show, then sign up for that. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, I can't say enough how happy we are to be partners with you and Lance and Michael, Dr. Michael and Normie.
Well, I thank you for the effort you guys put in this. I know there's a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. There's a lot that we see, but I know there's a whole lot we don't see. And I just appreciate you guys continuing the tradition because I love this show. Like I said, it is the one that we want to be involved in every year.
Excellent. Well, that's a good place to stop, I would say. So please make plans to attend the experience April 3rd to the 5th in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You can find this and all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special guest to our very special thank you, excuse me, to our guest today, Mr. Doug Hoffman. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. One of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts, it was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, a master carpenter or, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a a course about remediation or assessment. I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that, too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of responsibility in some of these remediation organizations, and we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience, but for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. We've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having been the primary instructor for this for 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are 2 things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people to hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. You got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, was there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learn so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. All right, I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling, and or sometimes getting out over the course of multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator, and so. And I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, and sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level. I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro. And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well, as well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new. 2023 for us is not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just
And
not.
and the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course, I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class. But basically, I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the best knowledge to share. Is not. And again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun, and the people that come through this class talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, Lance, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, everybody, we are here with a special guest today at the Experience Trade Show, David DeGroff, and we've been dealing with, and I say dealing in a very calm way, with you for several years now. Actually, you've been a sponsor at some of our training classes, and we've dealt with you with other stuff down in Florida, so we really appreciate that. But you have a very special, I want to call it service, at Always On Call for this industry. Let's tell everybody about it.
Basically, I have a restoration specific labor source. Contrary to everybody else out there who is a labor provider that saw opportunity in our industry, and they do roll call. There's plenty of negative names out there that exist for those types of companies, rent-a-bums, rent-a-drunks. And I saw an opportunity and able to provide something a little bit different for the industry. I've been in the industry since 2004. I ran a build back company. I ran a DR company to expansion and then into sale. And I actually only ended up doing labor and saw that it was a good opportunity, and we capitalized on that. My labor guys, it's not a roll call to see who's the most sober in the morning and they get to go to work. They're my employees year round, and they do restoration every day of the week. They weren't cleaning a Walmart parking lot yesterday. They were doing containments, right? They're doing micro cleans.
And I speak David, so I can translate what he just said. Actually, you were a little bit low, so hopefully they heard you.
Sorry.
But I think it really comes down to, you get somebody in the restoration industry that comes across a very large job, and they're not going to have 100, 200, people on their payroll. They need people that know what to do in the industry, and they call you.
That's right. We can help increase the size of your company, allow you to take on any project, no matter the size. But we also offer an alternate option where if you're a smaller company and you just get a stack of jobs going on, we're able to help provide relief for that type of situation as well. I mean, realistically, you don't need anybody on your staff that isn't a future part of your company. We're able to come in and fill the gaps in your schedule. If you had several mold jobs, you could stack them all up together and bring us in, and we can help you knock them out. And then you don't have to worry about paying them guys 40 hours next week.
Do you have supervisors on your crews?
Yes, we do.
So you provide supervision also. Now, are they licensed to do the work? Like in Florida, I know you need licensing, or do they still work under the company's license?
Yeah, they some of the people are certified that we have. We're working on increasing that presence right now. It's kind of a new demand and a new supply for us. Typically, we've always just done general labor and worked very hard to be able to clear that bar. I'm a under promise, over deliver type of guy. So now we've been looking at adding the new dimensions and being able to offer supervision as well. I know that's a much needed resource in the industry as well.
Well, I know you're located in Florida, but you do cover other parts of the country, don't you?
Well, we started the company in 2016 in Orlando, and then we've expanded from there. We're able to respond nationwide with as little as 4 people. And we also have local response out of 8 cities. It's Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, Charlotte, and the 4 major cities in Texas.
So what do you do as far as you need to mobilize 100 people to head to Texas? Do you guys handle logistics of transport and accommodations, or how's that work?
Yeah, I mean, typically we handle the transportation, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to be a good business partner, and we all want to just help each other reach success and profitability, right, and get on to the next job. So it really comes down to the relationship. When the specific situation, do you need me to handle lodging? Do you need me to handle transportation? How can I best assist your situation to make it as seamless and stressless for you as possible? And we work hard to fill in all those gaps to take whatever we need to off your plate.
Okay. Well, it brings me to the most important question. And I know we've done interviews in the past, but anytime somebody sees an interview I've done with you or just sees us talking, they always ask me 9-volt or AA for the suit.
It's a lot larger battery than that, bud.
What powers this thing?
It's my energy, right?
It's your energy.
No caffeine.
What's the deal with the orange? And now the glasses, that's a new one.
Hey, you got to step it up. Everybody's expecting there's something more each time out. Very simply put, the company colors are orange and black, and I'm a little bit outside the box when it comes to marketing. And so I conceptualized this idea on the fly of maybe an orange suit would draw a few more eyes, and it certainly has done that.
I heard rumors about a Lamborghini someplace out there.
I don't know. They're unconfirmed at this point in time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know one. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. But orange?
An orange Lamborghini? Well, it'd have to be a marketing expense and it'd have to tie into the suit. So a little bit of work to go before we're able to roll out that idea, but we're going to see what we can do.
Well, I'm waiting to see that one. Just to have you pull up at one of these shows, and something like that. I think that speaks volumes.
What kind of volumes would it speak?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're not fitting very much labor in the back of it.
That's true. Are you going to be at the experience in the fall?
Well, as everybody knows, that one is in the fall and it's the beginning of September. So that's kind of the hot zone for us for hurricane wise. Assuming that there's not going to be any hurricane at that point in time, which is not a safe assumption, I will certainly be there to the best of my ability. So, but we'd all rather be working at that point in time too. But the experience is a great show, and I love to be in there in Vegas and turn out for these guys. Great people, great event.
I also heard a rumor that you were thinking about our training coming up in Mexico in a week. Don't know if you were able to make that one work or not.
I'm a little bit sad at this point in time. I found out about it too late, and due to the restricted time frame and so much to move that I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But I'm sad. I'm still going to put the effort into it, and if not, then you can certainly keep me on the agenda for next year. I've been to a lot of special Normie events, and I appreciate and love them all. I've always appreciated the way Normie's had not only my back, but definitely supports the industry across. It's a huge asset and a huge addition to everything that we all believe in.
So it has nothing to do with the orange suit, or being on the no-fly list.
No, if I wouldn't be able to be here if it were that case.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how it works internationally.
Yeah.
I have to, pop the fuse or something.
Pinata if you're down in Mexico, Anyways, I appreciate you spending time. And there's a lot of things going on here. We're coming up on a little over an hour to go in the show yet today. So
Yeah.
enjoy. I
Thank
appreciate
you very
it.
much for all your time, Lance.
You take care.
Thank you, Normie. Thank you, Experience. Have a good day, guys.
Everybody, we are back again in Chattanooga at the Experience Trade Show, and I have one of our Normie members with us, Barry Menken, and he's been around for quite some time, and he's always interesting to talk to, and he has some definite insights into this industry. So, Barry, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. We try to get to these, a couple times a year, and obviously other organizations as well, and just to stay connected to the industry so we can be on top of our game.
Well, one of the things, and I do appreciate that, I want to mention is that you guys were late this morning and missed my presentation. and I was told to point that out.
Yes. Well, my hope was that I would be able to get a copy of it later so that I could digest it properly and really get a deeper hold of it.
This is a snooze you lose event, so sorry about that. So what brings you here? This is a ride for you guys, isn't it?
A little bit of a ride, not too bad. We're actually out of Nashville, Tennessee. So, about 2.5 hours for us to come down. And basically, this event, I think, is really beneficial just because there's so many different players here that crosses different industries, but we're all trying to get things clean at the end of the day. So that whole joke in the industry is, what is clean? Well, there's several different people here trying to clean from different angles, from different, sects of that business or different industries.
Yeah.
And so to be connected to them, I think, and to understand their approaches and the products and processes. And it's really, I think, helpful for everybody to be able to play together, if you will.
And it's funny because you mentioned about getting things clean, and we've started using different terminology that you can't really get something clean because what is clean? But we can make it cleaner. We can show where you started. We can show at the end how much better it is, cleaner, healthier, safer. And that seems to be a theme traveling through this whole thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, today we can see things that we couldn't see before. We can see past 0.1 microns, right? So we have different things that we can say, you know what, we can do better. And, so much of the industry standards, I think, address the minimums. And, nobody should be bragging about getting a D-, like if you're just doing what code says. If you're in the building industry, it's like, well, it passes code. Well, that doesn't make a healthy house, and in our industry, it's like, let's not do the minimum. Let's find out how good we can be. And the technology now can help us do that.
Yeah, it's funny. We use more or less a joke when we talk about things with people doing testing and stuff. And to your point, a doctor that graduates med school last in his class, lowest possible score, he's still called doctor.
Right.
But being proud of that, yes, you're a doctor. Congratulations. I'm glad you did it. But then again, look at the people that really scored way up top. They're really engaged in the industry. They're there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And that's what this kind of show is about.
Yeah, I would say when I come to these shows, the people that come here, especially not necessarily even the vendors, but the people that are coming, they're hungry. And if you care, you're going to show up. And those are the people that want to be excellent at what they do and learn from you guys, right?
Yeah.
So prime example. And to me, I've grown exponentially through Normie, and just being connected to all the different organizations the best way that I can, and help take the right things out of each one and try to find out what works for my business model. And it's been very helpful. So very thankful.
I'll give you a moment for a shameless plug. Who's the company?
So my company's name is Four Corners Environmental, the number 4. And I've got 3 companies. So basically I have a home inspection business still. So what we try to do is our take on how we deal with the environmental side of the business. We come from a water end, from the outside in. So I'm looking at the building science, not just from the inside out kind of thing. I want to look at the grading. I'm going to look at the gutters. I'm going to look at foundational issues. Then we get into HVAC issues. We dive into all of that. And we see holistically, how's this house operating? What's the moisture? How's that reacting? And how are all these systems working together? And then we're just measuring food and water at the end of the day. Mold needs the same things that we do to grow. We're made out of the same stuff. So we're just trying to help people manage the food and the water well, especially in a humid climate like we have, where we have high relative humidity all the time.
So listening to you, how do I get you to raise your level of dedication to this industry? Because it sounds like you're in hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I mean, I was a contractor for a long time. I've worked for different companies as I was younger, and I've worked with my hands my whole life. So once I got into the inspection side after I sold that company, everything just kind of hurt. So I mean, I couldn't physically do it anymore. So, but I had all the knowledge base, and then I wanted to fill in the holes that I didn't know. And I've just been so hungry ever since then, because the more you know you can help, and the more viable you can be in your industry to have the answers for people that need healthy homes. And so Normie's been, again, a huge part of that process for me, and a practical approach for a lot of my clients. So,
well, and that's the whole idea. It's to keep it practical, to keep it doable, not make it so complicated and difficult and expensive that people can't afford to have the help that they need. So
exactly. And, so many companies just come in and they just want to spout out how much they know and impress people, by however many letters that they have behind their name. And the letters are important. You have to know what you're talking about, but so much of this is how you communicate to your clients, not just the what, so that they can actually utilize the knowledge and start to apply those things to their home and have solutions.
So how many of these experience shows have you been at?
This is my third or fourth one, I think. So,
okay.
Yeah, this particular show.
Have you been to Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's the one I was at last year. Or was it? Yeah, last year.
Yep. That is their bigger show of the year. This is kind of like their warm-up show they do in the spring.
Right.
And then in the fall, they do the big show in Vegas. So looking forward to that.
Me too. Yeah.
It's usually a good time out there, and exciting, big, too much walking now.
Yeah, it's good for us because we usually eat a little bit too much while we're out here. So
that is true.
All the rich foods and everything. So, but the walking's good. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're here with a few other people. You're wandering and looking at everything. So
we're
enjoy.
excited.
I appreciate you coming by.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for stopping.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R, as well as the Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. This is episode 12, and good friend today. I say this every week, but I like this guy a lot. I met him about a year ago, and we bonded, and I'm happy he's such a big part of the experience. He's a teacher, a leader, a podcaster, an IAQ expert, a former policeman. I may have tipped it up right there who it is. A speaker, exhibitor. And he is currently and formerly was an EMT. We'll talk about all of that. Longtime friend of the experience. Please welcome from Normie, Mr. Lance Eisen. Welcome, Lance.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we have a lot going on in both our companies right now and fun. But I want to first off just talk about. I mean, this whole series was meant to really kind of look at the people who've made a big difference to the experience. And you and Doug and everybody at Normie are certainly one of them. Are you a New Jersey native by any chance?
Yes.
So you remain in New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes, I have. Well, my family is here, so it's kind of hard to move away from kids and grandkids.
They frown on that. I know. I know that we my wife and I came down to Florida a while ago, and I think that the grandkids is the thing that keeps people from snowbirding. The kids are one thing, but once those grandkids come around, now I'm not going anywhere, and I get it. So good for you.
It just makes it easier and it's more sense. If they move away, well, then all bets are off. But
exactly. So, well, I tell you, we met, like I said, last year, and you've got a great background, one that I think is wonderful for this. You started and maybe you could talk about this a little. There's two things I want to talk about service-wise in general. People know you're a policeman. A lot of people know you're a policeman as such, but I didn't know you were an EMT. How long did you do that for?
Since 1975.
And you're still registered, correct?
Yeah, still involved with the volunteer organization.
What do you think? What drew you to that originally, starting out? So this is what I want to do.
You know what? As a kid, I had watched the ambulance come to my house quite a few times. My grandmother lived with us. I saw them helping people, and it just became kind of the norm, and it got my interest.
That's amazing. My grandma stayed with me till she passed away when she was 98. So I learned a lot of Italian like that. But you did that, and then you went right into being a police. Now that was 1975. You said you still do it, but in 1979 you decided to join the police force. Was it just the next logical step in your head, or no?
It was kind of strange. I mean, if you put yourself in the mindset of a 19-year-old, you know, I was an EMT already. I was involved with emergency services. I was going to Rutgers University in a pre-medical program, and the opportunity came up where somebody said, "Hey, you want to drive a police car and carry a gun?" I was 19 years old. Sure. And you know, I had taken some tests. I got hired, and I started a career that, you know, they talk about pensions and stuff, and at 19, 20 years old, you get pension. What's that all about? And that was a blur. You know, that's gone. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember when they started talking about 401ks and people like, what is that? Some kind of football signal? What, I don't know what that means. And now you look back and like, you're so stupid. Why don't you just start?
The pension is there, which is the reason I stayed. It's just, you know, 25 years just blurred by.
Ah, yes.
You know, and I'll tell you what, that makes it even scarier. I retired almost 20 years ago.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So
from law enforcement.
You achieved your rank was sergeant at the end, correct?
Correct.
I can see that. I can see you being the boss, being the sergeant of a staff, but
it was convenient. It worked. You know,
a lot of people, you know, this is the 12th episode of this, and it's funny you said the magic words already, and that you started that because you wanted to help people. And I could, you know what, I could see a lot of pre-med. We've had people that want to be attorneys and this, that, and say, no, you know what? I want to do something else. And especially then that led into our industry. I mean, so you retired from the police force, and what moved you to kind of get involved in the restoration industry?
You know, my story is very similar to the people that we deal with that have problems. 2 years before I retired from the police department, I wound up with pneumonia 4 times. And I kept going to doctors, specialists that, you know, take these antibiotics, take more medication. Wasn't fixing the problem. I kept getting pneumonia. I started doing some research, and I took some training online about my living conditions, and I found my problem. It was in my air conditioning system.
I'm not smiling because that's great news. Go ahead. I mean, I can see where you're going with this. Go on.
I fixed it. And, you know, I started telling people, yeah, this is what I did. Their answer to me was, come check my house. That became a full-time business when I retired.
No kidding.
Yeah, I actually had to hire 4 inspectors to work with me because it was so busy. And there was radio advertising and a lot of other things involved with that, but it became an industry business for me. And that's how I got into it. And 2 years after that, I wound up with the Normie organization.
And you accidentally started a business. I love that. And the pneumonia problems went away when you got better air, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the pneumonia went away. It was caused by a fungal infection, you know, fungal pneumonia. And it was because of the conditions of my indoor environment, which set the stage for everything else.
Gotcha. And then you went to the right place because Normie is doing so many great things with IAQ and IAQ radio and everything else. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But I remember we've talked about this offline. And I talked to Jeff Jones, the Microbial Warrior, about this too, specifically about COVID. He likes to talk about it. And we found out that it wasn't touching things or whatnot. It was everything, all the particles going through the air. And hopefully if we have another chance at this, I'm preaching to the choir, I know. Hopefully we won't have another chance at this. We probably will. And sadly, we'll do a better job of fighting that next time, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know, COVID was kind of a game changer for this industry. You know, I've been in it since 2004 with Normie since 2006. And we have been talking about indoor air quality. We've been talking about surface contact, the things you breathe. And people are like, yeah, okay, no big deal. And then COVID hits. And everybody decides that, hey, breathing is a thing, it's important. And it changed the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and what I was going to mention earlier was that you said something when we first started about you want to help people. So you became an EMT and this and that. Everybody that does this show, that's what they say. And I think that really is a nice, you're sheepishly to accept this. We already tried once off the air, but you're a helper. You're a service oriented people person, and you want to go, and I could see you doing those two things, then jumping into the restoration industry like you did, and I'm not surprised at all. It's a career of service, actually. And again, that's a statement, not really a question, but that's the way I see it.
Well, yesterday, actually, I had a conversation with the manager of a large gym franchise. And we were talking about different things that could help his business out.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept saying, well, what's in it for you? What's in it for you? I said, nothing. I'm not selling you anything. I'm not asking you to buy anything. I don't want you to spend any money. Just here's a suggestion. And he didn't know how to take that. He's so used to people trying to sell them something or take advantage of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what we do. Doug has a tagline that we use all the time. It's not about getting a license, it's about developing a successful business.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we teach. And, we don't do it for what we're getting out of it. We're helping people. Our benefit is helping people, and then the good things come from that.
That is the textbook. I've heard the phrase content marketing, but that's basically what that is, a new form of marketing about. Yeah, we're gonna help the audience. We're gonna send a case study, do this and that. Eventually, we sell this widget too, and maybe you might want to think about buying it. But that's like an afterthought. And after you gain their trust, as Normie does, then the money just comes in because you're quality and you've earned their trust. You're not just overtly asking for it, right? And I think that's great. That's the way all businesses should run these days. Some don't have the luxury, but
you mentioned the police department earlier, and a lot of what I learned from that was dealing with people, reading an audience.
Yeah.
And it's a skill that every one of us in the service industry needs. You need to know who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And very often, for me, it's easier to put myself in the place of the person I'm dealing with. And that's how I can judge how I have to deal with this individual for their needs. I know personally that if somebody comes to my house and is very pushy and they're going to sell me something, and I don't want to deal with them, I'm immediately turned off to that. It's very hard to sometimes explain to individuals in this industry that you might be selling a service, you might be selling a product. You really need to sell yourself first. Once the customer is comfortable with you, then you have a relationship and it's much easier to work with.
Yeah. They trust you, and they have that mutual trust that you're really looking out for their best interest. I couldn't agree more, Lance. And you brought that and a lot more to Normie. Now, we've been talking a lot over the last year. Normie TV is exploding. Normie Connect. I mean, what do you want to talk about as far as so much has changed in the last 12 months or 18 months with Normie?
We actually started a little bit sooner than that, but it really went mainstream with what we're doing. Like you said, within the last 2 years. We've been running Normie TV since 2017, 2018. So, but like everything else, it's a new concept and it takes a while to get some traction and move. Well, from watching the industry and watching what happened with COVID, we started to see that people like to get media in all different flavors, all different ways of getting it, from Facebook to Instagram to Reddit to regular other social media platforms, ones that are popping up almost daily.
Yeah.
So to me, it made sense to, and here we come with the name Normie connect with the audience on their terms.
Mm-hmm.
We can't say, hey, if you want to watch us, go to YouTube. And that's your option. Some people may not want to go to YouTube, it may confuse them. They may go to Instagram and want to watch, or Facebook or LinkedIn. So we broadcast our TV channel across all of those platforms at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we're broadcasting, I believe it's on 7 or 8 platforms. When we do other live broadcasts like specialized trainings, we'll go across, I think it's up to 15 platforms. At the same time, simulcast it. And people can react with us and chat and everything else at the same time. Well, we found that a lot of people like that, but people work. Can you believe that? They have to travel to and from work.
I hate that.
You can't watch video performances, video on demand while you're driving. So we looked into doing radio. We're now broadcasting, simulcast broadcasting over 6 radio platforms. So people have their favorites there too. You know, whatever you want to listen to your internet radio on. So now they can listen while they drive in the car. And for those that are even beyond that, we went to podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
We're on 13 podcast platforms. So wherever you want to find us, we're there.
And you're promoting it. And I've been,
Yeah.
I've been fortunate enough to be a part of a couple of the episodes with you and Doug, and I was flattered to do that. I was taken back by when I first learned about what you were doing, that just how everything's scheduled. It's almost like a TV network in a way. This is scheduled then. You could promote, hey, you're going to be on, Jane Doe's going to be on at 4:00. Make sure. And I thought it was well done. And you clearly put a lot of effort into it, and for good reasons. A lot of times, people put effort into things just to do effort, but this was targeted, and it's good. I think I love what you guys are doing. I've been outspoken about that the whole way. I really, really enjoy what you're up to. And I like the fact that the Experience is a sponsor this year. That we're very proud to do that. This is where I have to mention that, don't forget, April 3rd to the 5th in Chattanooga, Tennessee, the Experience is coming back. Our next event, the Chattanooga Convention Center. When this airs, you still will have time to get some early bird rates as attendee. There's plenty of space on the booths available. Contact me or the sales team, and some great stuff. We put the agenda up about 2 weeks ago. Love it. I'm so thrilled with the speakers coming, including Lance Eisen. Now, you've been a big part, you and Doug and the Normie in general have been a huge part of the Experience for years. I mean, do you remember the first time you went to the Experience by any chance?
No, and you can't see it now, but hanging behind me, I have from the ceiling a hook with all the badges that I've gotten attending, and there's a lot of them up there. Actually, I put a second hook up now. It's over 10 years, I'd say, that I've been attending the Experience shows.
You've been a big sponsor of the Experience as well. You're going to be recording and doing things this time too. Is there any great Experience stories jump out that you want to share with everyone?
Well, we tried something new last year where we went live from the Experience show across all of our platforms at the same time. And we were doing live interviews right there at our booth of all the movers and shakers, if you want to call it, in the industry. And it was fun. We had you there, you were talking with us, we did an interview, and again, we pushed that out over everything at the same time. And we had people all over the country watching what we were doing at the Experience while we were there.
Yeah, it was creative, and I had a blast. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Maybe we need this time to get bigger signs, say you're on air or something. Because it was just funny. Everybody just came from talking to Lance during our interview, and me, and so like, hey, give us just 5 minutes.
But that adds to it because it's real.
I know. It was funny. It was great.
And that's kind of what we went for there. And everybody was well behaved.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, our booth was actually next to a bar, so it was really touchy, but no, it was good. We were very well behaved.
This is the first time I'm sorry, Lance. People want to be by the bar a lot in this industry. I've noticed a lot of my exhibitors have that same request, which is kind of funny. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh, no, I absolutely like that. It's a short walk. It's just, like you said, we had a lot of people that were there, a lot of activity. It was nice to have people come in and sit down and talk with us. Yeah. And actually, that's the way our booth is designed. It's a large booth with seating area.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we want. We don't want people coming to us, we can sell them something. We want people to come to us with questions, with concerns, with suggestions. And that's how we meet people at these events.
Your booth is going to be in the back of the hall, the major booth right between the cleaning pavilion and the restoration pavilion, and where the lunch area is. So it's a perfect setting for everything. You're going to be in the belly of the beast. Go back and talk to Lance and have fun. What would people be surprised to know about Lance? That's a question that came up a couple of weeks ago, and I think it's a good one.
I mean, I'm pretty much an open book. I do these types of things all the time, these interviews. I run interviews, and I do training several times a month online. So I do talk about my background because it's what helps me do what I do. And I try to encourage people to use your background as a tool to do what you do. But what would surprise people? It's like the story I told you before. It's the legitimacy of just wanting to help.
Yeah.
And people really are, I'm here to help you. And they're always like grabbing for their wallet to make sure it's still there. No, that's really what we do at Normie. It's about helping people in this industry.
No, it's, you are an open book, and that's why I was always attracted to you, because you're a good guy, and you hated when I call you sir a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Things of that nature.
You do that because I'm older than you, and you keep reminding me.
I think that one thing I want to remind everybody that may not be available at this point, but we're doing the tours of the Shaw flooring plant on April 2nd, the day before the event. As of today, I believe 15 of the 75 have been sold, and this will be out in 2 weeks. So it may not be, but if it's still available, I would highly recommend doing that. Get to our website, register for the event, then register for Shaw. It's $199. 3 tours all day, transportation, lunch, all that stuff. So, any last words you want for our people? Why do you think people should come and see us in Chattanooga, Lance?
Your show, the experience is different from any of the other shows that I've been to, whether it's your spring or your fall show. And it's not about going to be sold something. It's going to learn about things. And that is very different in the, if you want to call it the home show or the, convention show type market. Everybody's trying to sell their products. It's really about who you are and selling yourself and your services where people can touch them, try them right there. You're not shopping on an Amazon catalog to buy a $10,000 widget. You're touching them. I mean, I love walking around and watching the robots run around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robot cleaners and stuff. People are there trying to sell them. They're just showing the technology that's there. And, we didn't mention this, but technology right now is exploding, and our industry is not exempt from that. It's really playing into the industry. And we have a lot of people in this industry that have been doing things the same way for 15, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Several reasons. One, technology is changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up, but people fear technology, new stuff, and change.
Right.
And you can't in this industry. Don't fear the technology, embrace it. You have to.
So many
Your show
times.
highlights
Go
it.
ahead.
Your show
Yeah.
highlights. That's what I was saying.
Thank you, Lance. I think it's hands-on has been drummed into my head since I started a couple of years ago, and it's true. There's more hands-on experience at these events than anything I've ever seen. If you want to go and learn your craft, this is the place to be. And we're excited to have you. We're very excited to have you and Normie be a part of be a partner with us for this. I think that's a good place to end. I think that was beautiful. I learned a lot about Lance. That's what I wanted out of this. So people don't love you yet, they love you now, Lance. All right.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for the opportunity. Though I do have one question, because you did
Yes, sir.
start off by saying we're good friends and everything else. I'm the 12th interview.
12th. Well, I'm building
Wow.
up to. We're building up to Chattanooga, man. It's a build.
Oh, okay. Good.
Don't
comeback.
tell Chuck Violan that, who was our first one. I'll tell him no. We start off with the best.
Yeah. Okay.
I told you, my big mouth talked to me into doing 52 of these a year. So there's going to be a lot of people like the 40th that are going to be looking at me and shaking their head. But I thank you for being here. How's that? We'll leave with that. Hey, please thank you. Make plans to attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. You could register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You can find this and all RNR videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. Also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Very special thank you to our guest, Lance Eisen of Normie. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Hello there, my name is Robert Pettyjohn, coming from you to beautiful downtown Wake Forest, North Carolina. My daddy said years ago that we are known by the company we keep. And I'm very thankful that 45 years ago, I was able to keep company with this young lady here beside me, Karen, out of Easley, South Carolina, and what a difference that has surely made in my life over the years. We're also very thankful that 35 years ago, the Lord led us to start Petty John's Cleaning and Restoration here in North Carolina and Wake Forest. We're very thankful for that because over the years, Karen, we have now got almost 7,000 customers. Isn't that incredible?
That's wild. That's great.
My goodness, that's just amazing. And the reason for that is, and we started out cleaning carpets and upholstery and water damage restoration and all that because we were doing this for the health of our precious customers. Fortunately, we had the ability to sit under Dr. Michael Berry at the Research Triangle Institute there not too far away from us. And he impressed upon us the importance of cleaning for health, not just to preserve your investment or not just for appearance. And thankfully now we are cleaning Oriental rugs and have been for the last 35 almost years now. And we have the finest Oriental rug washing plant in the state of North Carolina, almost in the southeast, I'm sure of that. And we've got that reputation because we have kept good company. One of the companies we've kept with is an organization called the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, also known as NORMI. This group is a perfect fit for us and for anybody that cleans for health because of the importance that they stress on us doing every single thing to improve the indoor air quality of our precious customers. As a result, I've kind of branched off and become an indoor air quality assessor and teach mold remediation and assessing throughout the Southeast, and I'm very, very thankful for that. But the reason that's important to us is because of the fact that we're keeping good company. NORMI is a good company to keep. And I'm thankful to be associated with them, as I'm sure they're thankful to be associated with Petty John's. We clean for health.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and The Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Today, this is episode 13, lucky 13. We have a guest today who's no stranger to the experience. He's been a leader at this event in our industry for a long time. He's a husband, he's a father, a leader, he's a marketer, a cleaning expert, a salesman, a spokesman, an avid photographer, a bear and wildlife aficionado. We'll talk about that in a little bit for sure. Okay. He is a proud Colorado Buffalo. He is a veteran of the experience. And he's the vice president of marketing of HydroMaster. Of course, it's Mr. Doyle Bloss. Welcome, Doyle.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that introduction. I looked at some of the previous people that you guys signed up for this series of podcasts, and it's fun because they're a lot of fun people. But I also feel honored just to be mentioned in the same sentence as some of these folks, because they've all given a lot for the industry and to help build a unique experience as it goes, a unique opportunity for the entire industry to come together at an event. And it's exciting to be a part of that because there was a time when the industry couldn't get together nationally. It just wasn't possible. There were too many organizations in too many places. So we'll talk more about that later. Yes, I am a proud Colorado Buffalo.
Yes, indeed.
And for those of you who don't like Coach Prime, I just have this to tell you. I indoctrinated both my sons into the Colorado Buffaloes. Neither one of them ended up going to school there, but they both live and bleed the Colorado Buffaloes like I do. And they're both in their 20s and they've never seen anything. We've been lousy their entire lives. So we're hopeful Coach Prime gets us where we want to go. So we're excited about that. And yeah, I am a Colorado native, went to school at the University of Colorado, and my heart's in Colorado. But if you haven't looked there lately, the prices are in Colorado are about equal to the West Coast. So it's not a cheap place to live anymore.
No, that's a lot. And actually, that first answer was wonderful, Doyle, because I was going to say, thank you for saying the nice things about this podcast. The real secret is, yeah, they're great people I've been having on, but this is my first time doing this. So I'm looking at my favorite personalities in the industry. So I could just sit here and smile and let you do all the work. And it's working so far.
Good.
So, Yeah, we almost moved to Colorado. Actually, we're down in Naples, Florida now. About 15 years, about 10 years ago, we realized we didn't have to sit through the crappy Ohio winters anymore. And because the snow there is different, you know it. You get a foot of snow in an hour, and then it's sunny for 3 days, and it's just beautiful. We have another event we run there. I go every year. I'm really flattered. I just love being there with the clear air.
Yeah, and people make fun. People keep asking me, "Why did you move to a little town in Kansas?" And last week I was back in Everett at HydroMaster with our sales team and our production team, and we were having a bunch of meetings. And it took me about 10 minutes in the rental car on I-5 to remember why I like living in a small town in Kansas. So
yeah,
the lack of we have one red light in our town, and it starts flashing yellow at 6 p.m. every night. So that's the kind of traffic I have to put up with.
That's nice. That's I'm very jealous, actually. That is nice, especially as we're not 25 anymore and we roll along. It's
exactly
calm us down.
Yeah,
now as most people know, or for the two people who don't know, you've been in the industry forever, and actually your family has been in the industry forever. Tell me a little bit about how Ralph got started. Your dad and he's founded Steamway at age 60. Is that correct?
Well, he bought Steamway at age 60. He actually worked for the company for years before that. We lived in Illinois, and that's why I still root for the Cubbies. But we moved from Illinois back to Colorado. We couldn't wait to get back to Colorado, and he went to work for a gentleman named Clark Seedloom, who had started. Clark was one of the original pioneers in the industry. And when I throw out some of these names, the people under 40 are going to roll their eyes and go, "Who's that?" But I have written a lot of history stuff about the industry, because I do think we owe a lot to those original pioneers in the industry that started companies. And I'll tell you a little story about that, because I actually started. My dad went to work for Steamway, so when I was a teenager, I got an old Steamway portable. Those of you who've been around a long time remember the old Steamway 400. Portable is kind of an oxymoron. They weighed 168 pounds, but I was 15 years old, and a friend of mine and I decided we were going to start cleaning carpets. And my mother drove us to our first jobs in a cherry red 1972 Ford station wagon.
Yep.
But we discovered real quick that there was a lot more money in cleaning carpets than there was in flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever else teenagers did in those days. So we started a carpet cleaning business, and I've heard a lot of the great stories about, how people originally got in the industry, but one of the ones that I like to tell is I've been cleaning carpets for about a year, and we got a job to clean my dentist's office, and it was a 3-story building. So my friend and I that were running the carpet cleaning business, we figured if we could clean the carpets in a 3-story building, we could probably retire after that. I mean, this job, the numbers were so big, and it's probably a $2,000 job, but we thought this was it. And so we started cleaning the carpet. Of course, it's in the middle of the night when they're closed, and about 2 hours after we started, we were so proud of the route, the how fast we were going and how clean, how good the carpet looked. But we looked back over the carpet, and there weren't ripples in the carpet. There were waves. And I'm talking about knee-high waves in the carpet. And back then, there wasn't ICRC schools. There certainly wasn't the internet. There wasn't people you could call to learn, what's happening and what should you do. The only person that I knew that I could call for help was my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And, my dad had a reputation of being this very kind soul. I have to tell you, he wasn't very kind that night, because I couldn't get him to quit laughing, because I really thought my life was over. I envisioned that I was going to be indebted to the owner of this building for the rest of my life, trying to buy them new carpet. And finally, in between my dad's chuckles, he finally spit out, "Let it dry, it'll go back down." And he was right. Of course it did, and it looked good, and nobody but my friend and I that were cleaning it ever even knew that happened. But for a while, I really did think my life was open. And I know a lot of my friends that were back in the industry in the 70s cleaning carpets can relate to that story, because there was just a lot of stuff going on then in terms of the backings and the types of carpet fibers, and just a general lack of knowledge. the a lot of it was trial and error. That's kind of what you did sometimes, is you tried it and hoped that it went well. So we enjoyed that, but I ended up going off to college. I was going to be a CPA. That was my big goal, and so I went to the University of Colorado. But right when I graduated, my dad finally had the opportunity to buy Steamway from the original owner, and he was 60 years old at the time. So the bank asked him, you know how banks are, even to this day. They were polite about it, but they kind of said, you're getting up there in years, and you could kick off at any time. So could you get somebody to co-sign this loan? So he said, well, my son just recently graduated from the University of Colorado. He's going to be a CPA. And they said, okay, we'll take him. So I ended up co-signing the loan with my dad to buy the company. And I went back off to college because I was going to get a master's degree. And my dad would call me about every 2 weeks and say, son, I love you, and I'm glad you're out there having fun. At this time, I was going to school. And he said, but I'm old and senile, and your name's on this loan too. I sure would appreciate it if you'd come back here and help me run this place. And by that time, my little brother had gotten involved, and my mom had gotten involved. So it had already become a family business. And so I thought about it, and I said, Dad, I really like it here. And he said, okay. So he would make that call about every month. And, I'm old and senile. And that's funny because he was 60 years old at the time, and he worked every day he was alive until he passed away at the age of 79 at Steamway. So it wasn't like he was on the edge of losing it. He enjoyed this industry in a way that I don't think a lot of people can understand back then. And the things that he loved about the industry, I tell people that's the things I love. There's no other industry that I know of. I'm sure there are, but I don't know about it, where a husband and wife can decide to start a cleaning business and basically pull themselves up by their bootstraps, not have a lot of money. And 5 years later, they're not only making a good living for themselves, they've got 2 or 3 employees that they're making a good living for. That's why I love this business. In spite of ourselves, we can be successful at it. And the 70s and 80s proved that, because there was nobody teaching anything back then. But early on, when I finally acquiesced and went to work for my dad. And, the first thing he did was sit me down at a class taught by Matt Clark, who was a business operator. And he taught business management, and the Stop franchise is eventually where he ended up. And I met people like Ron Toney and Jeff Bishop and so many of the early pioneers of education in our industry. And that's caught my attention. I mean, I loved working with those guys. And so from day one in the industry, I was really involved in the educational side. And that was a big part of what Steamway did back in the day. And so it wasn't just making equipment and talking to people about truck mounts. That's another thing that I enjoy about the industry, is that everything kind of stays in the same pattern. Back then, the big argument was about portables versus truck mounts. Do you really need a truck mounts? Now we talk about low moisture versus truck mounts. And obviously there's a place for everything. There is. But there's nothing like a fire breathing truck mount. There's just nothing. And people who try and explain them away just don't understand the science of cleaning. So obviously I've spent my entire life involved in the supply side of the business. In 2003, after we had sold the business, when you buy this, Mike, when you buy a family business, it's very difficult to make your own way. And one of the things that I decided to do was, my brother had left for Hawaii to become a realtor. We don't even talk about him anymore. He's the black sheep of the family living in Hawaii. So seriously, he's doing great over there.
I'll bet.
Yeah. It's a tough life, but somebody's got to live there. But I just decided that it was after my father passed away, and the new owner really needed to make his mark on the company. And I decided, I was presented with an opportunity by the Hanks brothers to go out to work at what was known at the time as Hydroforce or Bridgepoint. Today we know it as Aramco, or in Salt Lake City, and it was a big change. I mean, I've been in a family business for 20 years, and you know, I at the time I left Steamway, I was the president of the company, and I went to work for them out there, and absolutely loved what they were doing with that company. They were also involved deeply in education and training, and you know, the idea that they were building this network of distributors across the United States that could get supplies into the hands of cleaning and restoration professionals. You know, I still laugh when I read on some of the forums about people complaining, well, my nearest distributor is 3 hours away. And well, there was a time when your nearest distributor was like 5 states away. So
Yeah, move to Montana. Good luck with that. Go ahead.
yeah, Montana's, and yeah, we used to give a hard time to our distributor in Montana because he was selling so many truck mounts. We were convinced that he must be getting elk and bighorn sheep to go into the cleaning business. So then I spent about 10 years there and was presented with an opportunity to go to work with Hydromaster. I'd always admired Hydromaster. You know, when I was working at Steamway, they were a direct competitor, but Mike Palmer and Steve Brandt and the guys who built Hydromaster were friends of mine. And I, you know, working at Bridgepoint, we were a big vendor. We were a big distributor for them, a big customer of theirs. So I went to work for Hydromasters and have been there ever since through a lot of different changes and ownerships and general managers. But one thing that's stayed true is the value of the cleaning equipment that the company manufactures. And it's been a fun ride. But like people ask me all the time, have you ever thought about leaving the industry? And sure, I mean, I've been presented with opportunities to leave the industry and go into training or public speaking and things like that. But I just love the fact that our business still represents such a great opportunity for people to grow a business and make something that is bigger than they ever imagined they could have. And that's, I think, one of the great joys about the Experience Convention is the ability of everyone to come together and celebrate what is a fantastic industry. So that's kind of like the quick history of what Doyle's been up to. And you know, I'm on the tail end. Barry Costa and I were standing at the Experience Convention a couple of years ago. And one of the things that I always loved that Larry did was recognizing people from the industry who passed away. And he kind of had an in memoriam thing with pictures and a little bit about their story. And obviously, you know, 100 words don't do the justice to the life of anyone, much less some of the pioneers in our industry. But I looked at Barry and I said, you know, the problem, these people on the in memoriam board now are not our mentors.
Yeah.
they're our peers. So that's, I think, when I first recognized, and you know, that's one of the things before I ever retire, I'm hopeful that younger leadership steps up. And I think some of them have. You know, Lisa Wagner may not consider herself to be younger than me, but she is, and she's a big part of what the Experience Convention does, and Mark Kennedy and some of those folks. And I think, you know, the leadership is evolving that will take this industry into the next century. And if you look at the amount of change that's happened just in my 40-year career, imagine what this industry is going to look like in 2060, 2070, and what it might be doing. And so it's exciting to see that. You mentioned photography. Yes. I do when I'm not working in the carpet cleaning business or in the restoration business, I do love to do wildlife photography. I try to go to Yellowstone or Grand Teton or Rocky Mountain National Park at least once a year. I love to photograph grizzly bears. I guess the best story I can tell about that was the first time that I was ever within range of the grizzly bear. It was about 75 yards away from us, and you're supposed to be 100 yards.
Right.
And but I had my 2 sons with me, and my youngest son, Josh, was about 6 or 7 at the time. And I looked at him, I said, so Josh, are you scared of this bear? And he said, no, Dad, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
That's right.
So
that's right.
he quickly understood what we were doing, but to see wildlife in their natural habitat and photograph them, there's just nothing that I enjoy more. It's a grand opportunity, and obviously, it's changed a lot. People ask me about it that are going to Yellowstone or going to Grand Teton. 30 years ago, to see a grizzly bear, it was a rare thing. You were lucky enough to see one. Now it's fairly common. The grizzly bear population is growing. Any of our friends up in Montana can tell you that, because it's expanding into neighborhoods and places where they traditionally were but haven't been in 150 years. But it's just, bighorn sheep, elk, deer, if they've got antlers or horns, I like to take pictures of them. And so I spend as much time as I can doing that, and it's just for fun. My nephew is a professional photographer, and he went on several trips to Yellowstone with me. And my brother asked me to take him out there because I asked him, he knew what all this camera gear was. And we were standing in a fox den where there was a fox with 4 brand new kits that had just been born. And I asked him to add up the amount of money that was in the photography equipment. And he said about $700,000 is what he came up with, was standing there by us. And I said, just remember that photography is a great thing to go into, but it's a very competitive business. So he's actually ended up being a very successful photographer, but he lives in Kauai, so he's got plenty of opportunities to take pictures of beautiful things. So that's what I like to do when I'm not doing things. I'm involved in church activities. I love to do that. My faith's a big part of my life and always has been. So I enjoy this industry and I enjoy the experience. So let's talk more about that.
Well, I want to go real quick because you said some great things. I want to ask you some quick questions about first. It's the 13th one we've done. Everybody, we drift into why did you get into the 2 answers. Well, number 1, we want to help people, which is true. And what you said is that it's an easy way to start the American dream. It's an easy way to start a business and get started. And I think both of those whys are wonderful and make you more excited to get involved in this, in my opinion. Because everybody has the same thoughts. We're helping people out at their darkest hour, and we can start a business. And anyway,
when you're in business for yourself and a challenge comes up,
right?
Sometimes you honestly think, I must be the only person this has ever happened to. This is
right.
There are some bizarre things that happen, but you know what? Over the years, I've learned if it happened to you, it's probably happened to somebody else, and somebody out there, maybe through trial and error, maybe through the education they got, they figured out a way to fix it.
And as you mentioned before, I mean, we have some, I've been on my soapbox all year about getting our great leaders to mentor the next generation coming up. And I always have to explain that I have an AARP card too. I'm not saying go away. I'm saying you're the stars of this industry, begging you to help these kids find the way, because they're excited to come in. And I think that's great. Do you think your dad saw something in you? I mean, I know he tried to kind of trick you into signing that loan, as dads do. But do you think he saw something with this way to get you? Because now, you know what? I'm happy he's going to be an accountant, but I know he could be great at this. Or
I do. I think he thought I was way too dynamic of a person and liked people too much to be a CPA.
Right.
If you think about it, and obviously there's lots of wonderful people who are CPAs, but it's a desk job. It's behind the scenes. It's back in that corner counting numbers and doing things. And I have a friend who went on to be a very successful partner at KPMG and has a wonderful wife and daughter and is super successful. But he and I grew up together. We both went to school together to be CPAs. But yeah, I do. I think my dad thought, he's a people person like I am, and he needs to be out with people. I don't have any doubt about it.
You and your dad were huge and are huge parts of the experience events. And by the way, it's a good time to mention the next event is coming up April 3rd through the 5th in Chattanooga. at the Chattanooga Convention Center. You
That's
can
right. And everybody has to sing "Pardon Me, Roy" is at the Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Chattanooga Choo Choos are involved, and Sean Bission is already working on he's a train guy, as you know. He's working on some choo choo based fun.
And listen, let me tell you a couple things about Chattanooga. Number one, the train itself, where they have the Chattanooga Choo Choo, is an awesome place. It's fun. And people don't understand Chattanooga is a great place to go. I've traveled the whole world, and I think the best aquarium I've ever been to is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So if you love sea wildlife, they have just an awesome aquarium.
Perfect. What now? One of the things we know, our friends at Clean Facts event originally started the Ralph Bloss Award, the humanitarian award. What was the origin of that? I mean, obviously it's because he was such a legend in the industry.
Well, I'll tell you, it was actually the brainchild of a gentleman named Evan Kessler, who was the publisher at the time of ICS Magazine, which was a BNP meeting.
And R&R. So he was our original creator of this magazine.
He was the editor of at the time.
Right.
And he's still very good friends with our family. And as a matter of fact, just recently announced he's retiring because of some health issues. And Evan was another pioneer in our industry, and his original boss, Howard Olansky. I talk about both of them in my history blog that I have. But Evan went to my dad's funeral, and everybody that was from the industry knew about my dad's contributions inside the industry. But I think the thing that struck him is that there were 18 pastors at my dad's funeral, head pastors of churches.
Wow.
And one of the things that my dad did in his life was pastor to pastors. And what I mean by that, if you think about it, if the preacher of your church or your synagogue or whatever faith you might be, if the bishop, or whoever it might be that is assigned to, tender to the flock, who tenders to them? Because they're just people. And that was one of the things that my dad loved to do, was to encourage and counsel pastors. And then the other thing that I think struck Evan at the time was all the different charitable events and things that my dad was involved in that he knew nothing about. He felt like, I thought I knew this guy. And the church camp that I went to when I was a kid in Colorado had just named a cabin, and because of all his contributions to that church camp. And what it really came down to is that my dad got involved anywhere, anything. He got involved, and he did something about it. And so that kind of birthed the idea that there was a lot of people in our industry that do humanitarian efforts. Some of them are well known, some of them you've never heard of. Some of their humanitarian efforts are well known, and some you don't know anything about until somebody tells you about them. One of the definitions of humanitarian is somebody who does something without recognition. And there's literally thousands of people in our industry who mentor and serve their communities in a way that most of us never know about. I read about a carpet cleaner in the United Kingdom who 2 weeks ago went to a job site where he was cleaning for a 93-year-old woman that was dying of leukemia. And he just said at the end of the job, he couldn't possibly bring himself to charge that one. And that's the kind of industry, right? People who care. And that's kind of what birthed that award, is that it recognizes people. Sometimes you've heard of them, and sometimes you have no idea who they are. And last year's winner, Jorge, he's one of the best human beings you could ever meet. And I didn't know Jorge, but he won the award. A lot of my friends knew him, but I didn't know him. And after meeting him, I'm like, wow, this is one impressive individual. And that's what's been the funnest thing about the award, is the people who vote on it, the people who vote on the winners. It's not political. It's not out to recognize the biggest supplier, although some of the biggest people from the biggest suppliers have won. It's voted on by the past winners. Right. So it's like, and now we're up 20 something winners. So it's always an impassioned thing. They take this the men and women on that committee take that award so seriously. You can't imagine how serious they are about it. And they take it and every year the vote is close because we always get 2 or 3 candidates that just stand out. And it's always very close. It's not like, that one person runs away with it. There's always 2 or 3 very, very worthy recipients. And there's literally 50 or 60 people that have been nominated over the years that have never won it. And their nomination gets voted, and they may never win it, but they're just superhuman beings. They're just the things they do for their community and the industry itself, but mainly their community on this award are just outstanding. So I really appreciate BNP Media and the experience, Larry and Clean Facts carried it on, and I'm very appreciative of it because there's plenty of awards that recognize people who achieve things in our industry inside the industry. But sometimes we need to step back and go, there is life outside of cleaning and restoration, and recognize people who are just doggone good people. That's what it comes down to.
Just again, doing these 12 little interviews, I've learned everybody's got such a great, you peel the onion back. They're good people. Like what you just explained, Lisa Lavender owned an Arena Football League team. Lisa Kennedy wanted to go to school to study Russian studies when the USSR crumbled. It's like all these interesting things. And I'd imagine it's not just the 12 people I talked to, it's an industry-wide phenomenon. The Ralph Bloss Humanitarian Award is such a big deal at our event every year. And I'm so glad that we're still doing it. And what's the first time you went to the experience? Do you remember?
That's a great question, Mike. The truth is that if you go back in time, before the connections and then what became the Experience Convention, there were 13 different trade associations, regional trade associations around the country that held their own events. And I feel fortunate that when I was traveling young in my career, I did get to go to a lot of those events because I've met people at MSPCA and NEIRC and SCRT and CFI and CCI&W and PRCA, and I could go on with the alphabet soup, but the people that I met, just tremendous people. But the truth is that their events were local. And at the time, every manufacturer, there weren't a lot, the restoration industry wasn't nearly as developed then as it is now. Now if you have a restoration event, you've got consultants, you've got software, you've got all kinds of detection equipment, computer, you name it that has an interest in our industry. Back then it was people who made air movers and dehumidifiers and people who made truck mounts and portables and chemicals. And that's really all there was. And so you'd go to these regional events and, there might be 150 people there. I always tell my favorite story is my dad went to a trade show in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, if I'm going to plan a trade show, Tulsa, Oklahoma is destination that I would think of. But actually, I'm kidding it. But I love Tulsa. I live near Tulsa.
Right, I understood.
Yeah, I don't want to insult all my friends in Tulsa, but I think they would admit that nobody goes to Tulsa on vacation. But there were 54 exhibitors, and the attendance was 27. 27 people came to the show. But my dad, the ever optimistic, I said, so how do you? Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. We made lots of good connections. That was by far. There was never an event where we didn't meet somebody who was going to be an integral part of the future of our company. And that was his optimism. That was always the way he looked at it. But as you can tell, those events were expensive for the vendors. They weren't well attended. Generally, you were talking to people who, you and I talked about this, Mike. Who do I want to meet at a trade show? I want to see all my friends. I want to see all my customers. But to make it financially beneficial, I need to meet some people I've never met before who are newer to the industry and they haven't been in it 25 years and they've been using this brand of truck mount since the beginning and they're happy with it. I need to meet some new people. And so all you met were the same friends. But the bigger part of it was that because there were so many small regional events, there was never an opportunity for the industry to get together as one group. And so all the trade associations came together and Larry Cooper birthed the idea of, at the time it was called Connections. And it started, I remember I've been to every single experience event except one since its inception. And it started out, it wasn't a great success at the beginning, but it wasn't a flop either. It went really well because the industry was clamoring for a national event. And obviously, over the years, it became immediately obvious that in spite of what some of us think of Las Vegas, that is the place to go. That's where people go.
I feel exactly the same way, by the way. Go ahead.
I like to tell the story. The first time my wife went there with me, driving out of town, and she kept turning around as we were driving away from Las Vegas. And I said, honey, what are you doing? She says, I'm looking for the pillar of salt shaped as life. Now, some of you will get that joke, and some of you have no idea what that means. But anyway, that's Las Vegas. But it's obviously a destination. There's so much to do there. But also that there have been many other successful East Coast events. You know, you and I were talking about Clearwater Beach and what a great place that was. And that outgrew the facility that the event was in. You know, I think everybody gets, why'd they ever move it from that? Because it couldn't hold it anymore.
We got too big.
It got big. So the first events, were fairly successful, but as you know, this industry is full of organizations, and I don't mean this to sound bad. It's not. They have an agenda that has to do with them, and so there were some groups that never did join the experience. Some trade associations, some franchises, obviously, that never joined the experience, but it became the go-to national event, and it really did. And I know that, you know, every year, and especially Mike, now that you're the person running the show, you're going to hear from people who are disappointed in this and disappointed in that. And what, you know, it's nothing but, you know, you'll hear complaints. But let me tell you, if you haven't been around a while, you don't have the ability to learn from history. And the industry needs a single go-to national event that everyone is welcome. Doesn't mean that they need to stop their event, but there's certainly nothing wrong with coming to this event. And it needs that. And as over the last few years, as you know, that the restoration industry has taken on a life of its own, and there's a lot of events because of the importance of restoration, first response, and things like that. As some of these bigger hurricanes hit, and literally people lost their lives and their homes and all that. You know, the government got involved in everything else. But I encourage people. The experience event is the industry event. It's the go-to industry event where everyone is welcome. Anybody can attend, anybody can exhibit. Unfortunately, Mike, you even let my competitors in. I don't know why, but you do. And it's a place that you can be at. And you know, the truth is some of the manufacturers have backed away from the trade. And you and I know why. It's very expensive. It's very expensive to put on a trade show. If people had any idea how much you had to pay for that room a day.
No, for sure.
Yeah, and if they knew that, you know, what dryage costs and all the things that the exhibitors have to pay to get in there. But in the end, it's worth it. It's worth it because it's the industry coming together. And the truth is, you need the exhibitors. You need the new equipment or the new software or the new, you know, consultant or whatever it is. You need those because that's what attracts people to come. But the biggest part of the event is sitting there talking to each other in the 10 minutes before the speech starts. And I don't think people understand how fun it is to be amongst peers who are there to help you grow. And that's, you know, I'm here to learn. Here's what I tried. It worked. This didn't. That's the best part of the experience, is the ability to learn from your peers. And the truth is, over the years with the trade shows, I think people miss, because carpet cleaning can be so competitive. People think that everybody's like that. some of my best friends work for competitors. I enjoy getting to see them and catch up with them to find out how their families do it and all that. You know, the exhibitors in this, and it hasn't always been this way, but the exhibitors in this industry are friends with each other, and they enjoy getting together. And the truth is, we'd rather talk to end users, but if we get a chance to talk to each other, that's great too, and catch up. And so the experience is the go-to industry event, and it grew out of a need for the industry to have a single go-to place that anybody was welcome at. And it's a great opportunity to learn, a great opportunity to network, and the truth is, have some fun. I mean, if you like Vegas, you'll have fun in Vegas. If you don't like Vegas, you know, listen, if I can find things to do in Vegas, anybody can. Because I don't like 90% of Vegas, but there are things there that I had no idea how talented Donnie and Marie Osmond, as an example. So there you go.
You're still going strong.
That's one of the best shows I've ever been to.
Well, I got to pull us in though. Before we go to Vegas, we got to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
That's right. So let's focus on Chattanooga, because the East Coast event has always been smaller. Yeah. And depending on where it's been in Atlanta, it's been in Florida, it was in Cincinnati a couple of years back. Depending on where it's at, the audience kind of changes. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's actually can be a good thing, because it's different people every year for you to meet. But the upcoming event in Chattanooga, you know, the lineup that you guys put together every year is just phenomenal. And I know that there's some people out there who bellyache about the influence that this organization or that company has on the event, and this speaker and that speaker. But you know, some of the smartest people I know work for my competition, and they have things that they can teach you to help your business with. So the fact that they don't work for HydroMaster doesn't mean that they don't have value. It means that they do. There's a lot of value in what they have to say. So the people that are there, and you've been interviewed, you know, the Barry Costas and the Sean DeSales and Lisa Wagner's and Mark Kennedy's and on, and Chuck Viola, you've got Chuck and I think we're the first two people in the industry who actually taught somebody, you know, how to do cost analysis. And he's made a business out of it, and it just does a tremendous job. And on and on and on. I can't name everybody, but the show that you put together in Chattanooga is one that people would be crazy if they didn't consider going, especially if they're in the eastern half of the United States and they're not Vegas fans. That, you know, if there's a lot of people out there that aren't Vegas. If you're not a Vegas fan, then go to Chattanooga.
That's right.
Chattanooga's about as the opposite of Vegas as you can get. And we'll all go out and get grits and have a good time.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
I've always said, Larry, he didn't name this the experience by chance. He wants everybody to have fun, have an experience, have a good time. But you're right. I mean, the hands-on is what brings a lot of attendees, and those attendees are the ones who are going to buy your products. And that's the whole point of it. One final thing I want to throw out there, you triggered something that I was thinking about in another podcast about what I learned during COVID. And I think, you know what, we can all agree on this. I dare to say, is that you got to be with people. You know, we were without people for a couple of years, and bad stuff happened all over the place.
We're still suffering from the
ramifications. And so I agree. Getting to expos and coming out and seeing your friends and your competitors. And I also said, it's funny you mentioned about your competitors. I mean, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning are best friends now. That didn't mean they want to beat each other's brains in when they played. That's okay. It's American competition. That's okay. So this is great. By the way, Doyle and HydroMaster are going to be exhibiting in Chattanooga. And please make plans to join us and attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You could find this in all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special thank you to our guest, the one and only Doyle Bloss. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week. Thanks, Doyle.
Okay, everybody, we are back live again from the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we have the person now that if something goes wrong, gets blamed.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Mike Malzano from BMP Media.
Yes.
And your official title of this show is the person to blame, right?
I'm the group publisher. I'm a publisher of R&R, and I'm the person to blame at the experience. That's 100% correct.
Well, I haven't found any fault yet. So
Knock on wood. That's good.
But it's early in the interview, so we'll see where that goes.
I wanted, before we get started, I want to say we talked at the experience in September, and it was one of my favorite interviews we've ever done. So as a tribute to that, I wore the exact same outfit. I swear to God.
You did have it clean first, right?
Clean. This is my black shirt. Little for you, my man.
Well, it's consistency. I appreciate that.
It's a luck thing.
Absolutely. So we're here at the Tennessee show. This is, I guess, what you would call your East Coast show or your spring show.
Yeah. Yes. I think we were talking about that too. Maybe we should change the names. If it should be spring and fall, or because everybody calls it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Spring experience, the fall experience. This year we're in Chattanooga, and the reason I know this was chosen because we wanted to take tours of the Shaw flooring plant. And that would happen Tuesday too. Big success. People that went there loved it. And so I'm glad we came in. Chattanooga I've never been here before. It's pretty nice.
Neither. So.
Man.
It's definitely different. It's kind of like the big city that isn't.
Yeah. And we are also very happy. I mean, since we're here now, you people don't know. I wish you'd come here, but we still have a day to go. You can get here tomorrow.
That's right. One more day of this show, but we have the big event coming up in the fall.
Yeah, the big event is going to be in the fall, Las Vegas, Caesars Forum. Again, we've been there for the last few years. We're going to be at Harrah's at the hotel, and we're very excited about that. The floor plan has been put up, and it's about half filled already. That's not a sales presentation. People are kind of really excited about that event, as are we.
Well, I was talking to Scott earlier.
Yep.
And from BMP Media also.
Yep.
And we were talking about the size of the show in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I made a suggestion to him because he was always looking for suggestions. Hey, anything that would help? I said, yeah, sure. Why don't you open up the Segway concession stand? Because the amount of walking, it's just massive, the place.
It's getting from the hotel to the Caesars Forum is a lot. We here. What's nice about this here is we're literally a 5-minute walk to our hotel rooms and back.
Yeah.
There, you really got to think, oh man, I forgot I left my card there. Do I really want to go all the way back there? Waste an hour coming back and forth.
Well, we're making fun of it, but I mean, it's got to be that big to accommodate that many people that go to the show.
Oh, that whole city is like that, isn't it? Though you hear the stories of people saying, "Oh, there it is, they're right over there," and you're walking for an hour and a half, and you're still not there yet. But they've treated us very well. What we're doing this year, for those who went last year, we kind of turned the floor plan on its side. Mm-hmm. Those who went to the event, they know that there's a huge video screen coming down the escalator. That's where the show floor is going to be. The opening is going to be there this year on the side. The reason for that not only is easier to get in that way, but we can put the conference rooms a lot closer. The conference rooms were a long walk last year. Remember that?
Yes.
So they'll be a lot closer and a lot more condensed, away from those drone people.
Are they going to be
back
the same time? Because half of them were in our training rooms that we were doing.
And you know what? There's some. It was nice to see some crossover. And they learned from you, and they learned from things, and that was great.
There was a lot of crossover. I mean, we were scanning badges. It's like none of these would scan. We looked. Oh, you're here for the drone convention,
right. But so we're friends with our partners down the street.
Well,
a little bit.
It worked out, and you know what? It does expose a whole different industry to what we do. And truthfully, a lot of people in our industry are using drones now.
Yeah.
So there's crossover in both directions.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with new technology and utilizing it. And they certainly are. And you're right. It crosses over. IAQ and what you're specializing in these days. Everybody should be talking about that.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have our little niche of it in our show. So we're happy.
Yeah, that pesky thing about breathing.
we talked about that. Yeah, if only you didn't have to breathe, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Right. Just so much easier, in your daily lives. So anything else expected to happen here in the next day or so? Any surprises?
No surprises. I was so happy. Lisa Lavender, Barry Costa did a wonderful job on our restoration pavilion. Also, Mr. Manis and Sean Bissiano have done a great job with the cleaning pavilion. I'm so impressed with the professionals and they've done. They've kind of. This was a transitional show. Everybody knows it,
right?
I mean, and they just grabbed the wheel and took it. And I'm so happy with my team for fighting through this. And I think the people who are here are having a great time. We're excited.
Well, that's the one thing about this show that's different than all the other shows that are out there. even, I mean, you don't come to this show like it's a home show where you're coming here to sell stuff.
Right.
You know, you're coming here to meet people
Yeah.
and form relationships and alliances with other people in this industry.
Yeah. You form relationships, but more than, I would say more than that, it's hands-on, the hands-on things we're doing, those pavilions. Today's session, I mean, Wednesday and Friday, day 1 and day 3 are traditional agenda sessions you're used to.
Right.
Today, Thursday, it's all hands-on training, a lot of carpet and rug cleaning. It was just a great day of learning. And I think people know that. We all know what a traditional event is like. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's what separates us from everybody else. No one does this like we do. You come, if you want to learn, you come here.
Yeah.
You get your hands dirty and learn and figure your craft. Coming out of Vegas last year, I guess I'm not surprised at this, but we found that 85% of the attendees of that event were from a company of less than 50 people, which is not a big surprise when you think about it, but it made me change my thinking. I'm like, holy cow, if we could probably make that 20 people or less. These are all small business owners trying to grow their business, but either by learning how to do things better or business management. And we tailored our messaging this to them. And I think it's gone okay. I think so.
And it works. I mean, this morning we saw, because we had 3 sessions this morning about building containment.
Yep.
And air scrubbing and setting up lay flat and all those different hands-on skills that a lot of people that were there never did before.
Right.
You know, a few of them, unfortunately, we said, anybody ever do this? And guy raised, oh, a volunteer, come on down.
Yeah.
You know, T7 raised his hand.
Well, isn't that what the old thing when you volunteer and everybody just steps back?
Steps back.
Yeah. Right.
That's kind of what happened. There were too many people though to step back. So, but it worked out. And, you know, we built containment. It was short sessions, but we were able to demonstrate all the different things we wanted to.
Right.
And we had people afterwards just staying there, asking us questions and coming to our booths and stuff. And yeah, it's all good.
It is good. And thank you and Doug and Normie for being such great sponsors of our events. I don't know if we could do this without you. And because
you could, but not as well.
I could, but in all seriousness, we'd be missing the knowledge you bring. That's the point. And we're going to be a part of this event forever, as long as I'm a part of it.
All right. Well, I thank you for taking the time. I know you got a thousand things going on here.
No.
So,
you.
not at all. Oh, okay. So we got another hour or
I
so
have
to
to
go.
complain for something else, but that's okay. I'm happy I have thick skin. We'll be okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Been a pleasure, sir.
Thanks, Lance.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you out in Vegas.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
Absolutely.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and well, we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So, guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? I mean, we hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. And then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure. Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, you know, how does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet, because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. It's which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time, and we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. You guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Well, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the reuse systems, I'm going to call it, or products, because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes, because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. But well, I should. We mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such, that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments, and at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes, and in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic injury strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms in healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities, like senior living, dental, a bunch of government facilities. Yeah. So we kind of went away from restoration for a bit, and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, like, I don't know, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enabled them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win. Locked doors. Yeah. And oh yeah, totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, I'm going to show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access, with dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And there's several. There's several, from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
You can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers, so you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were not fumigating, was it the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
Yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip that's already installed on the barrier.
Yep.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, I mean, you've named quite a few of them. It could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that would be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs and retail facilities and food facilities. So
greenhouses and
outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out, and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because I mean, we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is, it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only replacing the bottom piece?
All right. So let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
Yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper and points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay. So with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier, and people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those, because with this, for break resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus standard 5-gauge, so it's higher break resistance. There we go. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head, so they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive you're not going to have to put on additional tape and, to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't, failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This zipper is probably the same, if not less, in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about a third of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket, like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right. One last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have a setup behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We would say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field measuring over 5 pascals. We hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly, and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zippers even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see you mentioned it before. You have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick mounting strip goes on just like a disposable dust barrier zipper. You'll add it. You'll peel and stick this on, and what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up, and then you'll just cut down the cut guide. And then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time. And once you've got it on, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front or pierce through here and do it all the way through. And then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here is, I'll show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here, fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into. I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply one side. Come down. So. So, yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
Not very difficult. If someone's already using a desk zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah. So one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't hold maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold the levels of air pressure required. Then after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names. And recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place. And, you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out. They're going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but
yeah, you'll see it real soon.
Yeah.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, to distributors, from you guys? You know, where do people go to get the reusable systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it will start going more system wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So,
and we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So,
but that's good to hear because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website for people to go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
I think next one we'll be at Serve Pros trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's their national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but yeah, nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Okay, everybody, we are back at the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I have a guest here with us that was actually attending some of our lectures earlier today. And it's Evie. And Evie's come a long way to this show and to come and talk with us. So Evie, say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Hi from down under. This is Evie Sims from Bulk Sorting. Come from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm really, really happy to be here.
Well, we're glad you're here. And, you know, you were with us this morning in the lectures where we talked about marketing, mycotoxins, which I know you had said offline when we were talking. It's something new in Australia.
Yes, it is. It's something that has really been there. There's a lot of controversials about it, and it will be really good to get some more information on this so that we can actually debunk some of the myths that's out there.
Well, from what we talked about, it's pretty unregulated out in Australia. They don't really have legislation for licensing and stuff like that.
Yeah, not yet. Hey, hopefully, hey, one day. That's
your goal.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we had talked, we can, you know, try to work with you and get training out there. And we've worked with people in Australia before. A matter of fact, one of the labs that we use is out of Australia.
That's amazing. Hey, it's really good it's good to know that we've got that technology, and yet we're not harnessing the opportunity to really understand a lot more about what's affecting a lot of homeowners, a lot of people that lives in rental properties, and the government actually understands a little bit about that because they had the biotoxin review. However, we kind of just stayed stagnant at a point. So I've been really wanting to find a way that we can bounce that conversation back up. And at the end of the day, it is the people that's suffering. So we need to help them.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm doing this 20 years here in the States, and the shift in licensing requirements and better training, it's a slow process, but we're getting there. And it sounds like Australia is getting to the point where they're looking to start doing that. And especially with people like you interested.
Yeah, I think there is a bigger call and bigger demand for it. I think one of the Normie presentation by Michael Pinto, he was talking about that mode's been here for a long time. You know, all the science that we talked about is now actually 25 years on is actually proven to be true. Some of the restoration people are doing actually the correct things. So we're now beginning to understand a lot more about what that is. So we need to just step up a little bit more, bring that back home, my home, and then establish a lot more ways that can benefit not just the because people are suffering, homes are not being mitigated properly. And that's a problem, hey?
Well, let's change gears here for a second. And it's what, 25 hours traveling from where you came from to get here?
Bit keen, eh?
Yeah. Okay.
29 hours in total.
Okay, then. So what brought you here?
So I'm here to start a Bulks Holdings Australia as a Bulks Holding USA LLC. So we sell restoration dehumidification systems with a company that's in UK, EcoPro. EcoPro has been in US for about a year or two, but however, they haven't really been into restoration industry. I'm hoping to bring some education, some sort of new formats that's coming in here, and just help the restorers, homeowners, and whoever wants, some understanding on dehumidification desiccant units.
Well, I mean, it sounds like there's a synergy between what we do here in the States, what you're doing here in the States from Australia and the UK, where we also have been doing training.
Yeah.
So we're in the same territory. So this could be a very interesting gathering that we're starting to put together here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go to Australia.
Well, I think we should.
Well, I think it's
That's
something that you may hear about in the near future. So
Well, that's it.
we actually have a phone number in Australia.
Yeah.
No, a direct line to Normie from
say.
Australia. It's there.
What's your direct line?
I don't have it now, but
Yeah.
it's an Australian number. So it's
Yeah.
local to Australia.
So we'll get that number and we'll post it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So that people can reach out to Normie. In Australia, trainings will come.
Yes.
And we'll be there. And so licensing format of some sort should be coming. So interesting points, eh?
All right. Well, we'll continue this discussion.
Yes,
Thank you.
will do. Thank you.
We will be back in a little bit with our.
Hey, restorers, thanks for checking out a quick bonus episode of the Restoration Today podcast. I love keeping up with Normie and what's going on with Normie because when it comes to technology and innovation, Lance Eisen, who is their VP of Business Development, knows what's up. And his tech savviness is just beyond me and my little podcast here. So I'm excited to be joined by Lance for a few minutes here to talk about Normie Connect and what that is. And it's going to be a different way that restorers and cleaners and IAQ pros can keep up with everything that's going on in the industry, pretty much any possible way that you want to keep up with it. So Lance, thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to have you introduce yourself first. And I'm also curious how you got so tech savvy in the first place. Like did this start as a hobby and now you just know of all the radio platforms and podcast platforms and all these, carrying your own internet with you and building TVs and monitors? I mean, my mind is blown. So go ahead and introduce yourself and share a little bit about your background and how you got here.
Well, thank you, Michelle. And I don't even know where to start with my background because it's kind of really diverse from this industry. I started with a law enforcement career for 25 years, emergency medical technician. It's kind of how I got into the technology side. And I think I've become a technology junkie at this point, on the 12-step program, I think, to cure this. But I actually do a training about technology, and one of the taglines is "Don't fear the technology, embrace it." Because if you've been doing this industry for 20, 30 years, that's great, but it's changing, and kicking and screaming, we all got to go there, just to be able to keep up.
Yep.
I recently got into a discussion with somebody about automation and how automation was going to replace all the workers. And I said, that's not really true. And if you look at, I use the automobile industry as an example. They used to have assembly lines with people building cars. Then they automated and brought robots in to build the cars, and they replaced all of those workers with people now that have to fix all the robots and program the robots and do all. So the manpower demand is still there. If not, it's grown, but it's a technology change. You got to stay with it or try anyways.
I totally agree. That was the biggest emerging trend in the State of Industry report that came out, is related to AI, which is a little same, a little different, whatever. But technology is growing so fast and people are definitely paying attention. So, all right. So explain what Normie Connect is for people who are not familiar with it.
Normie Connect is a concept that really came out of discussions like we're having now. I've talked with a lot of people, and there always seems to be a disconnect of information. People are starving for information. That's why they go to the internet. The problem is when you go to the internet, there's no validation as to what you're getting, and you have to try to figure out where to go. So we looked at what we do and what we've been doing with Normie TV for about 5 years. And people seem to be really enjoying getting their media through video. So we figured, let's take it to the next step. And we started to produce as much video content as we could on Normie TV or normie.tv. Well, the next step to that would be answering the question that a lot of people have: why aren't you on YouTube? Why aren't you on Twitch? Why aren't you here? And people have their preferences.
Yep.
People drive Chevys, Fords, Mercedes. They have their preference. So we figured, let's put it out there so people can consume media with the flavor they prefer. And Normie Connect is really the concept of putting all the different platforms and types of media together and putting the media out there for people to consume. We are on, at the moment, 15 streaming TV channels. All the popular ones. There's even some non-popular ones that are out there. A lot of international stuff. We just added another one today as we're doing this, 6 radio streaming platforms. The one we added today boasts 50 million users a month.
Wow.
Those are massive numbers. Well, it sounds big, but YouTube is 1.2 billion users a month.
Yeah.
Twitch is 150 million users a month. I mean, the numbers are astronomical as to how much media is consumed on these platforms. And we're on 13, 14 as of today podcast platforms. So wherever you want to go, you can just do a search on Normie or Normie Connect, and you can consume the media that we're putting out there.
Okay, so from somebody who understands a little bit of the logistics of background technology like this, are you having to separately put stuff on all of these different platforms? There must be some connectivity, but it sounds like a lot to manage in the background.
There's a lot of new technology making the technology possible.
Okay.
It's kind of like they couldn't develop faster computers because they needed slower computers to develop the paths to get to faster computers. So that's kind of where we're at. We're using technology to push the technology. With that being said, I run in my office, I'm actually running 8 computers with 10 screens. So this is managing multiple TV platforms, multiple Zoom meetings like we're doing right now, radio broadcasting, all going on at the same time, all run through the office here. I mean, the biggest challenge I had was having to bring in additional internet connectivity capabilities to run all the equipment. Other than that, it's really automation helping the automation.
8 computers and 10 screens. That sounds, awful. So better you than me.
Well, you can get a tan sitting here,
I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Radiation or something. There's something happening.
But,
okay, so go ahead.
But you have to understand, some of these computers were called microcomputers. Actually, 3 of them I actually built. They're called Raspberry Pis. That's actually the type of computer. It runs on a Linux operating system. The entire computer is the size of a pack of cigarettes.
Huh.
And it just says things that you plug in. I have multiple monitors running off of them, external memory hooked into them, keyboards, wireless mice, all hooked into this little box the size of a pack of cigarettes. So I have several of those running for monitoring. I don't need big computers and a lot of horsepower for that. So, we're using different types of automation, different types of computers to make sure things are running smoothly. I know if one of my 7-inch monitors goes down, well, there's a problem with whatever was streaming to that, and it's easy to fix.
That's impressive. And I'm going to Google Raspberry
Pi.
Raspberry Pi.
Yeah. You will be absolutely astonished to the usage of what they do with those things now.
I'm going to research that after. Okay, so what kind of content is on Normie Connect? Why should people be listening in? And talk to, what's there for restorers? What's there for cleaners? What's there for IAQ pros? Because I know that you have a lot of different conversations and different content that's on there. So talk about how there's kind of something for everybody and what's there.
Well, if you look at Normie Connect from a distance, it's all about indoor air quality, IAQ. Everything that you just mentioned comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. It's everything from the remediation to the assessment to the dry out companies, rug cleaners, air conditioning companies, duct cleaners. It's all indoor air quality. Chemistry that we use, it's all indoor air quality. So that is the general market under indoor air quality. Now we split that into multiple categories. The two biggest ones are the consumer and the contractor. Our content is really based for both. And that's a fine line to walk, but we feel it's necessary because the contractors are dealing with a more educated consumer now. They're going out on the internet, they're finding out what is real, what kind of work should be done. And we're trying to keep it where this is the industry standard. These are the best practices. This is what is expected by insurance companies. Both sides, consumer and contractor, need to know that. You know, you should never be working for a customer that knows more about your industry than you do.
No, no.
And for those of you that are out there that have done work, assessment work especially, or inspection type work for a customer, and you find out that, you know, an hour into your assessment that they're a microbiologist, you know, it's surprising that they may know more than you. So we try to put the information out there to even the playing field for everybody. You have your industry standards, you have your educated consumer, you have your educated contractor. It's the one big sandbox, and it just makes it so much easier for everybody.
Yes, totally agree. Okay, so people are interested in engaging with Normie Connect. You can go to normie.org or normie.org and look at the top and find Normie Connect at the top, or normie.org/connect. Couple ways you can find it. But what if people are like, what are the most popular platforms? Let's say people are listening to this from their phone or driving in their car. What's the fastest way to start engaging?
Well, the easiest way is to go to normieconnect.com. That takes you right to, you know, the main page that gives you all your options. You can also go to normie.org, like you mentioned, and we have the Normie Connect menu option, which will let you pick if you want streaming TV, streaming radio, podcasts. You can get the Normie app, which is app.normie.org, which gives you access to all of the Normie Connect features. So we're trying to make it convenient. And it's funny you had mentioned about Normie Radio, because we went in that direction because we heard from a lot of our people that they want to listen to us, especially when we're doing live broadcasts, but they're driving in their vehicle. And watching Zoom or trying to do something on Zoom while you're driving is dangerous, to say the least.
Yes. Yep.
So what we did was we went to an audio only platform, and we now broadcast audio only on the radio platforms, and there's 6 different ones. You know, these are the most common ones out there. Well, Normie Radio, that's the easiest one to get to. There's Radio Garden, radio.net, MyTuner, Live Online Radio. And they all boast, you know, millions and millions of followers across their platforms. So whichever you prefer, we're there. And because it's streaming audio only, even weaker signals are received very well. You don't have to worry about freezing video and everything else. So in your car, you know, walking around with a headset, that is the easiest way to listen to our content.
Okay.
24/7.
How do you find all these new platforms to get your podcasts and TV and radio and all that on? I mean, you were talking about 2 that you just added today, and you have dozens now at this point between all of the different ways that people can engage in media. So how do you find these?
Well, besides the research and looking for them, we're now starting to see which the platform that I added today, they found us.
Oh.
These are streaming platforms that are podcast platforms and streaming video. And they reached out to us, basically. I got a invitation a few days ago saying, please add your channel. And we did. They do an approval process on it. And our podcast came up earlier today, and our radio channel just came up. So I guess they watch other radio platforms and they start to notice new add-ons, and that's how we found this latest one. Other than that, I do the research for it and looking for different platforms, and it fills a need.
I love it. It's impressive. Every time we talk, you have some multiple new places that you have content streaming on. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that you want people to know before we wrap it up?
Yeah, the Normie app is something I would just want to talk about real quick. And to get to that, it's app.normie.org. And that'll give you your options of downloading it from either the iPhone store, or the Google Play Store. It's out there. You can just search on Normie, or if you go to our app page, the direct links are there. Everything that we've just talked about, the radio, the TV, that's all on the app. Plus, we have other free trainings on the app that are available. I even have some games out there, indoor air quality games or adventures that you get to go through. I think there's 8 or 9 of them out there now. I see a smile on your face. Is that your afternoon planned ahead of us here?
It is probably now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's very simple. There's a training option there. You hit training, and then you'll see Normie Adventures. It's right there, and they're easy. It's not something that you're going to bang your head against the desk trying to figure out, but I don't think you've seen anything like this anyplace before, especially with indoor air quality.
Okay, I'm going to check it out. Now I do know what my afternoon plans are. Maybe I'll have my son do it. He's very tech savvy. I like it. Okay, Lance, well, thank you very much for being here. Again, you can go to normieconnect.com or normie.org. Any way you search it on your favorite platform, it's probably there. So just search it there too. I'm sure it's going to be there.
Absolutely.
Lance, congrats on all the innovating. It's truly impressive. I'm always amazed at all of the things that you're doing. And thanks to all that Normie does as well. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
Everybody, I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BMP Media with R&R and the Experience Events, and welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now, and we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today, he's an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And
Let's get started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will, and he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Hey!
I know.
Yeah. Well, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box, and that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you can still do it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh, no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to. We don't get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career. For the 3 people who don't know, it's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a Costa Group? Well, actually, I had a Costa Group in Peterborough, New Hampshire, when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Costa Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was Teacher of the Year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great, and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, helping people, that's what it's all about. I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping? Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I feel you're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very great.
Now, how many experience events have you been to?
All of them except the very first, which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections, and 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew, obviously, to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, hey Barry, would you mind helping us? Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event. And part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe. And it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to 2, like absolutely. They do naturally grow. Yeah. It's the people. It's the people.
It really is. And it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year. And some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And, what do you do? And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep.
This year, as everybody knows, there are 2 experience events each year. The next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. rnrmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any
Oh, yeah.
things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was, well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations, and I was so impressed. So 4 associations, some history here, 4 associations came together, they met, and that birthed the first connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the Connections events, but then they switched and it became the Experience with Meetings and Events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time. A set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top and 2 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the Flood House. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
When was that? When was the first Flood House?
Where was the first Flood House? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay, because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that.
It's a lot.
There once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesars Forum, as we will be in September. I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September?
September 4th to the 6th, the day after
4 to
Labor
6,
Day.
yeah. and it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But there's been a flood house at every one of those events in Vegas, starting with the Hilton, at least, and we've had it ever since. And then even the pavilions have increased in size. We've had vendors like Phoenix and Normie building their things. Clean Right in the center field of the trade show would do some hands-on. So, you know, everyone wants hands-on. Come to the show.
Yeah.
You're going to get plenty.
That's the experience. That's the experience.
Well, you know what? I'm going to step back. I hope you don't mind me dominating here for a second.
No,
you asked about a memorable time that it all of a sudden clicked. It was really interesting. In fact, I sent you a few files of the history of the event. At the Hilton, up on the 28th floor, there were three, huge rooms. They were the best rooms in the hotel. And we didn't, I interviewed the Hilton staff to find out if they had some problems with their carpets that could be fixed. So they sent me a bunch, and we actually took a crew of people during the event, went up and did live repairs on their carpet. And I had people who have never touched the tools before doing these repairs, sweating bullets, but I told them, no matter what you do, I can undo it and fix it. So I'm not worried about that. But the Hilton got a couple $1,000s worth of free repairs by allowing us to use their facility live. And we did that also in Clearwater Beach and a bunch of places where they were getting free repairs, free carpet cleaning, and things, getting people to actually do their trade in the building, surrounded by experts in the field to kind of give them some hints or tricks of the trade to solve some problems. So that was really fun.
Amazing.
That was really fun.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Off camera, before we started, you were telling me a story about Clearwater also about, and we were discussing how it's just everybody loved going there, but we just got too big. And but you said something about when the flood was going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Oh, Clearwater Beach, Florida. Everybody loved the white sand and the camaraderie ship. And isn't it great that a show outgrows the venue? But every single year, we knew that at some time during the event, we were going to have a water damage in the trade show because Florida, obviously, towels required 24/7, but you always had rain in the early afternoon, late afternoon, and we would have a crew every year have to dry out a portion of the trade show, which was in the garage below the hotel, and it would flood out annually. So we already, by the second time it happened, we already lined up, okay, you're going to supply the air movers, you're bringing the truck. But we had a crew ready to go.
Yeah, if only there were people that knew how to dry and clean and restore here. Oh wait,
you might think there'd be a few, but go figure. We're going to teach about this, and we got live activity with it. But the sign of a good show is when things go on in the background that aren't planned for, but the participants never know about it. So you're hearing about it now because we never let people know that the place got water damage. You had a crew down there drying it up overnight and things like this, but because that happens in shows. And R&R, you guys are going to do awesome. Look, little tidbits of things are going to come up, and you just deal with them. You move on, and you always have a smile on your face.
We appreciate that, Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. We went into this whole situation. It's been about a year now since we've been working with the Coopers and now our own. And with our team, we instructed everybody. We don't even know close to everything. In fact, let's learn everything we can as long as we can and keep learning. And that's not just an experience thing. That's in life, right?
You know what? You never stop learning. The moment you do, you should be 6 feet under.
Yeah,
and what's exciting about this, Mike and Mildred, is that Larry, Trina, Jennifer, Jill, the whole staff, they were a phenomenal group, a phenomenal team, fun friends. They're more my family than sometimes my family. And we absolutely enjoyed working together. But, Ralph Bloss said, change is inevitable, growth is optional. And I think Walt Disney was quoted as saying the same thing. Of course, I'll give Ralph credit. But bottom line, folks, now that R&R has the show, I can't wait to see what's going to come now. I mean, new ideas, expansion of what R&R brings to the show. the sky's like the limit of how this can evolve into something that, like every year, kept evolving to get better and better and better. I think the Coopers simply handed the baton to you and said, keep it going, baby, because we worked hard to bring it to here, and no one wants to see their baby fall apart, even in business. When you sell your company, you don't want to see it to go in the hole. You want to see it grow. And that's why I'm here helping. Sean's helping. A lot of the people that have helped the Coopers are here helping because it's about the show. We loved working with our friends, but it's about the show. It's about giving back to the industry, which is the first statement you said about giving back. So let's keep this puppy rolling, and I can't wait to see the ideas you guys come up with.
We're doing our best. It's definitely, we're walking a tightrope on. We want some new ideas. We definitely want to continue with the great traditions that were given to us too. And
that's right.
And then that's okay. And that's why, as you mentioned, every year was new ideas coming from the Coopers and whatnot. We're going to try things like that as well. But
yeah,
you'll see floods. You'll see cleaning areas. We'll see the whole. Trust me. Like I remember talking to Normie last year on the floor, and people are like, oh, they're going to change the name. They're like, no, come on, we're not going to do any of that. We're just going to take what's working and go. Let me ask you something, Barry. It's been ingrained into me for last year that hands-on is the key to this, and that's the one thing that differentiates the experience from everything else. What are other reasons that you would know people would be, in addition to that people need to get to experience events, either of them?
Well, you know what? It's actually great that you asked that, because when you look back at the days of the Riviera, the first shows, it was mainly about cleaning. And then restoration, especially water, with the writing of S500. In fact, we had a session where we had the consensus body members at the show, and a good 3-hour program reviewing the new standard. And people in the audience could ask questions to the actual writers of why it says what it says, blah, 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 blah. And the doors were wide open. Well, at that point, the show then expanded from cleaning to add a lot of restoration. And then it kept adding more and more and more until Larry came up with the tracks of management, cleaning, restoration, remediation. Jeff Jones comes in. Abra came in before Jeff many years ago to do a biohazard situation, but Jeff came in and just wowed everyone with a Microbial Warrior presentation. And then we tried the cage. And it sounds like the cage.
Yeah, not familiar. We need to hear about this.
In this cage, we had like a 3-ring circus, a center area, like a circus, outside areas, and there were multiple activities going on at the same time. Then we added contests to it. So yeah, the continual evolution, but hands-on is what everyone wants to have. And what R&R is going to be able to bring, I believe, is you're connected with many more industries outside of cleaning, restoration. You're connected with the installation community. You're connected in so many venues that, and a lot of us, like I said, I grew up installing carpet, not cleaning it. We started cleaning in 1970. So what I think R&R is going to be able to do, like Larry and Trina were doing, and Jennifer, expanding the tracks, is you're going to theoretically be able to continue to expand the tracks as to what is hot in the industry right now. Case in point, World Floor Covering Association and CFI. Their number one challenge is getting people to become carpet installers, flooring installers. You can make all the greatest materials in the world, but if you don't have a workforce to install it, what good is making it? So CFI, I just noticed again, they've got for 100 people, they're putting out they're giving people tuition to training for the first 100 people. So that's an example. And you guys with your magazine, you're so connected with so many groups and people. Larry's big thing was he always wanted to keep expanding the science, expanding the knowledge, and look at the opportunities R&R has right now with the connections you have with people that have never been to the experience. So it's always nice to have new speakers, new concepts, new thoughts. And that's why I'm so excited about the baton being handed to you guys, that it's going to be successful. It can't fail. With that positive energy and the outreach you have, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
That's
we
great.
won't let it.
You know, it's all year long. Mildred and I have been talking, and we've been talking to our coworkers and the industry about, you know, we got to find a way to usher in the next generation. And every time I start talking about that, I feel like some of our veteran people give me, "What do you mean?" I go, and I have to pull out my AARP card. I go, "No, I don't need to." That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to be the mentor to the next generation. Bring them in.
Sure.
And I talked to Jeff Jones and some other people who speak almost every time about our experiences, and said maybe we'll wait till Las Vegas. Let's get a couple new people, and there's new ideas and new things in here, and I want to make sure they're not offended, and they get it completely. We need them around, like you and me and Jeff and all those people.
Well, like you said, the constant expansion. Normie brought in a Spanish track for those that Espanol is their primary language. You're absolutely correct, Michael. We have new people come in that aren't seasoned veterans in the industry. This show to them is one huge, I'm lost. It's kind of like surface. I'm lost. There's so many things going on. So some guidance for them to say, hey, welcome into the industry. We recommend you do this. If you've never done this work, we've got from the basics to the most seasoned veterans activities going on. And where do you fit? And maybe a mentor program where you have people that'll tag along with these people to get them introduced to other people out there. I mean, it goes with the name, connections initially, and what an experience. And we want that to always be a positive, formidable experience for people.
That's wonderful. Mildred, any questions?
No, definitely not.
On the spot?
No questions. No questions. I've already asked a couple of questions that I had.
April 3rd.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No,
April 3rd to the 5th. April 3rd to the 5th, Chattanooga Convention Center, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Spell out rmagonline.com. It's our website. I wish I could change that, but that's okay. That's our URL.
That's it.
That's okay. We'll have links and we'll go to it. So early bird rates until the 1st of January. This is great. Barry will be there. Mildred will be there. I'll be there. We're all going to be there. Why don't you? What's keeping you from coming? We're going to have a good time. I think that we're doing as a good.
Yeah, no, listen, I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it at all. It should be a great time. And for everyone listening to this podcast, unless you've been involved at this level of organizing an event like this, you have no clue the energy and work that goes in. So it's exciting to work with this new family that I'm with right now. The Coopers, I want to be a Cooper because they brought all their grandkids to Annie, and that had to cost an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
But you know what? I love Larry and Trina, and Larry's like my brother, and it's so nice because look, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. His focus right now is on his kids, his grandkids, where it should be. And they're still active. They've got a new venture they're opening up with wellness and health. And it's only going to succeed for them as well, just like this baton is going to succeed with R&R. So thanks for allowing me to play with you guys in the event. Hopefully I bring a little seasoning of experience that I can, hey, that's a great idea. No, we already did that. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah,
but you know what? It might work this time.
I've told you 100 times, we need your brain, Barry, badly. So it's like a scarecrow occasionally over here. But I got a trick question I'll leave you with. This is a hard one for somebody of your stature, but do you have a favorite experience moment that you can think of? What, that was quite funny or whatever? I'll never forget that. I know. I should have warned you about that.
Well, you know what? I have to be selfish for once in my life, okay? Because Clean Facts did an article and asked 4 questions, and it was all about giving. But I'm going to take the moment to receive at this moment. I think the biggest moment for me, we had just lost our daughter to cancer, Kim, back in the year 2000. And in the background, there was so much activity going on with not only the staff, But the convention itself, the vendors, friends, colleagues, we raised $28,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society during that event. And my heart was so touched. And I put together a PowerPoint presentation for my daughter's funeral. And they allowed me to actually present it at the experience. And I started crying. I just told everybody, you're my family. You're my family. And so with Chattanooga and Vegas, hey, I want to see my family because none of us know when it's going to be our turn next. So wouldn't it be a shame that we missed that opportunity to be together again and tell people I love you, tell people let's support each other, let's make a difference in the world. And as my daughter would say, her 5th life lesson, touch as many lives as you can. And when she said those words, she was staring at her dad. So she basically told me what my purpose of being on the earth is. And I appreciate you allowing me to share this because this is how open I try to be with everyone. And if it's positive, I hope it rubs off. If it's negative, then I'm so sorry because it is what it is. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. And but I really, really want things to go so positive for everybody. And together we have so much more power. So I'll see you all in Tennessee and Vegas. Let's party hard and let's work hard.
Yeah, you have my word. That's what we're going to do. And what thank you for sharing that with all of us, Barry. Really, just being around you, you exude positivity and optimism, and so I'm glad you took the time to join us today and be a part of the show, being part of the events in general. It's just a huge, really, really thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's episode 2 is in the can, as they say in the industry. Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. I'm Mike Balzano, Mildred Ingram, and our guest, Barry Costa. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
Okay, we are back with Jeff Jones. And Jeff, we were talking a few minutes ago and our system dropped out, so we had to come back in here. And that's the good thing about doing this stuff live. So I'm going to ask you one more time just to describe what you do so we can make sure everybody hears it, because I don't think they did before.
Okay, well, I'm Jeff Jones again, and I've been in the restoration industry for over 55 years. I literally grew up in it, and I've been doing forensic restoration for right at 53 years. Forensic restoration is defined as the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments. That's a term that was first coined by Dr. Michael Berry, a former director with the EPA, in his wonderful book, Protecting the Built Environment. But forensic restoration is the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments that have been contaminated or suspected to be contaminated from biological materials or hazardous materials. So that could come from homicide, suicide, accidental, or a natural death. Any one of those can become an unattended death, leading to advanced human decomposition. We know this now, that human decomposition begins approximately 4 minutes after death, but it could be a synthetic contaminant like tear gas, which is specifically made to be a human irritant.
That's CN, correct?
Sure. Yeah, sure. There's more than one type of tear gas, but that's predominantly what is used today. And then we have other synthetics contaminants like fentanyl and carfentanil, definitely the most dangerous contaminants of our lives right now. And then we're also working on training protocols to respond to, because unfortunately it's not a if this is going to happen, it's a when is this going to happen, biological WMDs. But Microbial Warrior, that's our training program, and Normie actually mirror each other so much, because we're both dealing with biological contaminants. And I believe that both really, our tactical approach pretty much is the same. We want to contain, control, neutralize, and remove the contaminant safely based on science.
Well, like you said, we're very similar. You as an organization go into much more detail on the forensic side. And again, you're talking about crime scene cleanup, which is a whole different sector of the industry. Yes, it's remediation, but not due to a microbial problem. And then when you get into the chemistry side of it, like fentanyl, we're dealing more of a hazmat situation.
Correct.
More so than even lead and asbestos. I mean, this is something that just by touch can enter your system and seriously affect your health. So your training is very specialized with that. I know when I was talking with Lori earlier today, and we talked about some of the teaching that she does, she was talking about using real life situations where your classes, you're using blood to clean up. She had this kind of like smirk on her face when she said animal brains and things like that, because it makes
That's
it real.
my wife.
It makes it realistic.
Well, it has to be. And, you know, to me, that's not really a big deal that we use real biological contaminants. And now I see that, you know, there's some other trainers going out, you know, and they're saying we use real blood. I'm like, well, you know, that's not very stimulating to me. That's like saying we've got a water class and we're using real water. You should train to what you're going to go and engage.
Absolutely.
And this is, of course, microbial warfare. And so we want to go out and deal as close to combat situations as we can and make it realistic. Some people think they want to do this, and then they find out really fast they can't even perform under simulated microbial warrior conditions.
Well, I know things like the odor bothers people,
Sure,
you know, and that's something that can make people sick and leave the environment. But I was over by your booth earlier, and you guys somehow talked me into putting a helmet on, which is a breathing apparatus that replaces masks. With the positive pressure in there, I think that's like eliminating the odor problem, isn't it?
Sure. If you put an OV filter on that, you know, and a lot of people use those. I don't. Okay. I grew up, you never forget the smell of death.
No.
Okay. But let me be honest. My clients are not going to be wearing one when they walk in at the end of a job. I need to know what this smells like.
Oh,
you know?
understood.
And we do not use deodorizers in any fashion or form. We use no masking agents. If you have an odor, you have a source. What's the general rule? Remove the source, you'll remove the odor.
Correct. And if you're using a masking agent, never mind hiding the odor itself, you're creating more of a VOC or chemical problem in the environment.
Absolutely. So we need to think about, you know, not only what are we cleaning and why? What's the source of contaminant? Is it mold? Is it biologicals? Is it blood? Is it human decomposition? What is the contaminant? But also, how are we leaving that? What type of chemicals are we using? And, you know, we saw just insanity during COVID. People were going in and spraying everything under the sun with no forethought of how's that going to affect that surface in the long term.
Correct. Correct. And again, if any of you aren't sure about the timeline, that's when the world ran out of toilet paper, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, panicking, people not knowing what to do, and that's what happens.
Well, you know what? I did an interview on COVID on January 3rd, 2020. And at that time, when I did the interview, there were 2.5 cases in the United States. And I had the numbers, you know, it was like, oh, there's 17 in Italy. And you know, that's how low it was at that time. So there are 2.5 cases. 2 were in a nursing home in Washington State, and the 0.5 was in Chicago because they had not been declared positive yet.
Right.
So a couple weeks later, we got a call for a very large scale unattended death in a 2-story condo, and everything had to be emptied out. Everything had to be deconned. Everything had to be cleaned. Everything had to be disinfected. Everything had to be tested. And it took us 3.5 days to do that. There was a lot of contents, and it was really bad. At the end of it, because this was just inside of Texas, we drove back at the end of the day, and I walked into the kitchen. I said, oh, I need to go get some creamer because I want some coffee in the morning. And I hadn't been to a store during the duration. I walked into the store, and I was like, what happened? Well, because I was focused on my job.
Yeah.
Like, all the toilet paper was gone. All the soup was gone. I was like,
yeah,
what happened? People just lost their minds.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you ever saw it. It's a short video that they play online every once in a while about the got to get the bread and milk.
Yeah,
guy running around panicking because it's going to snow.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah,
gotta get the bread and milk. You know, and you know, just pure panic. And a lot of that was hyped with the media.
Of
We knew
course,
that was a problem. But COVID, like a lot of other things, was a serious situation. Have you ever dealt with things where you had to wear, I guess it's called a level 4 suit, where you're basically built into the suit?
We are at level 3 when we're working on that. Okay. If I were to put on that level of protection, SCBAs and stuff, that means I'm working on a full blown, something like a fentanyl distribution center.
Right.
And so, you know, we have 3 levels of contaminants when we're dealing with 3 threat levels when we're dealing with the remediation of fentanyl. Definitely the most dangerous contaminant of our lives. Oh, but don't worry, they'll come up with something new.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the thought process of creating more things like that.
Sure.
If they could turn that into positive, imagine how far advanced we would be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately, you know, and this is the real world. There are bad people that don't want us on this planet simply because this is where we grew up.
Telling people that and they don't believe me. No, you're absolutely right. And the seriousness of it is we need to be trained to deal with this stuff. We need to be aware of it, because just throwing out garbage and touching stuff that had fentanyl on it is enough that could kill you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it all comes down to, on a professional level, training, tactics, techniques, and tools. And notice I said it in that order: training, tactics, techniques, and tools. Too many times people in the restoration industry get wrapped up in the newest sprayer, the newest this gadget and everything. And that's not where it's at. You've got to have a protocol.
Yes.
You want to be able to contain, control, neutralize, and remove that contaminant, and ask yourself, what are we cleaning and why?
Why was the word I was going for, because you can buy the tools. Why'd you buy that? You know?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go take care of this. Are you trained to? Well, we'll figure it out. You can't figure this out. That's too dangerous.
You know, this is the one part of the industry, whether it's mold or whether it's some of the dangerous contaminants I work with. Here's the word you do not want to hear: oops.
Yeah. Yeah, we joked about that when I was on the police department with the guys from the bomb squad, and they used to have sayings in the back of their shirts: if you see me running, try to keep up. You don't want that.
We talk about, you know, training, tactics, techniques, and tools, and we talk about our end. But, you know, I think one of the things that we always need to stay focused on, no one calls you, no one calls me because they're having a good day.
Yeah.
And so what we also need to keep in mind, but our prime directive of safety, but that client, you know, that has potentially dangerous mold and contaminants in their house, or in my end, that client that may have lost a loved one. Okay. If we handle these people with care, compassion, and concern, and base all of this on science, and conduct ourselves with honor and integrity, there's no way you cannot succeed.
Agreed. Have you ever come across any radioactive situations?
No, I have not.
It's a very strange feeling, because I've come across the scenes that would qualify as a crime scene cleanup and stuff like that from my previous life. And I came across one situation with radiation.
Really?
And there's a definite change in the way that you feel, because it's such an unknown to the general public. And I'm considering myself general public in this, because I am not trained in that level of a response. With the police department, we responded to a burglar alarm. As we went into the building, we hit a door that said, "Do not go beyond this point, radiation." The guys that I was with, they started backing out, had me there as a supervisor. Turned out it was a storage place for ground sensing equipment.
Okay.
And they use radiation to do that. Well, it was safe, very small chips, and they have to mark the building. But it was an extremely unsettling feeling being there and knowing what to do. We backed out.
Right.
Because we're not trained in that type of response.
Right. And you know what? That's one thing that, like, especially new remediators, whether it is mold or whether it is on the forensic end and stuff, need to realize their limitations, and need to know when to pull back and call and ask for some expert consultation and help.
That's something that actually needs to be taught, because people don't realize it. People are, in general, pleasers. They want to have the answer. If they don't have it, they try to make it up. And in our line of work, that can be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. Remember the Clint Eastwood movie, Magnum Force?
Yes.
The line he used in that, man's got to know his limitations.
It's absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct.
I've seen it from the emergency services side. You've seen it. You were in the military. People do things that, beer muscles, if you want to call it, here, hold my beer. I'm going in, that's where you get hurt. And if you're doing a job and you need to climb up and reach something, you don't have a ladder, you don't stack 4 chairs on top of each other and try to climb it. But people do. And then you laugh about it afterwards. Could you believe what this guy did? Could have seriously gotten hurt. The same problem with these microbes and chemistries and all the biohazards we come in contact with, not wearing the right equipment is the same thing as standing on 4 chairs piled high.
Absolutely. Have people died cleaning up after fentanyl? Yes, they have.
Yes.
Okay. And so we need to be aware of that.
Yeah. And it's not just coming in contact with a lab. Our remediators, our assessors, you're going into homes, into businesses that it's an unknown. You don't know what's there. Should you be wearing gloves? Absolutely. PPE? Yes, you really need it, even in a normal looking environment, because what is normal? You never
If it was
know.
normal, you wouldn't be there.
Exactly. They've called for a reason.
We're biological SWAT teams. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't looked at it like that, but yeah, I guess it would fit. But that's this industry. And as we look around, there's people all over here from all over the country. Actually, there's a lot of people here from Australia and the UK. They come to this show because they get to see people in the industry, their peers, how they work, how they do things, the training available. They meet people like you with the technology and the upper level training that you do, that even with our most advanced training, we don't cover crime scene and cleanup. So this is the place to be in a show like this.
I love being around my peers and colleagues here because I pick up things left and right.
Yeah. It's, a good experience. And I'm glad you were here and had time to talk.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Thanks,
I
Lance.
told Lori I'd really like to get into one of your classes one day.
Oh, we'd love to have you.
I think it would be of a big interest and value for me.
Anytime. The
All right.
door's open.
We'll hold you to that.
Okay.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
I want to welcome my next 2 guests, Doug Hoffman from Normie and Larry Cooper from Restoration Journeys. Now, there's a special synergy between the 2 of them, so this interview is going to be a little different. Normally, I'd be asking questions and doing a Q&A, but I am just going to tee this up for the 2 of them because they seem to have conversations that just go in all kinds of directions, so it's really good to watch. So the main focus here is Restoration Journeys is having a special event coming up in April. I'll let them talk about the dates and the timing on that. But we're also having a training associated with Normie at the same time. So this will be a learning event on the beach in Mexico. I'll leave it at that. And Doug, I'm going to turn this over to you and let you and Larry have a conversation.
Great. Thanks, Lance. Yeah, I was going to grab the mic because I got all kinds of questions. But I want to set this up if I can. I'm very excited to announce, for those of you who don't know, Normie has a 20-year anniversary. We were actually founded in 2004, which means 2024 is our 20th birthday or 20th anniversary, however you want to look at it. And I'm so excited about this. I was telling somebody the other day that when you've gone through the financial crisis of 2008 and 9 and the pandemic of 2020 and you're still surviving, I think that's a pretty good sign. Maybe you got something important to say. And we've just been so fortunate to be able to build a really strong trade association across the years, teaching and filling, I think, in some ways, a void for some of the training that's out there. Many of you know NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, is the only trade association right now that's approved for all of the states that require licensing. And that's huge. We do training on both sides of the industry for assessment and remediation. And we do a lot of certification on indoor air quality, which, as we know, since 2020 has become kind of a big deal, breathing clean air. And so we've got a lot of things that we've been doing over the last few years. And I just want to tell you at the onset of this discussion that Larry has been incredibly instrumental in throwing us in front of this industry. We, in a lot of ways, were kind of in the background. A lot of people didn't know who we were. In fact, I'm going to ask Larry to start that way. When we first met, he didn't know who we were. And that's only been a few years ago, but apparently even he likes what we do. And so he made an effort to put us in front of the industry. And so I'm going to introduce Larry. If you don't know who Larry is, he worked with the IICRC for many, many years. He was the owner of The Experience, which is one of the best conferences in the restoration industry. And so, Larry, tell us a little bit about yourself, and maybe you can mention how we met.
Fantastic. Hey, thank you. 20 years, that is something else, to say the least. And it's really been a joy to work with good people like you and Lance and others that I've met at NORMI. It's just been fantastic. So I got into the industry when I was 15 years old. I did my first water damage job in 1973 and learned a lot about what we don't know about the industry. And we're still learning today, to say the least. But what I can tell you is that education is so critically important. Certification is vital when you're doing these restoration and remediation jobs, and ongoing relationships with other companies, with associations, really makes or breaks your own organization. So I met Doug through a gentleman at ISSA, and he said, "Well, you know Doug, don't you?" And I'm like, "Does he know me?" I don't know him. But nonetheless, we met a couple of days later and we just clicked. I mean, you know, an honorable, fantastic person is easy to work with, and it makes the relationship so much stronger. And you guys are all amazingly lucky to be able to work with Doug Hoffman. There aren't many Doug Hoffmans in the world, and he takes care of what he says he's going to do. He takes care of his members. And my relationship with him with the Experience Convention and Trade Show was he always over-exceeded my expectations of what was going to happen. They did more hands-on remediation and restoration than anybody else. It was just fantastic to watch. So we started the company called Restoration Journeys about 14 years ago. And really what it's about is having educational programs somewhere in the world. And the reason we do it somewhere in the world is so that you can combine travel, relaxation, networking, meeting new people with great educational programs. And our goal is to make sure that you're pampered wherever we are, but we're going to be in Puerto Vallarta at the Marriott Resort and Spa. And this all-inclusive location is just wonderful. So it is great to have the opportunity to meet new people there. A lot of folks make lifetime friends at these events. And our program is dynamite. So what's included in our package then is 5 nights at the Puerto Vallarta Marriott. All meals and drinks are included. Yes, that includes alcohol if you do partake in that. There's fitness centers, Wi-Fi is included. All your taxes, fees, and gratuities are included. And there's optional excursions and tours if you want to go on them. And yes, children are welcome. So the good news is, for us at least, is we only have 4 rooms left. And so that's exciting. We've come a long way, and April is a wonderful time to be in Puerto Vallarta. And it's also a great time to gear up for the busy season, which starts throughout the summer, right into the fall. You got to refresh yourself. I mean, working is great, and I love working. I'm a workaholic. There's no question about it. I retired for at least 2 weeks and decided that was stupid. So I have a whole new business plan that I'm working on right now. But you've got to take time and refresh and take a look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, and find ways to generate opportunities to just make a difference, not just to yourself, but to your employees and your customers and the world. So that's kind of what this is all about. It's a lot of fun. And Doug, I'm going to shut up and talk, because I did a lot of talking right there.
Well, you did, but that was good. I was going to tell you that when you started in 1973, I was 4 years old, but that's not
liar.
That's not exactly true. But yeah, I've been married a year already. But anyway, yeah, we've got a lot of history behind us. I think the thing that's so exciting to me is that one of the things we've learned with our training, the training that we've done, is that there's something cool about a destination location and being able to go to a place where you get the opportunity to relax, but then get some education. I think that's a huge deal. But the other thing is that the networking opportunity is gigantic. And so I think those 3 aspects of this are really big to me. One is going to a place that's very, very comfortable. And of course, in April, where wouldn't you want to go except to the beach? I mean, hello. And then so you're going to a place where you're taken care of like a king. You get all your food and whatever else you need, all the rest you need on the beach. But the second thing is getting really good training, which I want to talk about for a second, at least what we're doing on our end. And I know you've got some other things planned, but then also having some network events. I think we're talking about maybe doing a little birthday party for Normie, and maybe we can do a really good networking event. One of the things that we learned in this industry, and Larry, you've spoken to this before, you've talked with me about this. One of the frustrating things in our industry for years has been this lone cowboy kind of, I'm going to do what I think is right, and I'm not going to talk to anybody else, and I'm not going to share my secrets to the business. That's all changed. And I think what's changed is the foundation of science that's now really, I think, driving our industry. There are no secrets. People are able to talk with each other and help each other. And the truth is that even if I had a small restoration company or even a large restoration company in New Orleans, Louisiana, there's a whole world out there that needs what I do. And I can't take claim on that entire market. So talk for a second, if you would, about what you've learned in terms of how this networking has become so important in our industries. Assessors talking to remediators, talking to restoration companies, talking to insurance adjusters, et cetera.
Well, and you hit it on the head with the industry has advanced more in the last 5 years than it did the previous 25 years in knowledge about science and technology of what we're doing on jobs. When I first started in the business, there was very little information, and today it's hard to keep up with it. I talk to a lot of people that say, oh, I went to a class 20 years ago, I'm just fine. You're not. Everything has changed, and when you're on site and you're relaxing, you have a drink, cocktail, we're at a party, cocktail party, or whatever we're doing, and you meet others in the industry that are doing something similar to what you're doing, or something different, like an inspector versus a remediator. What a great opportunity to open the door to a relationship that could be ongoing. And you learn from each other. And not everybody knows everything there is to know, even though some claim to. We're all in a place where we need to learn about what's happening out there in the real world and learn about the science and technology and actually the operation of applying it to our jobs. networking at these opportunities like Restoration Journeys just lifts your company up to a new level. And if you get into a job situation where maybe you have questions, you've got people that you can contact. You can call and say, hey, have you run into this? Hey, what's your suggestion here? Or maybe they're calling you because they have a job that's way too big and they need help. Maybe you want to go help them. So, I mean, there's a whole different world out there with this networking opportunity and the collaboration that's built. We've been doing this for quite a few years. And I've got to tell you, there's some friendships that have been molded at these events. I'm just always amazed how close everybody is. And it's really a great opportunity to welcome others in the industry to come join us.
Yeah, so talking about the science, I don't know if I've told you this story or not, but it is kind of interesting. One of our trainers talks about a conference that he went to several years ago where they had a room full of people, maybe 200 people, and the speaker got up and he said, okay, so you've got this house and you've got a truckload of air movers, and you've got a water restoration job you're going to do. How many? And he gave him all the calculations. He said, how many air movers do you want to put in the job? And he had people guess, this many. He said, no, whatever you have on the truck.
Well, that is one strategy that may or may not work, but
unfortunately, I think that's the way the industry in a lot of ways has been driven. Not so much now. And truthfully, the class that we're going to be teaching, the class that we've got for 2 days in this particular event, is called ISSS. It's interesting. It's called Indoor Air Quality Strategies, Sampling, and Solutions. And so what we're doing is we're taking a couple of modules that we typically train in our regular licensing class, and we're saying, okay, so I'm going to develop a strategy for what kinds of samples and how many samples I'm going to take on this particular project, because that strategy that you develop is actually based on that particular environment, where the complaint areas are, how large it is, airflow, what kinds of contaminants you're looking for. And so developing a strategy on how to take the samples is always answering the question that a lawyer is going to ask you, and that's why. Why did you take that sample? Why did you take it there? So that's one section of this class. Then we're going to talk about all the different types of sampling that's available to us, not just swabs and aerosols, but we've got Air Answers device, Respirair, mycotoxins, VOC sampling, MVOC sampling, all of this type of sampling that we have those options. We're going to talk about that and do some hands-on in this class of what kinds of samples you can take. And then there's that third section, which, okay, I found the problem. Now, what's the solution? And there are some great technologies out there. We've talked about the trademarked MCI, multi-cluster ionization technology, other HEPA filters. What does a HEPA filter do? What does it not do? All of those kinds of solutions that we're going to offer. Fogging, we're going to talk about that. What's dry fogging? What's heated fogging? How does that work? How does it supplement the process? So we got a lot to talk about in 2 days, but that 2-day class, which is really exciting for us, will give anyone who has a Florida license 14 hours of continuing education. And if you're in the state of Florida and you have a Florida license, either assessor or remediator, you have to have 14 hours of continuing education by August of this year to actually get that license renewed. And that's what this course will give you, those 14 hours you need. So that's what I'm going to be teaching about. What else have you got going on, Larry, on the training side?
Well, I wanted to ask another question or make a comment, which is we have people coming that are in the water damage restoration business. And for a long time, we didn't really understand in that industry what testing was about, why it was necessary, and why we as an industry really need to understand the importance of what's happening during testing, what those results mean. Now, not in every case will you do your own sampling. You may have an outside person there, but you may be in Bozeman, Montana, and there isn't someone there to do sampling. And so maybe you are doing your own sampling and you really need to learn the protocols involved. So this class is fantastic, and it's a great opportunity for our industry to really dive in and understand more about what's going on.
Well, you're
So-
exactly right. And let me just tell you this, because this is new. You didn't know this, but we just added into our CMR class, the remediator and restoration class, water testing, because when you go on a project, you better know whether you're dealing with Cat 3 water or not. And the way you do that is with testing, water testing. So we've got a sampling tool now that we can use to test for that, which is going to make it easier, oh, by the way, to get your insurance carrier convinced that the problem has to be solved.
So the lick test won't work anymore?
Yeah, it'll work one time, just one time.
Well, we were looking at your class and we said, the one thing that people need help with, and especially me all the time, is social media, marketing, and getting jobs. And so what we decided to do was to add a 4.5 to 5 hour workshop, hands-on, where the attendees are all welcome to come. There's not an additional charge, but you bring your computer. We're going to be working online and interactively to learn more about social media. And so we have your own Lance Eason teaching with Becky Tomino, and myself and my daughter Jillian will also be assisting. And, we've learned a lot from Lance and Becky, and we try to apply it all the time. But, something that's critically important that I'm going to teach is presence on a video. How do you sell yourself and your knowledge to a customer when you're talking right into social media? How can you get them to pick up the phone and call you when there's an emergency? So there's a lot to learn. Becky's taught us so much over the years. She's coming in from Texas to teach for us for a couple of hours. Lance is going to pick up a big part of it also about all the different social media areas. And you guys do some amazing work getting the message out about Normie. And we all have a lot to learn, and we don't want to take up a whole day, but we want to take up some valuable hours where we can all learn from each other, and especially from Becky and Lance, about how to improve your own social media. So bring your computers. That will be the first day. And then the next 2 days we'll be working with Doug and his team. And so there's a great education program. But I know there's a pool right outside that is the biggest pool I've ever seen with a swim up bar. And right past the pool is the ocean. So there's a few distractions that could get in the way of the success of these classes. But really, the class will be really successful if you do take the time to relax. You bring your wife, spouse, partner, kids, whoever it is, and enjoy. And at this point in time, Doug, we don't have a lot of rooms left, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But we are really excited to add a few more remediators and restoration companies to come join us. And we're really looking forward to meeting everybody. And what a great opportunity to just kind of breathe a little bit and let it all out before you jump back in when you get back.
Yeah, you know what my wife said when she saw the flyer, Larry? She said, well, it looks like you've got a lot of classes to go to while I'm at the beach. So,
that's a smart woman.
Yeah, I'm saying. So let's talk about two ways that they can get this information, because we do have a website at events.normie.org, events.normie.org. You can go in there and you can download. There's a little video there. You can download the flyer, and that'll give you contact information to get directly connected to Larry. And can I say this? I think there's also, aren't there some payment options that they might be able to do if they're running a little tight on money?
Yeah, they're running out of time. So right now they would need to put down half, and then 30 days later pay the second half. And in the next week, it'll all be one payment, because we're reaching that point in coming up onto April so fast. It's amazing. Kind of cool. I went online and I booked my airfare for like $450 round trip. So that was really nice also.
Mine was very inexpensive too. I'm shocked at how inexpensive it was.
Yeah, I'm taking some granddaughters to Europe in June for graduating high school, and my God, Europe right now, it's $2,000 a person. That's just like, oh my gosh. It'll come down again someday, hopefully soon. But that kind of gives you a big picture. You can also go to restorationjourneys.com. And at restorationjourneys.com, you'll see all the information about the event and the hotel. And there's a registration form there. Or you're welcome to call and talk to Jennifer or Jillian or myself. And that number's 303-469-0306. That's 303-469-0306. As soon as I said the number, it started ringing. That could be a good thing.
That is a good thing. And we'll put a tag on the end of this video with a slide that has that information on there for everybody. But Larry, I want to thank you so much, man, for being here today. It's always fun to see you and good to talk to you, and looking forward to a really fun time in Puerto Vallarta.
And I can't wait to be with you and your whole team and all of our attendees. I'm just planning to relax and have a great time. And if I'm sleeping at the pool, don't wake me up.
Oh, I won't. And one of the other things we're working on is we're going to try to get some swag out there. So I'd love to have some stuff with some logo, Normie logo material out there. Since it's our 20th birthday, why not, right?
Absolutely. We're looking forward to celebrating with you. Fantastic. Thank you guys so much. We just really have enjoyed and continue to enjoy working with Normie, and we just hope you continue to grow and thrive.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. I'm going to turn it back over to Lance. Lance, it's yours.
Thank you, guys. And, when I started this today, I had said how difficult it was going to be to interview you two. No, I didn't say that, but I meant to. That's what I mean. I want to thank you guys for making this really easy on me. And it's enjoyable watching the two of you go back and forth with an interview style conversation. So thank you again. I want to thank you both for taking the time to do this. And I'm ready for April. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to go. So
fantastic. Can't wait to
see you on the beach.
Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like, say, a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft. And that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies, we have state agreements, we have federal agreements, we have international agreements, where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, you know, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, you know, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, you know, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have 2 children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it. And oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it, just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have two masks and I'm going out with, two kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But, it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex Wildfire is very complex simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, two different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of. Correct. And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, Normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it. This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution. No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all, or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well, pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality. Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters. But that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. You think about walking into a room that's just been painted. That room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years, after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray. And that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then, of course, we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious, and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become air-slated. Now, that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet, it's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on, so that it's actually moving the air. Not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these 3 prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol, and it incorporates this 3-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the 3-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this 3-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is, all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies: either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the minimum efficiency reporting value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the perfect fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution, and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the airstream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Bo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Think about that for a second. Every month for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, you know, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting two and two together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health, the health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Lance here from Normie TV, and we are live from Las Vegas at the Experience Trade Show. Over the next 3 days, during trade show hours, we're going to be doing interviews and a lot of live presentations right here on Normie.tv. So if you're watching on any of the social media platforms, we'll be broadcasting there also. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, or just Normie.tv. So we're working right now on scheduling quite a few interviews over the next 3 days. The normal broadcasting for Normie TV is going to be interrupted. We may have it running a little bit in between interviews, but we'll be shutting it down. So for those of you that follow us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live. And we're going to try to do a lot of it, as much as possible anyways, during the actual presentations here at the show. A lot of the vendors are here. A lot of the attendees are going to be here. The management side from the Experience, we'll be talking with them. So if you weren't able to make it, we're going to try to give you a little glimpse as to what's really going on here. So
stick around. Keep the normie.tv channel open if you want to watch it there or any of the other social media platforms you're normally on. And we will be talking with you later. So take care. And welcome back, everybody. Again, we are here at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas, and I have Doug Hoffman with me. Now, they just opened the doors up to the trade show, and there was a wall of people literally coming over to our booth. And Doug, I know that the PRV 24K, the unit that we were just talking about, is like a big draw. But what kind of reaction did you see from the people that were coming over?
You know, it's really funny here. We got 3 more people that just showed up. This device, this PRV 24K, which actually ionizes the air during the air scrubbing process, I think is going to be one of the hottest items here at the show. You know, we presented it last year at Fort Lauderdale back in the spring, and we got such a huge reception. People were really interested in it. So it's a pretty cool device.
Yeah, you know, the people are going, what's that? You know, it's like they've seen something similar, but nothing like this. And we have the tubes extending out, the lay flat.
Yeah.
So we're actually sending the technology all across our booth, which is a pretty big area.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about this is most guys don't think about an air filtration device when they use it as an air scrubber. It's really recirculating the air that's really close to it. It just can't go out there very far, obviously, because it's got the vacuum sucking the air into the filter. And so it's going to kind of get the air real close to it, but it's not going to take the air far away. So when we start teaching on tails, the idea of running a piece of lay flat out 20, 30, 40 feet, tying it off and putting slits in it, that was a kind of an innovation in a lot of ways. Guys thinking about, oh, well, now I can clean the air in the entire room and circulate all of the air, not just the air right around the air scrubber. Well, then when you add the ionizer to it, wow, it's like a whammy. You know, you've got a technology that's going to be incredibly effective, make the air scrubbing process probably half as long as it would be otherwise. And you're going to get, believe it or not, down into the zeros for the testing.
And that's what the people are asking about. So what does it really do? And, you know, when I started to explain about it, it more or less clumps the particulate into larger pieces so you can filter it out. Then you, oh, I understand now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and we didn't even talk about, you know, how it helps move around the relative humidity, the higher levels against the floor. It just helps the entire process.
Well, that's right. And that's only half of the process, the ionization process. The other part is sending out that photocatalytic oxidation oxidizers into those areas, those cracks and crevices that maybe they missed with their fogging process or they couldn't get to, so they couldn't wipe it down. Now you're sending an oxidizer out that's going to destroy microbes. My goodness, it's just a win-win.
Yeah, and you're not talking about ozone, though. You're talking about different technology.
That's right. And so one guy asked me about that, by the way. He said, well, can you actually produce hydroxyls without ozone? The answer is yes. This ionizer, when you add the dielectric barrier ionizer to the PCO technology, even without ozone, it's going to give you the same results, in some ways better results than results with ozone.
Yeah, here's actually one of the DBI cells that you were just talking about.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, this is the DBI cell. It's a really interesting technology. This is actually an internationally patented product from Korea, and Best Living Systems is the only company that actually has the rights to sell this in the United States. But this added to the PCO technology, it just supercharges that oxidizers to be incredibly effective.
Now, we were at the Experience show in the spring, and it was a good show. It was busy, but just from what you've seen in the last 15 minutes, we got mobbed with people here.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed sitting here doing this because there's so much to do, so many people to see. This is a huge crowd. It's probably, I would say, 4 or 5 times as large.
Oh, easily,
Yeah.
easily.
So,
Well, we'll have you back later on, and we're going to be doing this over the next 2 days after today. So we're going to do more interviews, and we'll be popping in and out on the Normie TV channel, and all the other platforms are on. So,
all right,
go meet the crowd.
Thanks. I'm going to. Bye.
Bye. So here we are trying something new, going mobile and live at the same time. So give me one moment. We'll see what else is happening here. Hopefully you should see our Normie booth.
We've got
And now we're just going to kind of walk around here. It's David McGrath. Hello, David. Can't miss David in that suit. And as you can see, it's pretty crowded. I'm going to stay kind of close to our booth here. Just kind of giving you an idea of what's going on in the area. Walk a little bit further down. This place is pretty big here. And again, a lot of the other companies that we deal with all the time, they're in the general area here, and we'll be talking with someone a little bit later on. So hang in there, and we'll be back with another interview in about 5 minutes. DeGroff.
How you doing, Lance?
Good, good. And you talking there?
I can't. Is it working?
I don't know. Maybe you killed the microphone. Run two. You're good. Okay. Okay.
Have to raise my voice.
I think it's the suit. I think the color is definitely wiping you out here.
The suit drowns everything out. That's why I don't need to exist.
Well, you wore a suit like that during the last show.
It's become the status quo. Everybody expects it from me, and they're significantly disappointed if I do any alteration of the design.
Well, your company is always on call, and it's a manpower resource, I guess is the best way.
We are supplemental labor specifically for the restoration industry. I have 20 years experience in restoration. It's all I know. It's what we do. And therefore it's what my guys know and do. We do restoration yesterday. We did it today, and we're going to go do it tomorrow again.
Well, you know, you're here at the show. I mean, you're not an exhibitor, but you are an exhibit. I think that's the best way to describe it, because everybody says, what is he wearing?
Bright orange suit. It gets the eyes on me. And, you know, if I need a part-time job as a traffic cone or something, that goes over pretty well too. I don't need a change.
Well, the big question is it AA or 9-volt batteries?
You can't see the car battery I carry around with me.
Is that what that is? Okay.
That's what's in the bag over there.
So on the realistic side, I mean, you're down in Florida. That's where home base is.
Yes.
And the hurricane had just come through there. I mean, there's another one out in the tropics right now. But how has that affected what's going on in your world?
I mean, overall, it wasn't a significant hit, and it did enter at a rather unpopulated area as far as, you know, comparable storms. We've had a slight uptick. I think we've mobilized 100 people to the area for about 3 or 4 different companies over the last 72 hours or so. So we are active in the area, but it is not nearly the response or, you know, the result that everybody was expecting. So it was, thankfully it was pretty light. You know, there wasn't a lot of damage. There was no loss of life. So, you know, just getting in there, cleaning back and getting life back together for everybody.
Hopefully it kind of stays that way. I know that we've been looking at, there's like 4 or 5 other storms out in the Atlantic right now. And they're talking about one that's forecast to become a Cat 4 in the next few days.
Yeah.
And they don't know where it's going.
That's always the crapshoot. I mean, you can plan the best you want, and then you sit there and wait and see what actually happens, you know, and you could be 300 miles off before it goes. You know how these things turn on a dime. We had the one set off the coast of Florida that was supposed to destroy the world about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, but it saw your suit and it turned right. I think that was a distraction. Oh, no, we're not going there.
Hey, if that's what it takes, you know,
yeah,
keep people
work.
safe, saving lives.
That'll work.
One orange suit at a time.
You know, it's funny when I was riding here to the convention center from the airport, I've been out to Vegas maybe 8-9 times now. I noticed something very specific. There's green on the trees, everything else is brown, and then orange, which is all traffic cones and you. And that's it. That's all you see out here.
I had a great observation about that too. Only people want to put green in the desert, human beings.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So what do you think of the show? I mean, it just opened and it's mobbed here.
Yeah, jam-packed. Definitely a great turnout. Very exciting event. It's nice to see, you know, one of the original events still being a flagship as it is. And, you know, the new ownership, they're trying really hard and the results are paying off. I'm happy to be here again.
Well, I'm glad you're here. It always, for comic relief, if nothing else, we appreciate you being here. And you do a lot of work with us. You know, you help with some of our trainings. You provide actually lunches and, you know, other resources. So we do appreciate that.
I appreciate Normie since day one. I took my first class with Normie when they required us to be certified and for licensed in the state of Florida. And I maintained a lot of classes and we built a long-term relationship, and you guys have had my back. And frankly, it's something I'm extremely humbled by and appreciative of. So thank you very much, Normie and Lance as well.
Well, you're welcome. But the question now is, are you going to be here for the rest of the show?
100%.
Do we have a different flavor suit or?
I'm not allowed, apparently. I went to one of the last trade shows and I swapped out the orange pants for black pants, and 50% of the people that complimented me criticized me. They're like, you know, you're not wearing orange pants anymore. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll go change.
Okay, so you just stay with your orange glow.
You got to please the fans, Lance.
I get it. I get it. Well, thank you for stopping by. And, you know, again, over the next 2 or 3 days, stop by. We'll chat some more. I want to get some feedback from you as, you know, what you're seeing at the show compared to the one that we saw in the springtime.
Absolutely. Would love to be back. Thanks for having us.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Lance here from Normie.tv, and we are again going to be live today at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas. Doors are going to open here in about 10 minutes, and the crowd that we had yesterday seems to be small compared to what we're looking for today. So there were a lot of people here for the training tracks that we had running earlier today. We did quite a few presentations, and we expect a very large crowd in the main trade show hall itself. So we'll be coming to you later on and off between now and the next 3-4 hours with interviews, and possibly we can do another walk around and show you some more vendors and some of the new products that are going on. So if you are following us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live, like you hopefully did for this. And if not, you may want to follow us so you do get future notifications. Again, you can always watch us at Normie.tv or on most of the major social media platforms. Just look up Normie and you should find us. See you all in a little bit. Thank you. Other interview, and I apologize for us coming in and out, but we have people that just keep coming over and talking with us and want to be involved in the process. So here we are. So I have Joshua with us from Property Craft out of Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And well, tell us a little about yourself, because I'm not really familiar with you other than what we just had a slight conversation.
Yeah, no worries. I born and raised in Southern Colorado. Property restoration. So the water, the fire, the flood, the smoke, the mold, the odor. We also have an environmental division that does asbestos, lead, land reclamation, a lot of indoor air quality. Just try to be a voice for the property.
So you're dealing with that niche market of people that have to breathe, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we've really tried to bring air quality into all aspects of our business, not just microbial growth, not just asbestos or lead. We're really paying attention to what the air quality is as we're doing a Category 1 water loss and really trying to make that environment better as we move through the process.
Oh, okay. So in Colorado, there's no licensing laws.
There's no licensing laws for microbial growth, but that's a platform that I'm standing strong on. And I really do that. We need to start to regulate ourselves as we move forward. We are over-regulated with asbestos, which I love, but it holds the contractor accountable to doing things right, not only for themselves, their employees, but for the property owners and the public that's within those structures as well.
You know, what you just said just kind of struck a chord with me, because during a lot of the courses that we teach, I refer back to something that my kids experienced going through band and everything else in high school, that the instructor would constantly tell them to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And that's just what it sounds like you're talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that within our company, we really try to strive, not only with our employees, but everybody that we're involved with, from all of our subcontractors, our electricians, our HVACs, really trying to get them to start to understand that from that perspective as well. We are in construction, but there's no reason that we can't construct clean and keep that environment well as we're moving forward. My dad's a regional building inspector in Pueblo County. And so he's part of that regional authority. So it gets real fun around our dinner table all the time.
I could see that, everybody leave the silverware on the table when we talk, nothing flies. Hey, so as far as Colorado goes, is there anything in the wind as far as regulation or licensing on the microbial side?
Not that I've heard of. Our company in general, we're on a growth phase, and we're going to move outside of Colorado at some point. As I talk to my C-suite, as I talk to my other owner, we're looking at the states that are actually regulated and starting to regulate a little bit heavier. I think I had said it earlier in the conversation, the asbestos is definitely over-regulated. Right. So not only do we have the EPA, OSHA, but we have CDPHE as well. And it's trying to find the regulation that's most stringent and working our way through that. But if you can follow those sets of rules, the process, it's there for a reason. I never thought I'd be sitting up here saying, hey, we need to be more regulated. But the farther I get in this industry, the farther I work with water, mold, fire, air quality, the more I'm becoming an advocate for us needing to have some sort of regulation.
Well, without the regulation, you're standing out there on the edge by yourself.
Yeah.
And you're competing against people that aren't following any rules or regulations.
Yep, absolutely.
And doing things that are not helpful to the industry. And then you come in trying to do it right, and you're questioned and scrutinized. So we see that all over the country. Because, we teach in all 5 states, and counting DC as a state, that require licensing. And we've actually sent to all governors over the last 5 or 10 years a draft of a bill that kind of works a combination of what all the other states are doing that are licensed. And you get some movement, but it just drags on and nobody wants to make those decisions.
Yep. I Property Crafts behind you 100%. Whatever you need in Colorado from us, we'll be there with you.
Well, we're not as big out on the West Coast as we are on the East, but we do have a lot of classes and a lot of personnel now starting to take over out there. And I'm just sorry, I'm not distracted. I'm just looking around watching people, wandering, taking stuff off our table. We have the Normie TV stickers and keychain things, whatever stuff.
This conference it's huge right now. If you're around, get over here, at least come to the exhibit, come say hi to Normie. There is so many vendors here. It's unbelievable.
Anything shock you this year? Anything new?
I literally came here right at 2:30 and I've been kind of sitting in this area. I haven't made it all the way through yet. So
are you going to be in any of the training tracks?
I decided this time not to do it. I just got done with the experience in Fort Lauderdale in April. Worked all summer long. Did the CORE conference, the CORE Collective conference last week in Austin, Texas. And so I decided not to do any of the tracks this time. Shame on me, but didn't want to miss the exhibit.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. That's the important part.
Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lance. Very nice to chat with you.
Doing interviews the next few days, so feel free to stop back.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to get some of my team over as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
We'll say Mark Quigley, which is the name that he goes by for his friends, which apparently I have now considered. So this is all good. So how you doing?
Pretty good, Lance. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Mark's been with us for quite some time. He's gone through some of our training, and you're located in South Florida, right?
Yeah, Southwest, over in Naples.
Oh, okay. Well, you were down there for all the damage from the previous storms from last year.
Actually, Hurricane Ian. So we're still struggling with some of that damage. So yeah, it hit us pretty hard.
Well, you weren't affected by the recent storm that just went through. That was north of you guys.
Yeah, it a little bit more rain, but no, it hit up quite a way north of us. So no, not at all.
Well, I don't know if it's good or bad, but there's 5 storms out there now, and there's one they're forecasting as a Cat 4. They don't know where it's going. They say it's heading east. Towards the east coast. So anyways, kind of keep your fingers crossed it doesn't cause.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, especially with the temperature of the ocean. So
somebody said that around a week or two ago that the Atlantic Ocean by Miami hit 101 degrees.
Yeah, I heard that. That's just bizarre.
The same report I was watching was talking about them going to a category 6 and 7 on the hurricane scale because of the increase in the water temperatures. They feel they're going to need to increase that. It's almost up to tornado speeds.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just, yeah, that would be horrific.
Yeah. Well, as far as your business goes down there, because I know you've been busy, you know, what are you seeing as far as the industry? Because I know there's a big shift in insurance and everything down there. A lot of insurance companies are bailing out of the state.
Right. So, even though I've done the Normie training and I'm a licensed mold assessor, I'm actually from the biohazard industry. So
Right.
that's where a lot of my time is really spent. So we could be looking at unattended death or suicides or those type of things. But bio also brings into being bacterial contaminations.
Right.
And so a lot of people ask me to come and test because I'm a mold assessor, so I will test, but I'm looking at it from a slightly different point of view. And so I will test for mold, I'll test for mycotoxins, I'll test for bacteria. And so we know, insurance will cover for mold, but it gets a little bit hazier when it comes to biohazard. So a lot of the homeowner policies do actually cover for that, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. So I don't generally deal with insurance at all. So because of the fields that I'm in.
Do you do crime scene cleanup?
Yes. Yep. Uh-huh.
How about things like fentanyl, meth labs, stuff like that?
Yeah, so it's with fentanyl, it's becoming a pretty severe problem. So yes, there is that as well.
I know I can tell you in the Northeast, fentanyl has gotten so bad that it's now acceptable to sell Narcan over the counter from almost all drugstores. They're actually giving it away. If you contact the state, they're just giving out Narcan to counteract the fentanyl effects.
Yeah.
And dealing with that, that's one of the things that, the people that are listening right now, if you're in this industry and you're dealing with crime scene cleanup or just in general, being aware of fentanyl is a must, because you can come in contact with it and not realize it and all of a sudden become a victim of it without being somebody that's a user.
Yeah, well, I was talking to one of the county that I'm in, I reside in and operate in is Collier County, and I was talking to the undersheriff there a couple of months ago, and he was saying it's becoming a major concern, and there isn't a week that goes by where one of their patrol cars is contaminated. And he even, went to extent saying that while there aren't the proliferation of labs, he's expecting it to come. So, yeah, it's becoming a growing problem. And so you walk into a contaminated space or an unattended death. I mean, how did that death happen? And so you need to know, was it a drug overdose? Because, there is certainly different protocols that you've got to undertake for the cleanup.
One of the big things that we've been talking about with a lot of our members in trainings is being aware of fentanyl and some of the other street drugs, if you want to call it, that are out there that you're not aware of. You could be going in to do a simple mold job. I'm not saying simple, but just something isolated to mold, and come in contact with all this other stuff, dealing with hoarders, dealing with drug addicts. You don't know the people that you're dealing with. And if you don't know how to recognize the symptoms, if you're being affected, it could be too late by the time that you do realize something's wrong. So being aware of that's just something that you have to know.
Well, that's exactly right. So, I mean, one of the things that I do first and foremost is doing a risk assessment. And so if I step onto a site, I've got to assess that risk. What is the risk to myself? What is the risk to my team? And what is the risk to the future inhabitants of that scene? So yeah, that's one of the first steps that you've got to undertake.
One of the things that we see with a lot of our members, and we try to talk about this, and it's a touchy subject, is when you're doing interviews and you're doing your risk assessment, as you call it, you want to listen to the person you talk to. You want to believe what they're telling you. But more times than not, they're not giving you the truth, or at least a full picture of what's really going on. I mean, I've been in the emergency medical field for almost 50 years. And we were, for the last 10 years or so, dealing with people wearing fentanyl patches. And, they'll have a prescription for a fentanyl patch. Problem is, you'll see somebody going through an overdose and you take their patch off. And as you're checking them, you're finding another 8, 9, 10 patches stuck to them. And these things are dermal absorbent, meaning if you touch them or touch their skin, you are getting affected by it. So if you're not using gloves and PPE or sometimes masks, you could become a victim of trying to help somebody or clean up an environment.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. And so any situation, the minimum that I walk in with is a powered air respirator. And I learned that lesson the hard way in 2013 down in New Zealand. I had an active asbestos sampling business, surveying business down there, and used to sample a lot of mold as well. And so the government department that we were testing for at that time, they asked us to test this particular building. My mold assessor was there. My asbestos assessor was there, and I was the only one there without breathing apparatus. And I went there because I was going to be there for less than a couple of minutes. I just wanted to set these two guys up, and I was gone. And so did that, walked out. That night I got pretty sick, and luckily the next day I was scheduled to fly back home to Naples, and I ended up on my back for the next 8 weeks under the care of a immunologist because I got mold poisoning. And so that's how I discovered I was highly allergic to mold. But so any environment I generally walk into that is a known contamination, I'm always protecting myself. But even when I'm just asked to go into just an ordinary home, for the last 2 years, ever since COVID happened, I have prioritized my immune system. So I will always be doing things that will undertake to strengthen the immune system, just in case I'm going to step into a contamination that I'm not aware of.
Do you find that on some mold jobs that you're doing, you start to cross the lines into like the crime scene side of meth labs?
No, it's pretty clear cut. So for me, it's I will get asked to sample for either mold or mycotoxins, and then when I'm asked to deal with a unattended death, then the police have already been involved, and the scene is cleared before anybody else can step in. So yeah, there is a pretty clear delineation between what sort of things that we're dealing with.
So a little bit outside the normal conversation, do you deal with any specialized equipment like explosion meters and stuff like that for sampling the environments that you're going into? Just for your own?
No, nothing really. It's I mean, the main sampling that I do is I do sample a little bit for asbestos, but nothing like I used to do in New Zealand. I mean, down in New Zealand, I did over 200,000 samples. Here, what I discovered is that the licenses that I held for New Zealand and Australia, once I got north of the equator, my intelligence diminished and those licenses weren't recognized up here, so I can't use them.
Right.
So I don't really do that much of that type of sampling. So the only sampling I'm really doing is mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria.
As far as asbestos, because you mentioned that earlier, I know for years they talked about removing asbestos. You got to remove it. You got to remove it. You got to use leaf blowers and blow out all the spores and do all that. Now it's shifted, at least in the U.S., to leave in place and encapsulate. Is it that way in Australia and New Zealand?
Yes, because the hierarchy of asbestos is, or actually really any hazardous material, it is removal first. And if you can't remove it, you encapsulate it. If you can't encapsulate it, you seal it. And so the ultimate is to remove it. But sometimes if it isn't in bad repair,